Hey there to all you wonderful people. Welcome to another edition of Trial Time, starring sounds like Jennifer Howe, sounds like possibly Johnny Depp today. Oh man, it may be a very, very interesting one. I'm curious about how today is going to go for sure. You know what's fascinating about all of this stuff is you have Amber Heard's team pretty much they're not out of time yet, but when you do a time comparison, so each team, they get X amount of time, right? They get so much time on the board, and well, if they run out, they run out, right? So you have you have her team with 8 hours. You have JD's team with 18 hours. What a time management say what now? Time management say what? So I'm just gonna go ahead and turn on the modes. So I'm gonna turn on subscriber mode. You have to be a whopping subscriber for a whole whopping 1 whole minute. If you wanna comment, that'll and in order to some bots still made it through the other day, so we put on slow mode for 10 seconds, which will barely slow the chat down, but it keeps bots from spamming, and the people can catch them. Oh, man, so how's everybody doing today? You looking forward to it? I am. I definitely am looking forward to seeing what's going on. Tell everybody we're live too. We got us another day, and this is the last week. So, woo, man. Raquel, not Raquel, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug and chat, you wonderful souls. Indeed, all you wonderful people. It's going to be a good one today. I have this feeling. I'm curious about this week will be an interesting week because this week, we will be doing as we go in Friday. There will be trial on Friday. So this is it's closing is what it is. So usually we only go Monday through Thursday, but well, Friday, like I said, they will be in all on that as well. So it'll be interesting to see. The Jennifer House stuff seems pretty fascinating too. You know, we have her and let's see, I think there are 7 versions of the staircase incident. Well, 7 people that talk about it. Like I was saying the other day, and even on her side, even the people that are attached to her, even the people that, like her sister, they disagree on the narrative, which is amazing. Led Frost, thanks for the 9. Hey, Tug, been watching you for a couple of weeks now. Love your insight. Hopefully, JD gets justice. Watching from the UK. Amen. I would love to see what that triggers. Don't you ever sleep? Yeah, I actually got a little bit of sleep last night. So I got a little bit, a little bit more. Usually it's about 2 hours, but I got about 4 last night. I don't know what to do with all that extra sleep. Naomi Hillman, thanks for the 5. Good morning, Tuck. How are you this morning? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I've been watching the articles though that are kind of crazy. So this article, like the media, you want to see the desperation within the media and stuff. This is the desperation in the media. You have places like 17, yeah, that's right, 17 going and targeting the kids of Johnny Depp, but the way that they're doing it is so insidious. The way that they do it is they're like, well, we're going to talk about them by taking aim at Johnny Depp supporters. Johnny Depp supporters are the ones harassing the kid. Like, in what world would that make sense? In what world? But that gives them the ability to go out and to attack. It's so crazy. You have this is a typical tactic by so many of these outlets, and it's also a tactic by the people associated with her as well. On that side, you have like Dr. Proudman that have been bringing up the children. It's just nuts. Kelly Lee Phillips, thanks for the 8. Just wanted to say thanks. Hey, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. M. Mo- is it Mosin? Thanks for the buck there. No statement allowed with that, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Don Day, thanks for the 5. I was watching one of the law tube channels, and they said Amber's team can run out the clock, so no time for Cross. Hope not. No, they're gonna yeah, the kid thing, though, I think the kid thing is just gross. Hey, Yellow Flash, what's up, my friend, by the way? Yellow Flash, if you've not checked out his channel, he has been on this stuff for a long time, and this last week, like I said, I wanna give props to everyone like that, you know? So let's see. Let me pull up Dr. Proudman, though. I want to show that. But Yellow Flash, check him out for sure. You know, we also have our Saturday show that we go over there. Yep, kids. I've just been surprised by how like nasty these people can be. So here's Dr. Proudman adding to that. Okay, that narrative of going after the kids. Depp's daughter hasn't supported him publicly, and now his ex has come out and said that he was violent during a relationship. You know, the ex is Ellen Birkin. You know, Ellen Birkin said, "Well, 30 years ago, he threw a bottle one time." It's like, yeah, that's violent in a relationship? My god, man. I swear. Like, they will dip to any low. Diehard Demp fans are misogynists. You're a misogynist. You know how many female misogynists I must know then? It's so women don't believe in things that actually, help out women. It's like, yeah, right. It's desperate is what it is, but, it resonates with idiots on places like Twitter. Again, that's the whole thing with the same thing with the kid thing, this kind of stuff is not pumping any kind of truth, but, again, what else do they have? Like, they can't say, "Look at the evidence that she has," because she doesn't have any. Juliet Morgan, thanks for the 5 there. I believe you more than the news. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you there. I try to put in my time. Like I said, people like myself, Yellow Flag. I mean, there's a lot of people out there. I say people that I know personally and that I communicate with. We've communicated a lot on this trial. Joe Connell, thanks for the 10. Justice for Johnny. Much love. Bought the Mega Pint t-shirt. Thank you for that. Keep up the good work. Always remember to flush your it's down the drain. Indeed. Definitely do not leave them in anyone's bed. Motion things for the 5 there. Watch it from Pakistan. Hey, thank you for that. Greetings from Tennessee, small town out here. Love your insight. Hope JD gets justice. Yeah, myself, It's amazing how worldwide this is and how many people this resonates with. And a heart, thanks for the super chat there. They're an actual bruise kit. Yeah, I saw that in the bottom left of the JD asleep with melted ice cream photo. No way could those colors hide a bruise. Yeah, that's a lot of people have pointed that out since it came up. I'll pull it up in case somebody hasn't seen it. It is interesting. The internet sleuths with far better eyes than I have find all kinds of wonderful, wonderful things. I mean, there's so much in here. Like that's the problem with lies that you pass on everywhere. The lie sooner or later people look at it and they examine it, and these lies have gone worldwide. So this is what people were talking about. And just in case you haven't seen it, you can see the photo with the ice cream, which never made sense anyway. Because like I said, how is he eating ice cream with his hand buried in his pocket, right? That doesn't make sense. But this right here, down at the bottom, you see that? Here's a close-up of it. See that right there? Huh. What is that? Oh, it looks like one of those theatrical bruise kits, where you apply bruises. You don't hide them, you apply them. Interesting deduction. Yeah. Healthy Gaming, thanks for 5. Super chat, not allowing my age puns. Oh, but have money anyway. Yeah, they've been kinda, they like to lean on it, sadly. Phantasmic Oracle, thanks for the 2. Morning Tug, new video is up. I'll definitely have to check it out after the stream. Thanks for you do. I appreciate you, fan. You've been around forever. Appreciate you. K-Buck85, thanks for the 5. Have you seen the video of Manson's assistant talking about Thanksgiving? Yeah, yeah. I remember that video. It had been around for a bit, and then it's just one of those things that faded into the background for a while because people forgot about it, myself included. I'd forgotten about it. And then you had discussion about it, and you not only had discussion about it, but you had the lineage of it, I suppose is a good word. You had, where it came from, what's going on with it. Now that, because that really pointed stuff out. Let's go. Thanks for 5. We'll be late to work. Hi from Australia. Keep up the good work. Go, Johnny. Indeed. Indeed. Be careful with work. Make sure get your life stuff done too. Mama, thanks for the 5. Hi from Australia. Love your work. Hey, love all you being here. Appreciate you. We're almost up to 260,000 subscribers. That's nuts. Nuts, nuts, nuts. Man, thanks for the 5. Tug, check your email. Subject line Johnny Depp. Scammer heard show bag. We had a Justice for Johnny marathon. I made show bags. Hey, I'll check that out for sure then. I'll have to check that out for sure. God, there's so many. It's so hard to find like anything online with there's so many people talking about it, which is it's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing how much traction this has been getting now. It's kind of amazing looking at the lines that have formed around this, like seeing people trying to get into. I mean, just like I said, it's amazing to see the level the level of support there. I was checking something. I was trying to see if any place had pre footage yet. Check your email. I've got about my email has about I'm gonna say 1,000 messages because I just can't keep up. So I check them as I can, but like there is no way I can keep up with the influx of them. So if you write, I will do my best to get to everything, and I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying, like if you write, I mean it is an insane influx of messages, and I have no, I'm not accustomed to that level of it. So I'm trying to get to what I can. Some of it is just like wow, it's a bunch. Let's see. KS, this came through PayPal. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate that. No statement on that, but plenty of statement. Thank you. YouTube does I swear to God, like they do anything to suppress this trial. Like they age restrict videos, which means nobody can find them anymore. I just had a video age restricted. The video that deals with the audio where Johnny Depp wanted police intervention. Oh, well, that needs to be age restricted. And it's like, okay. What about the trials then? Oh, wait. Well, the trials in the mainstream? Nah, that's okay. That's all good. Like I said, you get you get this wonderful feel about that. AJ, thanks for the 10 there through PayPal. Can you announce to people to either wear an all black t shirt or a JD t shirt the day of closing statements and or verdict day? Yeah, if you're at the courthouse now, you have different rules for that. But yeah, if you want to, that's what people have been talking about wearing all black or like a support t shirt. I think it's kind of an interesting idea just to show like how many people support the man. Because I mean, there's so much support out there. KT, thanks for the 5. Not true. We would not do that to JD's family. I mean, it just doesn't even make sense. Why would, yeah, JD supporters, they support him so much they would attack his family. I mean, what does that even mean? Those are AH bots. Awesome. Not a bot. Much love to you, Tug, for all you do. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Thank you for that. Lamware, thanks for the 18. Hiya, Tug. Peace, world, love, justice for Johnny. Please look at yourselves, people. This trial has certainly triggered me on so many levels, but I'm hopeful for positive changes worldwide. Go, Johnny. Yeah, the thing in this is that it can be a catalyst for very positive change. Like that's what you hope for. You hope that this leads to positive changes worldwide. Because if it the thing that led to a person having their life destroyed, that needs to be challenged. It needs to go away. It's become far too simple and easy to burn someone's life down, and it's become far too easy or simpler to to excuse that behavior. Annie T, thanks for the 50 there. Thank you for that. Thank you, Tug. A donation, not a pledge. Indeed. You know what's funny about the donation, not a pledge thing? She made a big deal out of it. Well, if you look at the CHLA, the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, they don't seem to work under the auspices that a pledge equals a donation. Like if a pledge is a donation, right? Then why exactly does, let me pull this up, this letter exist? I mean, if it just pledges or donations, right? Why is the CHLA? Why were they, that would be Children's Hospital. Why were they writing her and been like, yeah, that pledge that you made us, are you going to follow up? Because after the initial $100,000, you didn't give us anything. Weird, huh? I thought pledges were donations, though. Strange how that works, right? Strange how that works indeed. Oh, kills me like that. The lies. Like you ask any company, or any charity or whatever, like ask them about that. Ask them, hey, can I pledge $1 million but never fill it? Would you consider that the same thing? And they would, they would laugh at you or call you stupid. God knows, but they definitely have some things to say about that, and they wouldn't be nice things to say about that. You know what I mean? Let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm catching as many people as I can with this. How am I this morning? Oh, I'm doing good. Thank you, Naomi, for the 5 there. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing very good. I'm waking my brain up. You know, it's uh, getting on that for sure. It's been a fascinating few weeks. I mean, it has been a crazy, crazy few weeks, but it's been a fun few weeks too. Seeing everything that's happened about that, I think is good. And thanks for the 5 to do a mic drop. Love it. Indeed. Indeed. I like dropping that mic. Don Day, let's see. Oh, yeah, that's the cross thing. Thank you, Don Day. I actually caught that one. In 1 second, I'm catching up with the number there. Man, there's a lot of freaking like I said, I appreciate you. I just catching up here. Medusa, thanks for the 2. Thank you for being you, Tug. Hey, thank you for all of you being here and being yourselves. I appreciate that. Thank you. Anastasia, thanks for the 5. Tug, do you know how much we love and appreciate you on this shared roller coaster? Thousands of us have been on it with you. Oh, yeah, for sure. For Great Britain. Yeah, thank you. Like I said, thank you. And yeah, I I do. It's been a crazy, crazy ride. It has been. I can't even imagine. See, I say that just as a guy covering it. Like, can you imagine it from the depth side of things? Like, can you imagine what that guy has been through? Because that guy, I mean, dang, it's insane just from the coverage side. And that kills me, to think about. Again, Johnny Depp in this stuff, he's had support, thankfully, but man, I mean, along with that, he has had one of the most insane rides. I'm looking for the best coverage place today. There's one. I'm looking for the places that do a good job with coverage. I'll turn down the mic inputs and stuff when we get going, and it'll be louder. I'll turn my mic input down to 2. That's as low as I can get it. If it sounds loud, I swing my mic all the way away from me. Their volume, the court volumes are terrible. So when you magnify the sound, you magnify all sound. Unfortunately, it's been a learning lesson on that too. I've never had to work with sound magnification online, so that's been nuts. And thanks for the 5. Men Too is trending on Twitter. There's so much discussion on this issue right now. It's beautiful to see the silver lining at the end. Yeah, I really would like to, that a win on that would be amazing because then it would keep it pushed, it keep it going. And but regardless, even if there's not a court win, I tell people to temper their resolve, because you don't know how this stuff will end. I'm not going to be pessimistic. I'm not going to be optimistic, and I'm just being realistic. I don't want to sound negative in that for sure because it is. Raquel, not Raquel. Thanks for the vibe. Yeah, hey, Tug. Did you get the email about the painting? Not impressed. I put on pause. I'm going nuts. I'll have to check. Like I said, it's been flooded. If I pause at all, I don't. I get behind on them, so I'll have to see. Yeah. Uh, Princess Smiley Face. Thanks for the vibe. Hey, Tug. My mom and I listened and watch you. My mom for my birthday, bought me a mega pint cup. That's awesome. Love it. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Hey, props to you and your mom. Appreciate you, Princess Smiley Face. Appreciate your mom too. Appreciate all you folks that tune in. Like I said, you make channels work. That's what places like Warner Brothers forgot. In this insanity, they absolutely set aside the idea that you make this stuff work. And that's their bad, you know. That is absolutely their bad. And I kinda find it funny, just to be honest, because, they could have they could have made a fortune if they would have kept I if they would have backed Depp, or they would have just listened, listened to what was said, listen to proof, facts, not feels. If they would have gone with that, you know how much money they would be sitting on right now? It'd be like Dior. You know how much money Dior made? I mean, again, them standing with him as a sponsor, they made a product that, as a men's product, it became the number 1 seller in the world. That has never happened, ever, and that's because all they did was keep up with their obligations. They had promised they were gonna do a specific thing, and they did. They kept up with it, and I think that's absolutely amazing. Like, all you have to do is do what you promise to do. Again, not dump somebody on their face, and more than that, they said we were worried about brand damage, and yet, I mean, look at it. Stephanie Thompson, if I miss anybody, by the way, if I miss your super chat right here, we go back at throughout, we hit them, so I will definitely hit all of you as we go through. I like seeing all the questions and everything. Like, again, I don't know everything on it, but I know a lot about the case. I feel like 70 times. Thanks for Thompson. Thanks for the $20 super chat. No statement attached to it, but plenty of statement in the backing. Thank you. Stella, what's up? Thanks for the 10 there. Hey, Tug, can I donate 10? Then just pay $1 for the next 10 months like a mortgage, you know? Indeed, indeed. It's crazy. Like, when you see her talk about this stuff, it's crazy because she made such a big deal out of it. It's not she named them public, like, even naming the charities, but, like, for myself, like, one of the things I don't do for our local charities, I don't name the charities because people will bother them, they'll look into and investigate, but if you're talking $7,000,000, like, I guess if you're gonna brag openly, again, it's not like saying, "I wanna do good." There's a difference in her statement. Like a judge said, she wasn't saying, "I wanna do good." She was saying, "I'm using this because this man did this horrible stuff to me." Like, a judge took her to task for it. I covered that in a live stream, but I'm gonna put that in a video, I think, as well, because I think it's actually, a very pertinent discussion, to put in. I mean, really, how many times do you see a judge going to town on them? That's nuts. So look, like, check this out. So I had a video that was set to age restricted and confirmed appropriate for, um, as not appropriate for advertisers. I didn't ask them to confirm it. They actually let it through, and then just this morning, they were like, "Nope, nope, nope, got too much attention, gotta shut it down." Fucking YouTube. Excuse my wording there, but I mean, they irritate me with this stuff. Oh, can't get that audio out there. Can't tell everybody what happened. They did that to Incredibly Average's videos. That's why, people found them at the beginning, and people find them now because everyone talks about them, but they wouldn't find them in this current setup. You wouldn't be able to find anything that he talks about. There's just no way. It's just nuts. They still haven't reviewed the, Greg Ellis, um, live stream where Greg Ellis talks about it. Let's see. So, in dispute right now, we have check this out too. Listen to this. In dispute right now, that would be with copyright claims. That would be places like TMZ or TMZ has been one of them, and the James Corden Show has been one of them. We have 6 live streams in dispute because I am not giving them anything. Like they come in and they're like, "Oh, well, that's our content." No, it's not your content. You you don't own that. It's not your content. You don't own it. Stay off of it. But the James Corden show, the James Corden show has been flagging all content, trying to keep people from talk. Oh, the okay, the trial just live. Here, give me a second while we set up. Gotta make sure we get set. Well, no sound yet, so it hasn't. Again, if you see it go live, it's all good. It's all gravy, baby. Make sure everything's situated correctly. Excuse me, I'm getting my feed there situated. We have to volume boost too. It's nuts seeing how this trial has gone and shown the world the absolute just disaster that her case has been. Like her case is nothing more. God, look at that. Look at that. It's trying to make mud quality. Come on. There we go. You see that? It's like, while you're at it, why don't you watch it in mud quality? I'm like, no, thanks. I don't want to watch that in mud quality. I want to watch it in real quality. Like, it's kind of, come on, man. Do that every day, every time. It's like, here, we're going to start broadcasting in dirt poor quality. Some days the quality is dirt poor. Some days the image is very awful, but other days, you can actually, I don't know, see the human beings there. Wait a second there. Like Depp, after so many days, he went with the ponytail approach, which was, I think it's been a good look for him. I swear to God, there's always something like it muted itself. Look at that. Look, it's trying to mute itself now. There you go. There's no sound, but still, it's like, come on, man. Yeah, like, give me a break. If you would tell everybody we're live today, though. Oh man, look at her over there, man. She looks like every time she just looks like, I don't know, Satan incarnate over there. Satan. Oh wait, she's laughing. Oh my God, I thought she couldn't laugh. I thought it was so traumatic. Everything. It's funny how the trauma only lasted one day, and then she looked terrible. Oh look, there he's cutting up with Johnny Depp's cutting up with the the court stenographer. That's smart. Like make everyone see who you are. And remember, this isn't just it's a public trial. And when you think about that, I mean, you are quite literally on trial by the public. The public is looking at you, and they're trying to the unfair thing about this is what Amber Heard created, is that she put him on trial. She made sure that he would be somebody that we looked at as guilty. You know?
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Do we have any preliminary matters?
We have some exhibits to hand
Oh,
out.
that would be fantastic. That would make Jamie's day.
Give me a second. I'm going to try something new out today. So I'm going to see if we can just boost the audio on one particular setting. You know?
All right, we ready for the jury then? Yes. Okay.
Here, tell me something. Did that boost their audio and not boost my audio? The way that I set that up. I'm trying a new extension out today. Did that boost their sound and make me really... Yes. Well, I went through 16 different, there's a brand new app out there that doesn't just boost all sound, it boosts channel sounds. And I'm able to push it through my channel. That way, when I talk, I'm not blowing your eardrums out. You know. Boo-hoo.
Good morning, ladies.
Yeah, I lowered mine.
Have a seat.
I don't want mine
Your
being
next
louder than
witness.
theirs.
Your Honor, Amber calls Dr. Richard Moore.
All right, Dr. Moore.
Oh, wow. She's going to waste more of her time on somebody that proves nothing. That's going to be awesome. Way to go, Amber. Live witness, though.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and the penalty of law?
Look at his shoe. He doesn't have socks on. Did you notice that? He doesn't have socks on.
All right, yes, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your full name?
Richard Salter Moore Jr.,
Where do you work?
Emerge Ortho in Wilmington, North Carolina.
And what is your position there?
I'm a shareholder physician, orthopedic surgeon, practicing hand, upper extremity, microvascular surgery.
For how many years have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
So I completed my fellowship in 1997. So for 25 years.
And I believe that you mentioned this, but tell the jury what area of orthopedic surgery in which you specialize.
So I'm a orthopedic surgeon. I finished medical school, went to a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency. At the completion of my residency, I wanted to specialize in hand surgery. So I did an additional year of training specifically in hand and upper extremity surgery before starting practice in my first year as an attending.
He's going to testify about the hand
Where are
injury
you currently licensed?
not being
North
Amber
Carolina.
Heard.
For how long have you been licensed?
Since 1991 or 6. I think it was 1996 when I was licensed in North Carolina.
Beginning with your undergraduate studies, Dr. Moore, could you please tell the jury a bit about your educational background? I know you mentioned a little bit of it just now.
So I attended University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, graduated in 1987 with a BS in biology. I went on to medical school at UNC and graduated in 1991. I then went to the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia and did a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency there. And in 1996, I went to Duke University Medical Center and did a year fellowship in hand, upper extremity, and microvascular surgery. And on completion of my fellowship, I was invited to join the faculty, and my role was hand and trauma. And so I went to Los Angeles for about 6 months for a preceptorship in pelvic trauma, and then went back to Duke and practiced as a director of the orthopedic trauma service and a member of the hand, upper extremity, and microvascular reconstruction team until 2000 when I relocated to North Carolina.
So it's gonna be
Wilmington.
some random dude
And
telling you about
maintained
hand
an active
injuries.
clinical practice since
Y-
2000?
yes.
And before that, when you were at Duke, correct?
Yes.
Just very briefly, can you tell the jury what is a residency?
Residency is largely an apprenticeship. So when you finish medical school, you have a MD medical degree, but you really can't practice
Oh, Lord.
medicine.
Credentials.
And you take a tract of internal medicine or pediatrics or OBGYN or orthopedics, and then it's a graduated training program anywhere from 3 to 5 or 6 years.
And what's a fellowship?
And a fellowship is a year beyond training. When I completed my residency, had I chose to, I could have practiced as a general orthopedic surgeon, but I wanted to subspecialize, and therefore that required an additional year of training.
He can operate a scalpel, but not a comb.
And I believe you mentioned this, but your subspecialization was in the hand. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why did you choose to specialize in the hand?
Patient population, the types of problems we treat, and the anatomy is really the biggest reason I chose it. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's really pretty beautiful anatomy.
And let's talk about that anatomy. There's bones in the hand, right?
Correct.
And then there's tissue and blood vessels, right?
Objection
That's correct.
leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yep, that's correct.
And what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
It's called lying on the stand.
Well, that would be hand surgery. I mean, there are different components of it. There's trauma where we do repairs of tendons or blood vessels. There's a microvascular element where we repair injured nerves. In my practice at Duke, I was on the replant team, and so we would do replantations when digits were cut off. We would try to reattach the bones and tendons and nerves and vessels to reattach the digits, and hopefully I'm survive.
And have you performed surgeries of that nature?
Yes.
When you perform surgeries of that nature, what assessment do you make of the cause of those injuries?
So cause is a big element. It's an important element to appreciate because it can impact management in a lot of those settings. You know, there's a difference between a laceration caused by a razor blade and a laceration caused by, say, a serrated knife. There's a larger zone of injury. So what we anticipate having to manage is based on how the injury was created. There's also other elements, contamination. You know, farmyard injuries are totally different than clean injuries, and kitchen injuries with raw chicken are totally different than some other settings. And so
What does
it
that have to
does
do with
play a
anything?
large role in management.
After your fellowship at Duke University, I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor. And so I was in charge of teaching residents and fellows. I was the director of the orthopedic trauma service, and I was on the hand call team in addition.
Have you had academic appointments at any universities other than Duke?
I have a adjunct assistant professor appointment at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which has affiliated training programs in the center where I practice now.
Have you held any leadership positions in your field?
I've been an officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgeons of the Hand, the Duke Hand Club or Society now. I'm a member of the American Society of Surgery of the Hand, of the Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgery, and of the American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
Are the majority of your surgeries hand surgeries?
Yes.
How many hand surgeries, ballpark, would you say you've performed in your career?
Over 25 years, thousands.
Have you seen finger injuries similar to the ones sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Oh, well,
Have
you didn't see it
evaluated
yourself, though,
injuries
right?
like that?
Yes.
Have you treated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you operated on fingers that looked like that?
Yes.
How many times? Ballpark.
Hundreds, if not more.
What does it mean to be board certified in your field?
So board certification is a process that that you pursue after you complete training. So at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training, after residency, we took a written examination. And if you passed the written examination, you had to practice for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you submitted a list of cases over 6 months to the board, and they picked 12 cases, and then you gathered up 10 and went to Chicago and had an oral examination based on those cases. And if you passed the oral examination, then you were board certified.
And your board certification is in what?
Orthopedic surgery.
What is a certificate of added qualification?
So in the event that you elect to do a fellowship and subspecialize, hand surgery is one of the specialties that you can apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so once I was board certified, I practiced for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases and take a written
You're
examination.
qualifying
become
him for
certified
as an
in
expert.
hand
That's
surgery.
what all the blather is about. He's going to be getting expert, I'm sure.
Do you teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Occasionally, on occasion, yes.
When was the last time you did so?
Day before yesterday.
Tell the jury about that.
I was over the weekend. I went to Miami to serve as faculty for a course, bioskills course we call it, on shoulder and wrist surgery. And
Who cares?
surgeons come in and we have case presentations and panels, and then they had a cadaver lab, and we were able to allow them to perform the surgery in cadavers
Nice.
to become familiar with the.
Oh, you worked on a dead body, so Johnny Depp's hand.
Have you published
Awesome.
in your field
I have.
in peer-reviewed literature?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery and specifically hand surgery and injuries to the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved. Yes, sir.
Dr. Moore, now we get to talk about this case. At our request, what have you reviewed? Just general categories of information have you reviewed at our request in this case?
Why did you ask
So,
Johnny Depp's actual
A
surgery?
tremendous amount of material. I reviewed the video deposition and trial testimony of Mr. Depp regarding the injury, the medical records from Australia, the photographs of the injury from Australia and Los Angeles, texts and emails, the deposition of Dr. Kipper.
Did you, re-
And I'm
did you
sure
review the
there's
audio?
more.
Did you review the audio from Australia?
And when you reviewed the deposition of Mr. Depp, was that just in paper form?
It was a video deposition.
And so what did you review of that deposition?
The section where he describes the injury.
And did you see a video of him describing it?
I did.
And you watched the testimony from this trial of him describing it?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some texts as well. What are those?
What's a text?
There were communications amongst
Text or
Mr.
communications?
Depp and his physician and others.
And what did you specifically review in those texts relating to the finger injury?
Well, with relation to the finger, there was a text where he had stated he cut his finger off.
Now, Dr. Moore, I'm going to ask you some questions about this case regarding the opinions that you formed relating to Mr. Depp's finger injury. When I ask you those questions, do you agree to answer my questions to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And do you agree to advise the jury and the court if you are not answering any of them to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
No.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
No.
And what is the basis for that opinion?
Well, the medical data is inconclusive.
Johnny Depp's like lying
not
piece of
consistent
garbage.
with what we see in the described injury pattern or in the clinical photographs. And there are several elements. There's you know, the description was of the hand being flat on a bar and the bottle crushing the finger from the top. But looking at the images, there's really no significant injury to the dorsum of the finger, and to create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
Can I stop you there and just
Sure.
just break down a few things? You said the hand resting flat on the bar. Can you show the jury what direction the hand was resting based on the documents you've reviewed?
I think that the demonstration was with the hand flat like this.
That's not what he said, dude.
Across and maybe even curled over the edge of the bar like this.
Which
He
side was facing?
That was
upward?
not
Which
how
side?
he showed that.
Back of the hand, or we call it the dorsal surface of the hand, was up.
Doctor, if you could get closer to the microphone.
Oh,
I'd just appreciate it.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
So you referred to the back of the hand as the dorsal side of the hand. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Sort of like the dorsal fin on a shark.
Correct.
Fair. And
Johnny Depp's like, this
what
is
is
crap.
the other side of the hand called?
The palmar surface.
Palmar? Okay. So what direction was Mr. Depp's hand resting on the bar?
So the dorsal side was up, which with the descripted mechanism of injury or the injury, the bottle would have struck the top of the finger at the fingernail.
And you also mentioned a term that I'd like you to explain to the jury, crush injury, please.
So with review of the images and the x-rays, I mean, this was a crush injury. That would generate the findings clinically on x-ray that we saw. The fracture is a, we call it comminuted, and the tip of the finger is in multiple splinters. So there are multiple fragments, and typically you see that with a crush type injury.
So a comminuted fracture is one where there's multiple fragments of bone.
That's correct.
And what was the basis, other than what you've read and heard, but from the pictures, what was the basis of your opinion that the hand was resting palmar side down?
Well, that was the way the injury was described and demonstrated in the videos. And so in that position where the bottle to strike the finger the way it was described, it would have struck on the nail. And the nail was really not injured. And so that's not consistent with that pattern of injury.
Michelle, could I get you to pull up exhibit DX 369, page 26? Your Honor, this is admitted. Ask for permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Moore, is this one of the images that you reviewed?
Yes.
Tell us in relation to your expert opinion on the cause of Mr. Depp's injury. Tell us what you see in this picture, please.
So this is it looks like an avulsion type injury.
Oh, that's going to help
where
Amber,
tissue's
right?
actually pulled or pinched away. I think what's important in this picture is that the tissue loss is on the palmar aspect from underneath the finger rather than all transversely in the finger, which you would anticipate if the bottle struck the finger. You would expect more of this level of injury rather than isolated to the palmar aspect.
And what do you notice about the condition of the fingernail in this picture?
So from this image, the fingernail appears to be intact. You can't necessarily see the entire nail, but there are other images that have a better profile of that. And the nail's not elevated. There's no subungual hematoma beneath it, or there's no bruise underneath it. Anyone that's ever stuck their finger in a drawer or caught it in a car door or hit it with a hammer knows that almost immediately there's typically bleeding underneath the nail, which creates this hematoma.
So, not being a doctor, I'm going to try to summarize what you just said. Are you saying that in an injury like this, if something had come from the top, that there would be an immediate impact to the fingernail bed?
That's correct.
Michelle, could you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 144? Your Honor, this has been admitted as well.
really smart putting that image into the jury's mind and the public's mind because they see how gruesome that picture is.
Dr. Moore, I believe you mentioned just a few
It's
minutes ago that
gross.
there were
They're gonna
other
think,
pictures
man,
that
Amber
showed,
did that. Oh
uh,
God.
more of the nail. Is this one of those pictures?
Yes.
And explain to the jury again, and I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this photo, but it's important that the jury understands the basis for your opinion that a bottle couldn't have caused this coming in from above.
Yeah, again, the mechanism described would have almost certainly led to severe nail injury. You know, I see no subungual hematoma. Again, it's a palmar tissue loss, and the loss is from distal to proximal, which is from the tip back far below the nail. And so for it to create that tissue loss down there, there would almost certainly have to be injury dorsally with that described mechanism.
So what you're saying is that something coming from the top could not have left the nail intact and yet caused injury from the tip of the finger underneath the nail.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
You can answer.
So I believe that with the mechanism described, that if the bottle struck the nail, there would have certainly been an injury to the nail bed. And in order for the soft tissue injury to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as well.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
Now, we mentioned the term crush injury a few minutes ago. I'd like to show you DX360, please. And Your Honor, this is, we won't publish this at this time. Is this a document that you reviewed in connection with your expert opinion in this case?
Yes.
And Michelle, if you can please go to pages, I believe they're 5 and 6. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish these as a demonstrative to the jury.
Just page 5 and 6.
Sorry.
If a female had an
09
injury
and
like
10.
that, could you imagine the
2
uproar?
pages.
Could you imagine this line of questioning? If Amber Heard had an injury like this,
Plaintiff can see it. Okay,
could
any
you
objection to it?
No
imagine
objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 09
the
and
reaction
10
to it?
Published.
Dr. Moore, what are these pictures of?
So these are x-rays of the injured digit.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain to the jury what you see.
So these are two views. So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, one in the plane looking through the finger sideways. And you can see that the tuft or the tip of the finger, the last bone in the finger called the distal phalanx, is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone. And there's also a transverse fracture at that level, which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen a comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the x-rays. I mean, I think that could create a fracture, but in this setting, it wouldn't create a fracture.
Oh, he had to add a caveat. You like
without the
that?
associated
Well, yeah, I've seen it, but
other injuries that we would anticipate.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that have typically caused it?
So crush mechanisms could be slammed in a drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing surfaces could create this type.
Oh, you mean a plastic phone, really?
In the statements of Mr. Depp that you reviewed, how did he describe what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe he said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded near his finger in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see in the documents that you have reviewed?
Well, I think that the physicians did a good job of documenting the presentation, the appearance of the wound. They did not document the presence of any glass shards
Did they document plastic
And
in
there were
there?
no other associated injuries elsewhere on the hand.
Was there plastic from
And-
slamming a phone?
We just want to step back for 1 minute. Michelle, can you pull up the next page of the X-ray here? Thank you. And Dr. Moore, just before we move on from X-rays, can you? I know that this when it's blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry, but can you point out or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are in the finger?
So they're in the very tip. If you see the joint, and then there's what we call the transverse fracture, which is across the middle of the bone in the same plane as the joint, and then the multiple fragments are in the tuft. With a Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true X-ray.
You can take that down, please, Michelle. Thank you. So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation consistent with the explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion like that, where there's multiple fragments, the tip of the fingers cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Did you review the documentation in the medical records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What about any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
So he's saying there have been, but
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
And because there's been talk of a glass explosion, Dr. Moore, there's seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass may have sliced off the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
No, this wound doesn't really appear to be a sharp glass laceration.
You referred earlier to an avulsion, which is a term I had never heard before. Your opinion in this case. Explain to the jury what that is, please.
So often with crush injuries and we'll see tissue loss that we call an avulsion, or where the tissue's actually pinched or pulled away rather than sliced or cut. It's not uncommon with crush injuries to see that.
could it be a crush injury
In
isn't
your
a bottle
decades of practice,
crushing your
Dr. Moore, have
finger
you ever seen an
against a
avulsion
wall?
injury with a partial amputation that results from an object thrown from the top of the finger in the way that Mr. Depp describes?
No, again, I think that the description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369 at page 12? This has been admitted, Your Honor.
Isn't that a crush injury though? Okay, you have a bottle, it hits a finger, it smushes it all, it takes your finger off on the wall.
Dr. Moore, you said you've treated thousands of hand injuries over the course of your career, correct?
Correct.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So we describe that as a
Objection, calls for speculation.
The picture just changed.
Sorry, page 12, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So that's a plaster
I'm sorry.
splint.
Overruled the objection.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I'm sorry, please tell the jury what that is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint. A half a cast is how I sometimes describe it to patients, and it provides stability for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster of Paris? It hardens like a cast does.
Dr. Moore, does Mr. Depp's description of how his finger became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right,
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
He's supposedly going to
Cross-examination.
beat Amber Heard with that thing on his hand. You know, like that ain't going to hurt him with MRSA in his finger. Yeah. All right. Take him apart.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No, his description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
Isn't it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
Well, even hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable.
That's
to
not
the-
my question, Dr. Moore. My question is, isn't it true that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
Yes.
And in fact, you knew that
Oops.
when you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that as I demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had said they were slightly curled over, I think was the description that I gave.
Your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He clearly indicated they were curled. Or could have been curled.
Overruled.
So that's a distinction that perhaps I misstated in one of the two descriptions. However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
Isn't it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
And you consider that in rendering your opinions today, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour,
That's correct.
and you were deposed in this action for several hours on
$1,000 an
March
hour.
22nd,
Wow.
2022.
I'm in the wrong
That's
thing.
correct.
And your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day.
That's correct.
Wow.
You were retained in this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and the available medical records for review.
But you weren't in Australia
I
with
was-
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
I was
correct?
not in Australia. No.
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained.
Correct.
You also never personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with this finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped between 2 opposing firm surfaces, yes?
Yes.
And a crush injury to a finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger, yes?
Well, I can't determine exactly what what object did it. I think that I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the
I
appearance of the
understand
injury.
that.
And
My
I think
question is just very specific. You can't determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
it's a little bit more of a non-specific answer. I mean, again, I can't determine the exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely that it was sustained in the manner described.
A bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
So you can't rule
Exactly.
out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's injury.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
You can't rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, a simple knife laceration wouldn't impart the injury to the distal phalanx to result in the comedy fracture. Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes,
And you were under oath, correct?
correct,
All right. And that was on March 22nd, 2022. Yes?
correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
It's going to give him something that I guess probably contradicts what he just said. Again, what I don't understand in here is they're saying the bottle chopped his finger off like glass. It couldn't be just a crushing injury that took it. Like, do we have to have a piece?
Dr.
You know-
Moore, may I please have you go to page 163 of your deposition? Specifically line 17.
You tear him up, Camille. Wreck that fool.
163. Actually, apologies, 164. Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmer said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Your Honor,
But
I would object as to the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect.
Yeah,
I'll
as
overrule the
well as the
objection.
paragraph above.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you, though. So you can't rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's your testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, but again, I can't say. I mean, I think that it's quite likely that the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern.
But
You
she
know,
didn't
the
say that.
hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door's pushed,
But
and the
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the fingers.
I understand that. But
But
my
I-
question is,
I think it's important that they understand that.
He's just
this
running
is
his
the
mouth.
time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you and ask you questions on redirect. Right now, let's try my question.
Okay.
You can't
Oh,
definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers.
you
Yes
tell
or
him,
no?
Camille.
No.
In conducting your analysis of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
Spicy.
Well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean, did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the
No,
alleged.
that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact position of his finger at the time of the injury. Yes?
Yes,
And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him. Yes?
no, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
But his hand stayed still, according to your analysis. Yes?
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient. Yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
In forming your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp,
May we approach?
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Rottenborn doesn't like their witness getting, oh, she got spicy there. I like it. I like when Camille gets all spicy on these fools, you know? They don't like it when somebody stops being nice and they actually just start throwing elbows into them. They start impeaching their testimony. Because again, Johnny Depp isn't saying that a piece of glass chopped my finger off. That's not the statement. He's saying she threw a bottle, it came in at an odd angle, it caught my finger between a wall and the object, therefore it crushed my finger off. The glass in the injury makes no sense because he says the bottle shatters afterward. Crushing injury. Oops.
let's start over because it's important the jury hears this. So in forming your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him?
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition available.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I think that was Ben King who found it, actually.
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
Oh.
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area either.
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Correct.
If we could please pull up Defendants Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence. And it may be published, please.
I just don't have it yet.
That would help.
Yes.
That's
I just have a blank screen at the moment.
that's
There we go. Oh, sorry, sorry.
yeah, Ben King
there's one.
backed up the story.
Have you ever seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
No.
So you're not aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Defendants Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence?
Oh,
Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Do you see the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this evidence in rendering your opinion about how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, did you?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
All right,
you.
Redirect.
interesting.
Yes, sir.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1817 that was just shown to the witness, please?
Get up there, Rottenberg. Get mad.
And can you blow up that what Ms. Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please? Dr. Moore, what based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
And what size bottle, if to the extent that's even a bottle, what size does that appear to be to you?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Does that appear to be a handle?
It is.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
You can take that down. Dr. Moore, Ms. Vasquez just asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony. And she said, is that where she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that the finger was severed from a vodka bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do
is-
remember that question.
Yes, thank you. Is that consistent, that alleged account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp and Dr. Kipper?
No.
And what did those texts say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury how Mr. Depp's account of injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with the photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Did Amber Heard say that he did
so,
that?
Again, we tend to try to believe patients. We hope that they come in with an honest history initially, and that's a reasonable mechanism for this to have occurred. And again, if you picture your hand up with either a closure of a hinge or a closure of a door, the palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes, it could be slightly off center. It would pinch that tissue away in a similar fashion, but because it's below the level of the nail bed, it could create this injury with the fracture, the tissue loss, and preserve the nail bed.
Can you look at page 164 of your deposition, the one that Ms. Vasquez just showed you?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor, she only,
Oh, overruled.
thank you. Ms. Vasquez asked you a question and then she read your answer, trying to impeach you, but she only read half of the answer. So I'm going to read the whole answer to the jury, and I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your answer right. Okay. The question is on page 164, line 4, but you can't rule it out completely, right? And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off and didn't let you finish.
I don't think that's in the transcript. Objection.
I'll sustain that.
The rest of your answer that she didn't read to you, Dr. Moore, is the question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
No.
Do they have to
I
pay
have
you
nothing
1,000?
further. Thank you.
Do they need to
Dr.
pay you
Thank you. All right, Dr.
$1,000
Moore,
to
you're
review
free to
it
go, or you
first?
can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you. All right, thank you. All right, your next witness,
Your Honor, we'd like to call Dr. David Spiegel.
Dr. Spiegel.
Yeah, burn that time, Camille. You burn all that time. Let's just watch them burn that. I mean, that's all they're doing. They got 8
All right,
hours
that's
left,
fine. Yes,
and they're
sir.
burning it on. They're going to burn it on hand experts and just ridiculous nonsense that doesn't add to their story of abuse. Like I said, smart moves. So Camille Camille fired him up. I thought that was pretty funny. I thought she did a good job. In fact, I think she should be the voice of the team. I think she should take on every one of these idiots because she has an aggressive nature. Yeah, she does the same thing that I liked about people like Adam Waldman. I like how the expert has to park himself back over there and just stand by the way. He's like, why did I have to stand up? Camilla looks so crazy, dude. She does. She looks crazy. So the whole idea, though, like I said, he didn't say that his finger was cut off by a piece of glass. He said it was crushed against that bar. A glass bottle came in and it shattered afterward. What they should be asking too, you notice they avoided her scenario like the plague. She said he destroyed a plastic phone with his hand and that chopped off the finger. They didn't bring that up at all, did they? And they also didn't bring up the fact that they didn't find any plastic in that wound, did they? Well, I wonder. So what's a more likely scenario? That the bottle that hasn't shattered leaves glass in your finger, or that a phone that you're destroying with your hand would embed plastic there? Again, they avoided that like the plague. The doctor even came in and said, no, it was probably an accordion door. That makes sense. That was a cover story, but she disputes that. He disputes that. So again, the only person that is testifying to the notion that an accordion door was used at all is freaking is the expert that they pay $1,000 an hour to look over documents and $5,000 a day to give testimony. I mean, that's nuts. That is absolutely nuts. Camille, like look at her. She's always looking for something to complain about. The judge, look at the judge's face. The judge is like, she looks so sick of these people. I mean, it's hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. I keep calling her Camille. It's Elaine anyway. It doesn't matter. I know. I keep calling her. Oh, it's an early day. They've driven me insane too. I don't know. Yes, it's Elaine. I need to just call her Cat Lady. It makes my brain easier to do. I've got Camille on the brain. She went in there and burned them down so hard that it got her name embedded in my head. I know, poor Camille. I'm sorry, Camille. Accept my apology. I would sing it to you right now, but you know. Oh my God. Cat Lady Boy, she's fired up though. Look at her. I expect her to just like attack Ben Chew one day, like, she's like, I'm not attacking him, I'm giving him the Heimlich. You're like, no, get away from me. She's so hungry. The judge is like, thank God she got away from the bench. The judge is not. Does she look happy in any way? Because every time I see her, she looks like miserable. The judge is not happy. Has Depp testified yet? No, not yet. They keep saying they're going to bring him back in. I wonder if they're going to wake up and decide that that's a stupid idea. Oh, look. Camille's huddling over there. God, I would hate for her to be up in my face like that. What do you think Camille smells like? because I keep saying Camille, but I mean Elaine. What do you think Elaine smells like? I'm not saying by name anymore. I'm gonna say cat lady because my brain won't translate today. I see Camille down at the bottom, and my brain just keeps going to that. I wonder what Elaine smells like. What do you think? Think she smells like cat toys? Amica? Do you think she smells like loneliness and broken dreams?
Thank you. All right.
Hatred, desperation?
The doctor can be sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully.
Camille smells like justice. Yeah, exactly. Camille probably smells a little like justice. I mean, see, Elaine doesn't look like she takes care of herself. She looks like she's worn down, like this has broken her spirit. And Camille looks like she's good to go every day. It's funny.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please tell the jury your full name and business address?
David R. Spiegel. I'm a physician. I work at 825 Fairfax Avenue in Norfolk, Virginia, as part of the Eastern Virginia Medical School.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician psychiatrist.
And where do you work? Do you work at?
I work at Eastern Virginia. I'm employed by Eastern Virginia Medical School, but I also work at Norfolk General Hospital, which is a teaching hospital in Norfolk.
How many years have you been practicing as a psychiatrist?
I entered residency in 1989. I graduated residency in 1993. So from 1993 to today, I've been physician practicing.
So that's almost 30
That's
years?
30 years, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please describe for the jury the nature of your clinical practice.
So my clinical practice is comprised of both inpatient care at Norfolk General Hospital, as well as my outpatient practice at Eastern Virginia Medical School. About 85 to 90% of my day is clinical between the two components.
And what is involved in a comprehensive evaluation?
So in a comprehensive evaluation, in addition to reviewing the historical information that you receive from collateral other sources, you undertake a history from the patient. You get, whether it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of the physical exam, where you're actually giving a description of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc. Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis, describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with a treatment plan.
How many patients have you treated over the 30 years?
Quite a lot, probably in the tens of thousands.
And how many patients do you regularly see?
So inpatient is generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatients, probably 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work is divided between consultation, psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about that, as well as working on the inpatient service. So we'll talk about that.
What, if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call, which is on either a Saturday or a Sunday meeting, I have to be in the hospital and around. That's probably an additional 35 plus patients.
How frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice. And so probably 3/4 of my patients have substance abuse problems.
Does this include both legal and illegal drugs?
Yes. Put them both together, probably 75%.
And how frequently do you treat patients who have suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse on their brains and personal interactions with others?
Yes, substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, behavior, cognition, meaning attention, concentration, memory, ability to control your behavior, as well as your overall level of functioning. It can affect it in the short term, such as alcoholic blackouts. It can affect it by causing stroke, such as stimulants can. And so at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy list of what substance abuse can do to the human brain.
Dr. Spiegel, how frequently have you treated patients who have suffered intimate partner violence?
Again, it's very unfortunate that probably 50% of my patients suffer from trauma. If I had to guess of those 50%, probably 25% of my practice is people who have suffered intimate partner violence.
And how consistent is that with the national average?
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study, of women have complained, have reported intimate partner violence.
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
So again, in the outpatient setting, I don't see it quite as much, but in the inpatient setting, again, it's a really relative common phenomenon that I will see perpetrators of partner violence. And, you know, they're patients who need treatment too.
And overall, how many patients have you treated who have been perpetrators of intimate partner violence?
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Probably 5 to 10% of the patients I do is perpetrators.
And would you say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Yes.
And leading.
Overruled.
Thank you. As part of treating patients relating to intimate partner violence, do you regularly evaluate these patients?
Do I regularly evaluate the patient?
Evaluate the patient.
Oh, yes. Yes, regularly. I mean, they get the same comprehensive evaluation that I described before.
Are you licensed in Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you first become licensed in Virginia?
1993.
Have you been qualified by courts as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
In how many states have you been qualified as an expert?
3, which would be Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina.
Dr. Spiegel, can you please review for the jury your educational background, beginning with your undergraduate studies?
So I went to Duke University undergrad. I went to medical school at the State University of New York Health Science Center in Brooklyn, formerly known as Downstate Medical Center. I did my internship and residency between Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and Penn State Hershey Medical Center.
And
I'm also fellowship board certified in consultation liaison psychiatry.
okay. And where did you do your residency and your internships?
So I did my residency for Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
Okay. And what is your current title and position?
So I am in the acting chair, endowed chair, and professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified in?
General adult psychiatry and consultation liaison psychiatry is a subspecialty.
Okay. So you have 2 board certifications.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what's involved in board certifications in those 2 fields?
So board certification is the standard we strive to in being a physician or any other mental health practitioner. It involves taking a very comprehensive test at the beginning of your career to initiate board certification. Then you get tested again every 10 years. Then you have to go through continual medical education throughout the entire period. You have to do what's called performance in practice, which is basically ways to improve things in your practice. And again, this occurs always throughout the years.
Now, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Oh my God, the
Yes, I am.
reviews on this guy,
Tell the
Member
jury.
of the American Psychiatric Association.
the reviews on this
as
guy are
well as the fellow
insane.
Of the American Psychiatric Association. I'm a member of the Medical Society of Virginia, I'm a member of the Psychiatric Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Tidewater Academy of Psychiatry, and I'm a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Teaching, oh yeah.
Teaching, yes.
So yes, so teaching is a daily occurrence as part of my job when I do my inpatient rounds. Residents, medical students, physician assistant students are assigned. So we round together and there's teaching with every single encounter. In addition to that, I teach lectures to the residents, to the third, second, and first year medical students, as well as a fourth year medical student lecture as well. So I'm constantly teaching.
Have you engaged in any hands-on training of psychiatrists practicing in Virginia
Hands-on training with the residents?
with psychiatrists?
Oh, yeah. So again, I'm teaching at bedside. I mean, we don't speak in front of the patient, obviously, but I'm teaching at bedside, meaning after we see a patient, we discuss the important points to learn. And again, that includes residents at every level. That includes medical students, third, second, and first year physician assistant students. So
He's accused
every
of
day
driving
is
a patient
teaching
to suicide
explanation session
on his
to,
reviews.
students and residents.
I'm going to post it on my
What
Twitter
is your
account.
role at Eastern Virginia Medical School as the acting chair? Please tell the jury what that means.
So as the acting chair, you are not only accountable for your own practice, but you are accountable for your faculty members' practices. So I have to make sure that everyone is treating, seeing, evaluating a certain number of patients. I have responsible for their academic requirements. So in terms of publishing, et cetera, I'm responsible for their teaching assignments to other residents, to other students. I'm responsible for fiscally that they are accountable to their fiscal productivity. So I know a heck of a lot of other administrative meetings that I go to.
Have you published in your field?
To the tune of about 80 manuscripts, and I have my own book on catatonia and the consultation liaison setting. I have a book chapter on the current and current and contemporary approaches temporomandibular disease, at least the psychiatric portion. I'm also in a dissociative identity disorders chapter on a wiki book.
And have you peer-reviewed literature?
Yes, so I'm a reviewer on. I've served as a reviewer on Lancet. I've served as a reviewer as innovations in clinical neuroscience. I've served on reviewer for clinical neuropharmacology, and I'm actually editor-in-chief of, at this point, of clinical neuropharmacology.
Have you lectured on the effects of drugs and alcohol on the human brain?
Yes, I teach to the residents. I teach lecture to the second year medical students, third year medical students. So I am fully aware of not only what I teach, but what I see in the emergency room and the consultation and inpatient settings.
Have you published and lectured on the causes and effects of intimate partner abuse?
Yes, I've punctured, I believe, 2 articles on the effects of trauma, and in that trauma was intimate partner violence.
Are you familiar with the hallmarks of intimate partner violence?
He's scary looking.
Yes.
Are you
Actually
familiar
looks like
with
he has
what
alcohol
causes intimate
issues.
partner violence?
One more, excuse me?
What causes intimate partner violence?
There's a multiple explanation that cause intimate partner violence. And if I kind of just mention at this point too, that when we are discussing intimate partner violence, I think it's imperative for the jury to know we are talking about repetitive behavior over periods of time. And the type of abuse can be any physical, psychological, sexual, but just as important is for somebody, one of the partners, to maintain some uneven element of control or to maintain power, control, or authority. So there are a lot of facets to intimate partner violence. I know people tend to think of it as just the actual abuse act, but there's more to it than just the actual abuse act. Abuse act's important, but it's not the sole thing.
Your Honor, I'd move to qualify Dr. Spiegel as an expert in the field of psychiatry and behavioral sciences with specific emphasis on drug and alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any objection?
Your Honor,
You wish to voir dire?
I do.
Okay.
So this
His
guy actually,
qualifications.
His qualification.
Okay, thank you.
so this guy actually has a review that talks about him driving a patient to suicide, apparently. Someone sent it to me. It reads, Dr. Spiegel killed
So
my
you've talked
stepfather.
about 2 board certifications, general adult psychiatry
Yes,
and liaison consultation psychiatry.
other way around, but consultation liaison.
liaison psychiatry.
Subtle point.
Right. Now, that is not intimate partner violence. That deals with a issue of comorbidity between people who have medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying it's subspecialty.
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also treating patients who have medical illness, who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid medical illness. And many of the patients that I see on the trauma service have tried to take their own life. And unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very narrow to say it's just a medical psychiatric interface. It's much more of psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients who develop psychiatric problems, but also that interface.
So as a subset of your trauma patients, which you say are about 50% of your practice, as a subset of that practice, some people have been involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma. About half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20. So it's about 20% that suffer from intimate partner violence.
All right. You've never conducted any empirical research on individuals who experience intimate partner violence, have you, sir?
If your definition is trials, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like pharmaceutical trials, or what are you saying? Is that what you're saying? Because I've done review articles on patients who suffered from trauma. So the answer is, I haven't done any studies like where you give them medication for treatment or try one treatment versus another. I've reviewed the body of literature on intimate partner violence to get 2 review articles, yes.
So you've read about it, is what you just testified to.
I would have to disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it and writing a review article are completely 2 different things, sir.
All right. You haven't authored any articles specifically on IPV, have you, sir?
As a subset of trauma, the answer is yes. In terms of in the name of the title of the article, the answer is no.
You've never written any books specifically on IPV.
I've never written any books on IPV, although temporomandibular disease, okay, in terms of psychiatric issues, does have a higher frequency in those patients who have suffered from trauma, including intimate partner violence.
You've never.
And I am part of that book.
Okay. Temporal mandibular disease deals with problems with the jaw.
Is that a question, sir?
What is temporal
The
mandibular?
temporomandibular disease problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain of oral issues where the oral surgeon cannot find a reason for it, and the reason why they can't is because people who have suffered from trauma and intimate partner violence are prone to increased sensitivity of somatic sensations, which can manifest in temporomandibular disease. Thank you, I appreciate that. Nice plug for my book, Chief. Thank you.
Didn't hear it, but there we go. So
He's like, I didn't
you
hear it.
haven't written any chapters of any books specifically about IPV.
Again, I think I've gone over that. I've written 2 articles on that, and I've written parts of chapters. And dissociative identity disorder, I should add, where I did write a chapter on, is completely based on trauma and intimate partner violence.
Right. I'm not asking you about trauma because you want to talk about trauma. I'm asking you about IPV specifically.
I will reiterate again, you cannot separate intimate partner violence and say that is a separate rubric aside from trauma. Trauma is overall,
intimate partner violence is part of trauma. And the answer to the question is any individual who suffers from a dissociative disorder, which I am the author of a chapter of, suffers from trauma, whether it be at the hands of childhood or it be at the hands of an intimate partner.
Right, but you've already testified that half your practice is trauma and a subset of that practice is IPV, correct?
Which is actually, I treat the national average of patients. About 20% of patients suffer from it, and that's about my practice number.
Except you're discounting the fact that half your practice is not trauma at all. So 10% of your practice is IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using
but
yours.
I don't know if I'm doing, I don't know if those numbers add up like that, because I'm not sure if that's the case. If you say 25%, then maybe 12.5% of my practice, that's being rather specific. So again, a significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again. Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
You listed 60 references to articles. I guess you said 80 now and publications. And
I said around, sorry, I said around 80. I said around 80.
60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not. If you go to the PubMed, actually, why don't you go to PubMed right now and Google, not Google, put PubMed Spiegel DR, and you'll find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75. So it's around 80. So again, what's on my CV is not necessarily the most updated version, because I still publish since the CV's been given to you, sir.
Right. And not one of the 72, 80 articles has IPV in the title, right?
Correct. Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
Right. And you've never presented on the topic of IPV specifically.
As a function of trauma and as a function of somatic illness, again, I would say to you that it's part and parcel of these illnesses. So the answer is yes, I have. Okay.
All right.
The answer is yes, I have.
And IPV doesn't appear in your CV at all.
If you say it's not in my CV, I will believe you.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are not in my CV that I do. So.
And you're not associated with any professional literature on IPV.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, sir.
Is there any professional literature that you've contributed to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
The answer to the question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you are trying to do between trauma and intimate partner violence. It is part and parcel of trauma. We don't thread it like that.
Your Honor, plaintiff would accept this witness as an expert on general psychiatry, and with respect to the drug usage issues that Ms. Bredehoff referenced, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over objection, he's entered as an expert as stated on the record. All right,
So
you may
they
continue.
object
Thank
to
you.
it because he doesn't have qualification listed for IPV.
Dr. Spiegel, at our
Catwoman
request,
is so
what
happy
have
about
you
that.
reviewed in this case? And just go ahead and give me more.
So
gen-
it's,
we'll give the jury more
it's
general.
a lengthy review, but court filings, psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry, other physicians' medical records, other physician note, Dr. Kipper, counselors and therapists that both parties and psychiatrists that they went to, text messages, depositions, snippets of the UK trial, and I'm sure pictures of physical injuries. So I've seen a lot.
What, if anything, have you seen in terms of emails, audios, videos? things
Yes, so I've seen videos of Mr. Depp. I think the video was showing already of Mr. Depp destroying, slamming cupboards and
Slamming cupboards is
breaking glass,
partner
and
violence.
yelling at Miss Heard,
Breaking
while
glass.
having a wine glass in his with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the house.
What video? What video
And
did he talk
what,
about
if
with
any,
destruction of
review have you
property?
conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
What video is he talking about besides the besides that one video with the slamming cupboards? What other video? By the way, I kept messing up the name with Camille and Elaine because okay, I post this stuff on Twitter as well, and the Amber Heard followers are so mad about this that they flagged the finger injuries. They mass flagged them to get my account locked. So I had to take the finger injuries down. That's hilarious. They are so mad about that. Oh my god, it's funny. But there are reviews for this guy. I'm gonna read you one real fast, okay? So there's more than one too, apparently. But here's one review. Dr. Spiegel killed my stepfather. My stepfather was suicidal. He was an alcoholic as well. He had been a patient of Dr. Spiegel for years with medication thrown at him at rehab. He never followed up or returned our calls. We called stating he was locked in a room suicidal. He never called us back. When he finally did and said he would follow up, he never did. My stepfather is dead. Spiegel does a bare minimum treatment to push meds, and then he doesn't care if you die or not. That was 3 years ago, by the way. So that is not something that somebody just put up. Here's another one. Horrible and inconsiderate of patient well-being. He took 3 days to get back to me, only to tell me he wasn't going to be filling my prescriptions to find another doctor after my provider in his practice left abruptly and no one was left to take her place. He turned his back on me, knowing I was out of medication and I was given the option to just quote unquote go to the ER. I started to feel worse. I will tell everybody how poorly I was treated by Dr. Spiegel's EVMS Psychiatry and Behavioral Services. Apparently, there are a lot of wonderful reviews of this guy. Wonderful reviews. You know, hey. Huh. Again, you know, his demeanor is very odd. It's very odd. He actually seems like if you were to come into my practice and I looked at you acting like that, my first thought would be alcoholism. Just a note. He seems like he has a lot of the again, it could be anything, but I mean there's just a lot of the associated telltale signs with alcoholism that seem to just come from this guy. There are a lot of providers that do the bare minimum in providing care. They don't believe in quality care. They don't believe in individuated care. So there are a lot of them. I say that as a provider. You know, there are a lot of providers out there. You know, you have to find a place that that truly gives a crap whether you're. I mean, you're dealing with clients that could easily be pushed over the edge. You have to care about them because if you don't, you know, if you give them the minimal care, well, they put it on. They put it on record, though, that they do not believe that he is an expert. Again, slamming cabinets is a sign of intimate partner violence. It's amazing what violence has become in our life, right? Hitting a person, that would be a sign. Slamming a cabinet, interesting. Raising your voice, if it works when you're getting paid lots of money, that can be a sign. Amazing stuff. You know, I've known a couple of people that do expert
Do you remember
testimony.
my question?
They're just bullies for hire.
Did you
normally.
review
I
the
reviewed
deposition and testimony of Dr. Curry?
Dr.
Curry,
Yes, I reviewed Dr. Yes, I'm sorry.
And-
Yes, so I reviewed testimony of Dr. Curry. I reviewed Dr. Curry's reports. I reviewed Dr. Curry's testimony.
okay, and what if, did you review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you interview Mr. Depp?
no, I did not.
Did you
But-
request to
I
interview?
requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the basis for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Yes,
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
so it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence. and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. Two, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use. And I mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh,
No.
okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may abuse this because I used it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control, right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
use
beyond the
disorders.
scope of the question.
I don't,
Sustained. Next question.
okay. Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize for the jury the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
So in my opinion, based on my a review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who's a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp used?
So Mr. Depp,
On
and
trial for drug
I'm
use.
talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use. Okay, so we are talking about alcohol. We are talking about amphetamines. We are talking about marijuana. We are talking about cocaine. We are talking about LSD. We are talking about ecstasy. We are talking about opiates. We are talking about prescription benzodiazepines. And we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin and Neurontin. And we are talking about much of the time concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down. This medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes. But again, people who have substance use disorders, have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on. They're very poor moderators of their own behavior.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Actually,
Wow.
in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Yeah, so he's a substance abuser.
Now,
Wow.
There's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So
Oh, he would
again,
know, right?
let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, on inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings and our brains, substance of abuse, are not titrated. They're not regulated by the FDA. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know how much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not the actor. It is not the persona. Okay. It is a person just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects. And that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
When Mr. Depp was in his relationship with Amber Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
Was he in what substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser?
So
Can you
he-
explain to
leading,
the
Your
jury
Honor.
what that is?
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was. So, yes, he did engage in that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes. So, if nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, psychiatrist at Valley, Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them. And that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembering 2 or all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting memory. I did see in video deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, and
So he's
again,
58.
any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance
What
use
about just being
disorder,
58?
are going to have effects. It is inescapable because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use and potentially sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about.
We had a
extensive.
witness come talk about the
What, if
earpiece
any,
saying that
anything
wasn't the
did you-
case at
did
all.
you
But hey,
observe from the record
Keenan
evidence
Wyatt.
about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
So
Objection compound.
Compound is only if it's
Overruled.
Thank you.
So again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies.
Keenan
Part of that
Wyatt went through
Could
all
have
of
been
this.
also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that, that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that. Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. If your thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older, Mike. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay? But I'm talking about it so slow that when we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen. So all that comes into play there. And that's what I witnessed in the video deposition. Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial, his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk and not be able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you will see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence and substance use together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically, alcohol decreases
So what about Amber
a
Heard?
brain chemical glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcoholic blackouts happen every time?
He's
something
talking
happens? Of course
straight
not.
to the jury
But are
about
they
that, trying to.
complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes.
God, he's a terrible witness.
There was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month. We had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
Objection, relevance.
Just giving an example. Overruled.
What is the
combining
relevance
two
though?
subs
So you could just,
together increases the likelihood.
and this
Even if
hearsay?
you don't get what is a major stroke, and again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a vascular neurocognitive disorder. So you need to understand, and that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently, and at a minimal, we know he had cognitive issues that we talked about, or at least had some of them.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. What, if any, correlation is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So the risk factors, if you would, for intimate partner violence, okay, and there are probably many of them. I don't have time to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious. Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three,
So Amber?
someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts. Four, someone who
Amber
has
Heard.
limited self-control.
Amber Heard.
One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human. We all get angry. at
It's
people. We all think
human.
things about people. The difference is when our brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out. Okay? Most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on. Okay? So when you have the effects of alcohol acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid mood swings. Two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them, even though sober, and I've seen it in with Mr. Depp's record evidence. I've seen it clinically. Sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying removes it, but improves it. Hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more, but inevitably will make us disinhibited and will make us act out, and acting out can be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence, okay? With also remembering control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Bretterhoff, I assume you have,
I have quite a bit more.
let's go ahead and take our
Ooh,
morning
yeah.
recess, ladies and gentlemen. Just,
All right. Hey, I got
discuss the
a-
case and don't do any outside research. We'll be back with you.
I'm
a
sorry.
testimony
15
about this
minutes.
guy.
We'll just take a break. No, we're just taking a break.
I want to read you. Somebody gave me a story again, identity shielded. But they were talking about the terrible work that he did. How how they saw him at a specific hospital. I'm again
Let's
shielding
take
a
our
lot of
break
the
till
story
11
out.
then. We'll come back at 11, okay?
Thank you.
I'll tell you about, man, that sounded awful. Yeah, they just had to rake the microphone while they were doing it. But somebody contacted me with a crazy story. This guy has some crazy reviews anyway. I mean, some nutty reviews. Look at this though. Let me show you this first. So like I said, I post about the trial while I'm on social media, and check this out here. This is how desperate these people are to shut you down on talking about anything. Posting the hand injuries, which you're allowed to do as long as you're not posting it with the intent to delight in cruelty and or sadistic pleasure. So if you're posting something to say, ha ha, look at this, it's horrible. But it's part of a trial. You can post something. It can even be graphic. It can be terrible. It doesn't matter. But these people are mass flagging everything. So they actually hit it. Now it just made me remove the picture, of course. But yeah, apparently the injuries that her side is producing, they are so butthurt that I'm talking about this trial that they'll do anything to shut it down. I mean, anything to shut down discussion here. It's amazing. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. But the reviews on this guy. So I want to bring one up here. And I'll talk about it. Actually, I want to bring up two. So there's one here. There are apparently a lot of these out there. I'm sure people are going to keep finding these reviews on this guy. But here's one. Horrible and inconsiderate of patient well-being. He took 3 days to get back to me, only to tell me he wasn't going to fill my prescriptions and to find another doctor after my provider in his practice in his practice. This is his practice, by the way. Left abruptly, and no one was left to take her place. He turned his back on me, knowing I was out of my medication, and I was given the option of just quote unquote go to the ER if I started to feel any worse. I mean, can you imagine that? So, dealing with patients, this isn't a patient talking about drug seeking behavior, as in seeking opioids or something like that. We're talking about a person that is seeking help for a behavioral or a psychiatric condition. And they're told, well, if you start feeling worse, you know, now it could be, I mean, we could be talking about Xanax or anything else, and it's his practice. I mean, even if it was that, it's his practice that put that with the patient. They're out of medication, their body's acclimated to it. You know, if you disagree with a medication, if it's your practice that's doing it, you have to wean that person off of it. If you disagree, you give them options, but they were like, I'm gonna kick them to the curb. Terrible. There's another one. Let's see. Here's one, and again, these are not new reviews that just somebody left because they knew that this guy was going to be on the stand. These are up there. This one, it notes 3 years. So 3 years ago, this one was put up. Dr. Spiegel killed my stepfather. That's right. Dr. Spiegel killed my stepfather. My stepfather was suicidal. He was an alcoholic as well. He had been a patient of Dr. Spiegel for years with medication thrown at him. After rehab, he never followed up or returned our calls. We called stating that the stepfather was locked in a room, suicidal, and Dr. Spiegel never called us back. When he finally did, he said he would follow up and never did. My stepfather is dead. Spiegel does the bare minimum treatment to push meds. You get a lot of these too, a lot of pill pushers. That's why I actually like for myself, I'm not a prescription provider. I provide therapy services. I refer you to a nurse practitioner. That way I ensure that you are not just given meds and pushed out the door, because that has become way too common in the psychiatric industry. If you have an issue, you have to learn meds may be a lifelong need. There may be a necessity. In fact, there's a necessity oftentimes for short-term stability or for long-term stability, but that is not the end all. Places that just become pill mills for the psychiatric machine, that is neglect. That kills patients, because people people that are truly against that wall, that are truly feeling like there is nothing left for them, they're going to need a lot more care. They need to learn how to if you don't have a way to deal with yourself in those small hours, when you're all alone and you have those terrible thoughts, then you won't survive even with medication. There's no medication on earth. The medications oftentimes some medications can induce some type of euphoria, but you get used to that. Some medications, they'll slow your mind down. They'll boil you. Still, some will correct the chemical composition of your brain, and over time that can help too. But again, you have to have coping skills, and those coping skills you also have to be taught to. Humans oftentimes are like this. You could have an empty room, right? This giant empty room. And in this giant empty room, there could be one fly in that room. Now, what do you focus on? Do you focus on the room, or do you focus on the fly? We always focus on the fly. We are more oftentimes going to see the negative, that one thing, no matter what. That room could be full of money. And still, after a while, if you're sitting in that chair, you're going to focus on that one fly. That's how the human mind works for some people. Not everyone, but it works for some people. And you have to recondition people's thinking to focus on the room and to not focus on the fly. Don't see all the negatives. Find something. And if everything is a negative, if you're at the bottom, then there's nowhere else to go but up. You have to help people with that. And again, people like this person, if they're just a psychiatric pill mill, then what else do they do? Now, I say that as a provider. Okay, I'm not saying that as just some rando on YouTube. Like if you, I spend my time. I'm not qualified to give medication. I wouldn't want it. When I was looking at what it would entail, I don't want. Words are very powerful, and if you separate the two, if you separate the medication and, of course, the people with medication, they focus on goal. It has to be goal-oriented treatment anyway, so they set up goals too. But if you have people that are helping you, again, find coping skills and other things that are separate, they're separate but distinct, then two providers in that, they look at your care and they can give you a unified approach on how to do something. One person looking at your care is not a good way to go anyway. Like most people that, like for myself, we'd have a therapist, a nurse practitioner. We'd probably assign you, if need be, a care manager, somebody that can look at your days, help you with whatever your needs are. So you actually have 3 levels of care that are attached to you if need be. That way you have somebody, again, that can help you with opportunity, in the real world. You're not just going into the clinic, because most people, even if you have a provider that's like with Medicare, you see this more now with people paying out of pocket. You don't see them as often. Like a lot of times you'll only see them once a month, or if they have Blue Cross Blue Shield, they'll only see them once a month. But with Medicare, oftentimes you can see a client weekly, but even if you see them you only get them for 30 to 45 minutes at a time. All the other hours, man, you have to teach people how to maintain during those. So I had other contacts too. So here's somebody again that was writing about this. I'm going to be vague about this. They said that I'm vague because I don't want to give away any identifiers. So they were saying that they were passing out from heart palpitations, and they saw Dr. Spiegel. He said that they had asthma due to panic attacks, right? So when they moved and this stuff gets worse, they go and see somebody, and they find out that they had first of all, you always address health, physical ailment first. People like some of the reviews that I'm hearing, like this right here, this didn't eliminate a physical ailment. And this person had a physical ailment. They weren't having panic attacks. They didn't have it eliminated. They went in and this person was like, yeah, okay. So Dr. Spiegel supposedly said to them, you're having asthma because you're having panic attacks. Again, they're not looking at a health rider. You always eliminate that. That is part one. If somebody has like they're saying, my heart feels funny, you tell them to go and get that checked out immediately, because again, you have to eliminate the physical before you look at it as a mental health rider. You never assume something like that. Assuming something like that is dangerous. So they also had other issues like generalized anxiety disorder, PTSD, and they were also assigned a personality disorder in that to address their issues. They finally, though, with all of that together, with a physical and a mental health approach, plus, looking at what's there, like, okay, if you're having panic attacks, there's usually a reason the panic attacks are there. And if you're just saying that, okay, you're having panic attacks, let me medicate that, that's not going to that doesn't get to the core of the issue. If somebody's been through trauma, for example, and you find out, okay, they're having panic attacks because they're reliving something like this person is noting they were dealing with PTSD conditions because of things that they had been through in the past. It's a different ball game. You have to look at it different as a provider. You have to look at, again, it's all about individuated healthcare. That guy on the stand sounds like a damn quack. That's what he sounds like. He's just giving testimony. He also has I'm not going to pull it up on the screen, but somebody sent me a medical review journal that he does. he's apparently the editor of, and it looks horrible. I mean, it looks absolutely horrible. Like it's just it's sloppy. But I mean, I'm like, okay, so this guy is a medical expert. He also, okay, so he brought up the earpiece thing. All right, well, we had a witness early on that talked about this. His name was Keenan Wyatt. Keenan Wyatt said that Johnny Depp, he would like to rewrite scripts, like on Pirates, for example. He does a lot of rewrites. So it helped him if he spent a lot of time rewriting something. It helped him if he went back in and he actually had a way to remember what was there. He also liked to listen to music. You had the guy that was assigned to him. It doesn't matter what the reasoning was. The guy that's assigned to him specifically is telling you that that's not the story, but they keep hammering that because, of course, and again, if he's forgetting lines, what they're trying to say is that he damaged his career because of drugs and alcoholism. But if you look at their own evidentiary presentation, where they brought up all the tabloid articles and stuff, they listed 10 pages in their evidence. They list 10 pages of tabloid headlines, and they make this case really clear. In the 10 pages of tabloid headlines, you don't have job loss until Amber Heard does what she does, not with accusations. The accusations had already been there. What really cost him as far as work is concerned is when he is being called out by her specifically because she aimed an article. See, that article that she wrote, the op-ed, it was aimed at Hollywood. Like one of Johnny Depp's expert witnesses said, it was aimed at Hollywood to say that you've been excusing this behavior for far too long. So it was the same thing the Sun tried to do in saying, J.K. Rowling, why don't you fire this guy from Fantastic Beasts? Which, another thing in that, they like to bring that up. Well, you notice J.K. Rowling didn't fire him from Fantastic Beasts. That actually, the UK 2020 lawsuit, she didn't. So they like to bring that up. What cost him career opportunities was herself going out and saying this. I mean, this morning has been just a chock full of ridiculousness. The notion about the finger, for example, I'll bring up the x-ray because the x-ray was used in that. I'm not going to bring up bloody pictures of it. I mean, they are definitely something, but the x-ray itself, like if you look at the finger injuries, the guy who was testifying about all of this stuff, he first of all, he said that he had not looked at specific evidentiary pictures, because these are brand new. So you have he didn't look at what Ben King had to say. Ben King was the guy who cleaned up the scene. Ben King provided pictures on the 22nd, and they fit Johnny Depp's story pretty well. You have the bar area. If you look down in the corner, I know these are blurry, but still, if you look down in the bar corner, you can see here is a destroyed bottle. Again, they hyper zoom it in, so it's kind of hard to make out, but still. And if you look here, there's the tissues they found, and they find his finger severed in part of a tissue. The thing you don't find too, the thing that they kept leaving out, and this annoyed me in their presentation. They kept saying that they would expect to find glass in his wound. He never said that a bottle that had broken severed his finger. He described a crushing injury wherein a bottle traps his finger against a marble countertop piece and it crushes his finger off. He didn't say that he had his finger severed by glass. Now, what Amber Heard, you notice they skipped totally Amber Heard's story of what transpired. I mean, they totally skipped that because Amber Heard said that he severed his finger by taking a plastic phone, beating the plastic phone against the wall, it disintegrates in his hand. While it's disintegrating in his hand, you're going to tell me that you don't get any plastic residue in the finger? You didn't get any of that? So you're telling me I should have had glass. They're back. I should have had glass in the wound. I'm pulling them up. They're having a sidebar too, so it's not a. They're telling me that you should have glass in the wound from something like that, but you shouldn't. I mean, I'm confused by the entirety of that thing. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. You know. Check my Insta DMs. I need your email. My email is granular, GRANULAR, heaven, HEAVEN, @gmail.com. Granularheaven@gmail.com. Why is it named that? I don't remember. Hey, Nikki, thanks for that 20, by the way. Appreciate it. No statement attached to that, but plenty of statement. Thank you. I'll get everybody as we go through. Elaine is always just going nuts. I know. The reason I kept saying Camille is because I was distracted by the like I said, they flagged my Twitter account like for putting up pictures of what had happened. I wonder what the bailiffs are talking about in the back. You know, there seems like a lot of room in the courtroom, doesn't it? You know. Is that Whitney over in the back? Is that who that is? Behind the looks like her. Candace Starr. The jury is going to have a mountain of information thrown at them after this. Yep. Remember, Johnny Depp's team has 10 more
Thank you, Your Honor.
hours than they did.
Dr. Spiegel, before we took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the literature support your testimony on this?
Yes, the literature fully supports everything I just said.
The
Okay.
literature.
Thank
The
you.
literature.
Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The ones
Yes.
from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory. All that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s, and probably due to the alcohol and substances.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
Yes,
okay.
and
Or any
other
other time?
record evidence either.
So again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he's able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all
did about the, in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober. Okay. And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delaying reward. And
What?
certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
And you may have subsumed this in, but what, if anything, did you observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made a particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have the right to go to wherever you want to go to. But the texting that were involved in this in terms of erratic
like that.
behavior,
You have every right to do that. But
was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to use some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I can?
The jury, believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay, all right, I want to make sure. I want to make sure. Okay, so it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan. He ought to.
Objection, hearsay.
He's entitled to rely on it and he's to give his examples.
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll
from
sustain
hearsay.
the objection.
yep.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the
Go ahead,
exact
just-
words?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was, like I said, it was without relaying the exact thing. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts of therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general and he's entitled to rely on. Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him. And actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was, kind of teaching Amber how to misheard, how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree.
Sustain next question.
Okay. Mr. Depp is 58 years old. Are the behaviors that you have been describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59, okay? I will tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are they're very erratic, hit and miss, meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? And this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yeah, please
So
explain.
the
that.
effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, thyroid dyskinesia, et cetera, or at least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label, physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses, it can. Okay. And the problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect. And obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed. So it does have that street value portion of it.
And Dr. Spiegel, what effect would this have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So I think what you're looking at is
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Please continue.
what you will see in patients who have substance use disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. And that's very characteristic of what would be actually legal prescribed substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's the seemingly what these medicines effect are on patients who have substance use disorder.
You notice they don't mention he
Dr.
has
Spiegel, what is
ADHD,
Neurontin?
which talks
So
about a lot of stuff.
gabapentin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are lucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result, but it has a very additive, calming effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on Mr. Depp in the dosages he was taking?
Again, I was looking for an objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value of using it with the opiates. The advantage is you're using it with opiates, and it's because opiates in general, despite everything else it does, are calming. And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it can cause serious problems, such as death, respiratory suppression.
And Mr. Depp was also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosages?
So Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic. And then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of take downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurontin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are potentially, not potentially, which are abusable. And so that's what this is going on. That's what the substance use disorder patient has. And it can't be given with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk for death. It can't be given together.
And what, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy, rapid mood changes, poor self-control, and to some degree, condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting euphoriant effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable. You start getting agitated. Okay. You start becoming suspicious, jealous, potentially disinhibited, psychotic. And these are the risks. And again, we're talking about not your average everyday use of these substances. We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you're talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire. And that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social occupational obligations because this, I know there was right after the rehab on the island in Australia when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn Manson.
Got to work in Marilyn
Objection
Manson.
beyond the scope of the question.
Actually, so that's asking for the record evidence for this.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
What other record evidence did you have supporting this?
Psychological, using despite the fact it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. And I think that's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious stuff we're playing with. And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
This is highly relevant. Your Honor.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
Beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
All right. Tell me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again, that you are talking about this and you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to, okay? When we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do. And it's supposed to prevent you from doing this, quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
So I think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll tell you that Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior, meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of burning himself.
Burning himself?
I know
Where did you get
when
that?
The actual
From Amber
event
Heard?
happened. There was
That's trash.
texting to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said he got so angry, he cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Objection
yeah.
beyond the scope of the question.
Exactly what he, thank you. Please
Was it
continue.
overruled?
It was overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So that is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but I have seen people do a lot worse than that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can you tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
So the APA Task Force on Violence in the Family defined more or less this topic of domestic abuse, intimate partner violence, as recurrent abusive behavior by means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control, it can be destroying property, it could be financial, which is part of that, verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric and they're all under the guise of
Is Amber Heard an
maintaining control.
Is Amber Heard an abuser?
Do
I want him to
survivors of
be
intimate
asked that.
partner violence experience mental health issues?
Gross.
Can you repeat the question?
He did
Do
that right into the
survivors of
microphone.
intimate partner
Gross.
violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence. And by the way, I should start out by saying, we don't expect in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received.
So Johnny Depp doesn't need to be
starting
perfect,
with
huh?
that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder,
or subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of Bader-Weiss syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Glad of him to say
Do
that against Johnny
perpetrators
Depp.
typically seek treatment or
So
counseling?
Johnny Depp's not perfect, but
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem. That intimate partner violence is just hitting, again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to
Men
try
don't
to
seek
repair
counseling.
what's happening. Okay. But in terms of actual perpetrators,
no.
they don't do
Men also don't seek.
In your
But hey,
review of this
men
case, is there
victims.
record evidence of physical violence by Mr. Depp?
So
Objection, Your Honor. No
Approach.
foundation.
Do you want to approach him?
See, that's the thing that he conveniently wants to leave out of his lecture that he's giving up here. He says that perpetrators don't seek. They don't seek any type of mental health help. Okay, well, men don't either, because when men speak up, they get treated like this. The societal stigma with men, especially male victims, you're not a man. You know, you're how could you let someone like, how could you let a woman do that to you? You know, again, he's gaming up there, but that's what they're paid for. They're paid. This guy is so weird, though. He's so bizarre. I've known two people that do expert testimony. I've known two of them in my life, and both of them, they're nothing more than bullies for hire. That's all they did. They were hired by people to go in to, instead of actually providing treatment, going in and doing something. They just hawked themselves out for high dollars because they were bullies for hire. You know, you can pay somebody to say whatever. That's not a medical provider. He's never met Johnny Depp, never talked about him. He totally ignored the fact that Johnny Depp is he's diagnosed with ADHD. He's also burning out the clock, which is totally fine with me. You keep burning that clock, Elaine. You keep burning that clock. You only had 8 hours left. Oh, it's going to be bad when you get all the way down to rebuttal days and there is nothing at all left on the clock. I mean, again, Johnny Depp's team had 18 hours going into today. Her team had 8 plus. They're going to have nothing left. Oh, it's a mess for them. Like this could turn out to be, because again, you know, expert witnesses. The problem is, and Johnny Depp's team, I'm sure will point this out quite a bit, is what did this truly mean? Like, this doesn't mean anything. You have a guy come out there and lecture about, he just lectured about Johnny Depp's flaws, right? Oh, he's a substance abuser, he's this and that. Then he tells us we don't expect victims of IPB to be perfect. In fact, they could be drug users. They could have this issue. They could have that issue. So you just talked about a guy's flaws and then just said that you don't expect victims to be perfect. Okay. I'll meet you there. I totally agree. I totally agree with you on that. Does the judge look bit? I think the judge just looks like, what the hell am I doing here? The judge does not look amused at all. The judge has not looked amused for a while now. Like, Elaine would have to really be trying. She would have to be very trying, you know? Cross-examination will be fun to watch this guy get torched. This guy is definitely overreaching in a lot of what he's doing, though. Again, he's just setting up there lecturing. They hired somebody to lecture that has never met Depp, that is actually he's giving contradictory testimony. He talked about, for example, oh, well, he couldn't remember his lines. That's why he has to wear an earpiece. We heard Keenan Wyatt early on. Keenan Wyatt was the sound guy that works with Johnny Depp. That guy testified. The reason that he wore it is totally different. It's totally different from that. Well, I mean, we heard about that, but hey, you need to set that aside because again, this is about attacking his character. This isn't about. This is about abusing someone you already abused. That's pretty much it. While pretending that you're being abused. It's the same kind of mentality that you see on social media, same type of mentality that you see all day. There's credibility given, social credibility in pretending that you're the victim while attacking other people. And that sounds like Amber Heard to the T. You know, they talk about suicidal ideation. This guy just said that Johnny Depp burned himself. Okay, when do we know about him being burned? He was burned with a cigarette on the face. Now, if Amber Heard had an injury on her face, if she had a cigarette burn, do you think Johnny Depp would have ever gotten to say, no, she did that to herself? If she would have, if she'd have taken a cigarette and she'd have put it out on her face, do you think in any world that you wouldn't have an insane media outcry, just denouncing him, talking about what kind of trash he is? This guy's missing a finger. This guy has a cigarette put out on his face. What happened to their whole set? He has facts on his side, but using their own logic against him. What happened to listen and believe? I thought we were just supposed to listen and believe. It doesn't work for males. Is that what we're told? That's
So-
astounding. Hypocrites. Anyway.
What have you reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that related to Mr. Depp?
So risk factor review that correlate. So starting with I guess we'll start with the physical because that was the question that was put out there. What I have reviewed has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel. Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did
Oh,
you
okay,
review
So what-
depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of witness statements, Dr. Kipper's notes. Very, very interestingly, actually, early on I think it was 2012, around that time, circa 2012, 2014, Ms. Heard was
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviewed is the question.
All right, let's see.
so
if
I reviewed so Ms. Heard's.
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's
Okay.
answering, go ahead and answer what you reviewed. Please continue with what you reviewed.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages, depositions, video, pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations. And I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
So I said psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone, with the main purpose of, again, to maintain control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults, intimidation, holding things financially against someone, jealousy rants, property destruction. So all that is involved
a nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved
It's all Amber
in
Heard.
psychological maltreatment and intimate partner violence.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yeah,
Section leading.
Overruled.
So
That
yeah,
was
trying
leading.
to
That was
su-
hell.
trying to
That was
control
leading.
someone career, that would be under financial, trying to mistreat someone, especially, someone wants to succeed and try and have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
So I'm going to ask specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence. Is substance abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
And what record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So the record evidence I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances that Mr. Depp was using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed and on urine drug screen, were brought out through that.
Okay. Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening.
Objection. Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this
Overruled.
point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Threatening, destroying furniture, property, breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors, writing in blood on furniture. All that would be go with that.
Okay.
Just random shit.
And
Everything. Anything Depp does,
What, if
it's
any,
violence.
risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
So a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder, the overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
I'll sustain objection.
Okay.
Last question.
Can you explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control, okay, rapid mood shifts, okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power, they worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them. Large sense of entitlement. Anything else?
Johnny Depp going to
Need for-
children's
need for-
hospitals,
need for
is that a lack of
praise.
empathy?
So that would
Curious.
go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
What, if any, what, if any, traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
Yeah, oh yes, acquiring admiration need to be admired as part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes,
Would being envious fit within that?
yes,
Fragile self-esteem?
yes.
And what, if any, record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic?
Well, I do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him,
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead.
the fact that Ms. Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. I do think the jealousy aspects are an example of that. I do think As I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree, this whole trial is that. because I
Objection,
think-
Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's not record evidence, speculation.
Please continue.
That
Could've
this
gotten a
whole
better-
trial in terms of narcissistic insult
Oh
is
my
what's going
God.
on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can
I
we
think
be,
he's able to explain what
I'll
he's,
sustain that.
No, he is testifying to
can you
something he
explain
has
what you mean by
no.
this whole trial?
Your
This
Honor, can we
proceeding will go,
approach?
this court
Yeah,
case will
there's-
go through.
There's an objection, sir.
So here. Okay, they pulled a sidebar. So riddle me this. They say narcissists, they lack empathy. So I'm going to give you two choices. You tell me. Is dressing up as Captain Jack Sparrow and going to children's hospitals without cameras or anything else on you, is that lacking empathy? Or is telling the world that you gave $3.5 million to a children's hospital while you defraud them, is that a lack of empathy? Huh. I know that's a tough question.
What other conduct is in the record evidence that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits?
Was the thing about the trial rule, I can't
Yeah,
speak.
Your
you're
Honor.
not allowed
I
to
can't
say
talk
that.
about
Say
it.
that, Okay. The only other thing about narcissism that I think in terms of trial would be in order to maintain any sense of control, a narcissistic person really has to have lack of empathy, because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to keep individuals in control, you don't really think about the other person. You're not really caring what happens to that other person. So I think that's another facet.
So are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon, especially during the calm phases of the abuse cycle where there is no increased tension, there is no acting out. Okay, you are talking about more of the honeymoon, apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going to change, maybe giving them gifts. And then when the dust settles later in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim, saying that, hey, this either denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make me look bad, or an allopathic defense where you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where I'm doing it for you, transformative effect that society kind of accepts this. So it is very uncommon for all of a sudden for that to start shifting during that time, because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends,
God, anything that you do
the
is
law,
a sign
the
of
very
abuse.
ability to do that is part and parcel of that calm, charming phase where it looks like the victim is, just fabricating this.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, I mean, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense comes along with victim blaming. That's what essentially you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
Does this guy look like Mr. Burns from
And-
The Simpsons?
Is there record evidence that you reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety, coming back to that severe substance
Objection, Your
use.
Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to explain it. Thank you. Please continue.
There's severe substance use disorder, and many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety, and that what was happened. So as a result, she was blamed for, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered, and that triggered what was going on.
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
I'm familiar with the term gaslighting.
Okay, what if any gaslighting is consistent with intimate partner violence and the risk factors?
So again, when you start being able to when a person starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be able to win people over. And especially when you see someone who's a victim, who is essentially vulnerable, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you, who's very charming, very engaging, very personable. And then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
Is there examples where an intimate partner violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
How common is that?
That's very common. Again, that is very common in the occurrence of the honeymoon phase and the calm period of the abuse cycle. Very common during that time, where the victim, where they're shifting the blame or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you review there that correlates with Mr. Depp attempting to claim that Amber was the one?
Well, I think that was what was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't understand the objection.
What record evidence?
Overruled. Thank you. Please continue.
So
Needs to
that
think of one.
claiming that Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario. And what I will reiterate again is that, one, victims are imperfect, and two, it is not uncommon in the context of being a victim when you know that person is about to proceed or relapsing to a substance or going to a substance, and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next mood and start initiating self-defense. But by and large, that's not what's going on here. By and large, Mr. Depp, behavior
Objection, Your Honor.
was
There's
consistent.
an objection, sir.
Oh, sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Kate
All right,
Moss will
we
be
can move on
testifying
to the next
Wednesday.
one. Is prior victimhood of abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And
So
go ahead.
there is something known as the intergenerational theory of violence, which is basically along the line of observation, imitation, and reinforcement. So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is, interestingly, it applies to not only the victims, not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse that are not abusers, but they're the victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
So warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalations of tension. So that's when you start seeing, hey, partners getting angry, okay, starting to break down the communication, starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension, and that leads you to the actual act. So these acts progressively build, and then they occur.
What, if anything, have you seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And, the victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get some help to try to resolve this until the tension buildup phase where something bothers them. So again, it could be bothering someone about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about finance. It could be bothering something about your career. Anything is liable to build up tension when you have this framework of limited self-control and erratic, intense mood shifts.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review that reflected Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs, including the apologies and the promises?
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all said and done, that he would apologize for letting this monster out, letting this anger out, almost routinely. And there's very well record evidence of that starting as early on in the marriage, in therapy from his Heard. So that's very common and very much occurred, recognizing what happened. And the other part of this is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize that things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use can be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater Rule. Can you explain the Goldwater Rule, please?
So the Goldwater Rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s, because I was too young to even follow politics then. So please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what's happening is clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment about what they think their diagnoses are. And therefore, it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have any applicability here?
No. it does
Objection.
not.
Why not?
No foundation.
He was explaining what the Goldwater
You
Rule
want to
was.
approach?
He just keeps throwing in anything he can to try to be useful and destructive, and tell me though, like just think about this. Did she hire a drunker version of Mr. Burns from The Simpsons? I mean, is that because that guy really does look like it? It's like a Mr. Burns love child. Excellent. Excellent. I'll do a side-by-side comparison later on for him, though. Excellent. Every time I look at him, I mean, I just think about what would Mr. Burns say? He'd say anything. I'm curious what this guy gets paid per hour. The last guy, the hand guy, got paid $1,000 per hour to talk about to look over documentation, and he got $5,000 per day that he was on the stand. So that guy easily, I mean, easily made 10 grand just reviewing documents. He probably took a lot more. I mean, if I were going to do, I'd bill like 12 hours for documents just because I could. I'd bill it for. But he made 10 grand easily, just like that, for doing nothing. Plus expenses. I'm sure he gets
Dr.
expense
Spiegel,
comp.
do you remember the question? Does
I
the
think the
Goldwater rule have any applicability
So-
here to your testimony and your conclusions and opinions?
No, it does not.
And
for
why?
Multiple reasons. One,
Excellent.
the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated of an individual, what you've read about an individual. So if I'm not allowed to comment on records or charts or information that I look, then expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just, you don't make a diagnosis. More recently, I think that's even more recent, we've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that. This is not the case here, because like I said to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course, video deposition, picture deposition, court filings, emails. I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that directly describe Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh, yes.
Give an
And again,
example.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Thank you.
So to be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly. And both times, Mr. Depp and or his lawyers decided that that wasn't going to happen.
Okay.
So-
And in fact, the court did not require Mr. Depp to.
No, and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo this evaluation.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh man, finally. Are you a quack, sir? Are you indeed the love child of Dr. Kevorkian and Mr. Burns from The Simpsons?
Sir, I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No, when Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court did not require it, right?
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was,
All right.
Elaine does not like this level of questioning. She's like, oh no. They're going to expose what kind of quackery this is, what kind of fraud and deceit we've been pulling. Up.
All right, so the last thing you talked about
Oh man, I don't know where
was
they
the
were going with that, but-
Goldwater rule.
yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
And you know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule, so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay. However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony without direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you're reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who is publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to, again, then this whole thing on we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings. Because what you're saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on medical record with our doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have is null and void.
I'm not saying.
No, yes, you are, sir. No, you are.
Give me a second and I'll
Let
give you
him
more
let
than
him
a second.
speak. You're not supposed to be able
What
to sit there and be argumentative like some
Saying,
crazy
what I am
person.
reading to you is a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, my first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that. But regardless of that, because that's what it was made for, it's not made for Hollywood. But I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today.
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
So the answer is no?
Secondarily, again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witnesses everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal law is corrupt and unethical for engaging in an act that the APA clearly says we should not do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
I am saying, you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness and solely as an expert witness, that guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the gold order. And we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
president, yes.
But, and the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents, it's not public figures, it's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning, I believe, about my intimate partner violence. So what I would say to you then, sir, is that if you say this about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you are saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me, that unless you do the evaluation directly yourself,
Yes, you're not seeing him.
therefore it could not be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Hospital duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well,
Sorry.
He's getting
why don't we-
wrecked.
why don't we
He's
talk
so
about
mad.
what you just testified to, because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No, as an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to
Well, that's-
decide.
yes
And
or
that's
no,
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right? Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history
Exactly.
taking, examination, and where applicable, collated or collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice.
Exactly. I've
correct?
said that a million
Well,
times.
again,
No
by the way,
remote
for the record,
diagnosis.
intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
We, I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe
And
you
you've
just
rendered
quoted.
professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony, you are saying I acted unethically on the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. But thank you. Go ahead. These were your words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay. Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the question.
Yes, he is
Okay, sorry about
salty. The judge got onto him.
You need to just answer the question,
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel.
You are not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, or I would say traits. Certainly from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The
It
answer
it
no.
is coming from
But
your
if you want
mouth.
to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes. And
But
You know,
that
he has
wasn't
to-
an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances?
Part of
I mean, you said
substance
you've
use
gone through the record.
diagnosis
That
is
wasn't really an issue
timeline
at
too.
this trial. He's said it from day one.
oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's
So-
already admitted to the use of the substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits, which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis, probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, but when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors. And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors.
That are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right.
Yep.
But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've
That's
already
right.
told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're
We'll talk about
just
those at break.
identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. Yes.
Right. And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits as opposed to the disorder doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct saying. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
And that one is has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IP. Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is behaviors and traits that are consistent with the diagnosis and Mr. Depp. Narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question I ask you, and we can get an answer that's addressed to that question.
Mhm.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV, yes or no?
Yes.
And you previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes,
That's incorrect.
you didn't testify to that.
A cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which include cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits where narcissistic personality falls under is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No,
Oh, let me be more precise then.
okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and I would behoove you to do so, you will see that cluster B traits. I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
So you want to talk
He is
about
so mad.
cluster
He
B,
is
so let's do
so
that for a
mad.
minute. Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV,
Less so.
but
Less so. Less so.
It's
I mean,
cluster B.
it's a risk factor, but less so, yes.
Yeah.
Less so. Significantly less so.
All right. So which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to.
Oh,
Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? Who? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question?
Which was there's only one diagnosis of Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah. And both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing. So therefore, all I can say is that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this before, which was that 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims. 2, absolutely there were cluster B traits Ms. Hurd had. Absolutely Ms. Hurd had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
All right. You indicated in your opinion today.
He's getting
that you
wrecked.
thought, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
You're saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing evaluation with somebody you did not see. And I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I don't
Okay, great.
read the rubric.
We
Okay.
can move on. You don't know the rule.
What?
All right. You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes.
What do you use as a baseline?
A baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What do I use a baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
At deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony here?
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media
dog?
regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing speed. All I'm saying.
Let me ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
Then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke? You didn't make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize. I misspoke.
Okay. Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony.
He compared Pirates the movie to sworn testimony. What a moron.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your processing speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
Yeah. But no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka. I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, or whatever it was about. No, I did not.
All right. You made a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition, that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
If you say that's, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
He's getting wrecked so bad he has to ask the judge, like, do I really have to answer that?
During your deposition, what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition.
Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the, you probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back. Okay. And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition, okay. And again, I'm thinking back. So you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
You're a clown.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot, are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure, again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you. I don't.
Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering professional.
Yeah. Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow?
Oh, you just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a.
Right, so idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice describing in my practice. No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition. And if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ.
This
don't
is
know his
glorious.
overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right, so you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay. I believe the thing was in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline
Yes.
testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I said. Yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put
Right.
a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying. That's
Right.
all I said.
And you derived this without ever once talking to the man.
Me directly talking to him. Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked.
No, I've never talked to him.
Right. And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing.
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did, or
I'll
whether
post
the
a-
drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, you didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam. Out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory's 3.
Okay.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory, only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive, if you score 27 and 30 and you miss 3 points on memory, that would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr.
You
Depp
don't know.
had been up all
I'm gonna-
night the night before.
I'm going to post this to show you.
Again, you wouldn't
thing.
expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
And again, now if that's, again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting.
You don't know.
I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory, which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But an answer,
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know one way or the other how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely on tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini mental study, and that's not. the
It's
standard of care.
also more
think
effective in women than men. There's actually a bias level when you give this
Let's talk a
to
little
men
bit
versus women.
about this word you kept using, correlation.
We'll talk about all this at the break.
You know the word, right?
That's my
Yes.
world.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
No, they're not the same thing.
No. How are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, means direct link.
Can you say that again? You're so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link
Right.
to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you made repeated testimony and to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that.
Mhm.
your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I am not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's
Right.
what tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. IPV can occur without substance abuse.
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
Again, absolutely. But again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substance. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
And that's
absolutely.
equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
The answer is yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV.
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, right? So we're talking about people
Wait a
who
minute.
don't.
Isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factor?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might. So
Right.
that's
But
all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right.
Right.
You either commit IPV or you didn't.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder, and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So along that line,
Right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
There are more close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder the narcissistic personality disorder, correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute, if you're asking me if there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies, say yes, show studies, say that has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
What a clown. This guy makes it hard for the rest of us to get patients into treatment. You know, smoke the weed, you'll beat your wife. Why would anybody ever want to be diagnosed? Because they end up with this on them. The stigma that these people create is unreal.
MDMA. What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated. So,
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
at low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's the symptom?
Again, at low dose, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an entactogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warmth to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal.
Right.
So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with. Okay. You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. That's not going to happen. So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated. No one knows what they're going to. No one apps has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic entactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathomimetic, increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and something we talked about like that. No one knows what's
Always
going
trying to
happen.
sound
It's not
smart. You
regulated.
throw around those
And
$10
no one knows
words,
if you're
baby.
using with other substances either, like other stimulants,
Or if you mix it with alcohol?
or if you mix it with alcohol. No
But-
one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But if this is a potentially lethal combination, 8 to 10 MDMA
This
tablets and
is
alcohol.
this is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one
Hadn't-
example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel. That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon. And the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. We absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing. It's just because you have a prescription doesn't
I
mean
think
that
Mr.
doesn't,
Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct? No, I shouldn't be asking that. We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon
Yeah,
thing.
people like him caused the opioid
Unfortunate,
epidemic.
but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off label.
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off label.
When used off label, it's used, it can be
I
used.
quit yelling at
yes.
him, right?
Right. So Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree. But I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication or what's its
Yeah,
used
what's
for?
its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does, but it's chronically used off label for pain. It's used off label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, 100%.
Right. And you made reference to a picture. There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
Wait, ice cream is vomitous?
You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I read that, yes.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his lines?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if
Oh, whoopsie.
Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
What an idiot.
Well, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
It's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll
Yeah.
put that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp. In general,
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledged that early on,
absolutely, well, better than me. So I know that.
right? Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting,
You're right. I have no idea about that.
and you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit.
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe
Oh, you
Hollywood
could be
stars
wrong. I
get
thought you were an expert.
lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said, if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah,
But-
and
but-
there's not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh, yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the
Depp is
script
smiling.
was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that that occurred?
That's what that's what I read and the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
And you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So the answer is no, he does not use one now.
Oh, no, I used the past tense, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you, I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay. Let's go with that. No further questions.
All right. How long is your reading?
A bit, you may want to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and
Oh, my
gentlemen.
God,
Again,
we
do
got
not
a
do
lot
any
to talk
outside
about in
research.
that,
Do not
okay?
discuss your testimony with anybody, okay?
We're going to talk about a few things there. This guy is from my world. He's from the mental health world. So we got a lot to talk about in this guy. This guy is what we universally refer to as a charlatan and a crack. I swear, man. These people do a lot of damage. He is being destroyed. Redirect is going to come up after
So let's
lunch.
come back at 1:55 then. All right, is that fine? All right.
He was destroyed utterly. So let's talk about what he was bringing up. His first of all, let's talk about the thing that was brought up about unethical treatment, because the unethical treatment, this is a very good note. One of the things I've always said with Amber Heard as we go through discussions about diagnostics and on, I've never diagnosed her. I will concur or I'll disagree with the diagnosis, saying that if other people have diagnosed her with that, we can discuss this or not, but I can't diagnose her because, again, you don't remote diagnose. That's what they were talking about. So here's the discussion about what was said here. It's an ethics violation by Dr. David Spiegel to testify about Johnny Depp's psychological traits without evaluating him. Spiegel acknowledges the rule against giving opinions about people they have not evaluated, but does it anyway. Per the APA ethics rule, it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion unless he or she has conducted an examination and has been granted proper authorization for such a statement. And that's true. I mean, that is 100% true. You do not offer insights into the behavior of someone, because think about this. He was saying, he was talking about the traits of a person that's a narcissist. All right. Now when he was breaking down the traits of a narcissist, he talked about the inattentiveness. He talked about the way that they couldn't connect to other people. Okay. Like, you take many of the traits that he discussed there and you apply it to to a diagnosis that he does have. Johnny Depp has ADHD. And you tell me how many of those fit him. Also, there was only one person in the courtroom that has ever been diagnosed with a personality disorder. That is not Johnny Depp. He was saying, this guy got up there and he was talking about how personality disorder qualifiers, those tend to point to, they can be used as evidence of, or qualifiers rather, as or indicators. That's what I was looking for. It took me a minute to get my word. Is indicators for IPV or interpartner violence. And there's only one person that's been diagnosed with that, and it's not Johnny Depp. They are, by the way, personality disorders, like borderline personality. Again, when we talk about this, remember, this is just ballpark discussion. You can never look at a client and take ballpark discussion and say that this fits. We are not one size fits all. One of the things that he violates in that, when he's been talking about all this stuff, is he violates the idea of individuated health care, individuated treatment or care. That's why you set individual specific goals. You don't ever ask for some nebulous answer. You want concrete answers, no abstract. So, for example, if a client comes in, you don't want to be given abstract. I want to be happier. You have to define what happier means. And you have to look at something. It needs to be an I statement. The person, they need to identify what they want to work on. You don't identify it because, again, it's all about clients. Now, as far as the mini mental state examination is concerned, there was a lot of talk about that, right? That's the thing he decided that Johnny Depp shows diminished faculty because of. Now, I want to show you the mini mental because you never get to see these tests when we're talking about this stuff, right? So let's pull one of them up. This is the mini mental, okay? You can see how it sets up. You have your points, you have your year. What year is it? Season, month, date, county. You go through all of this, like where exactly, and it depends. You can shape some of these questions again, but you see how this is coming together. You want to give so many points for each answer. Then registration. Examiner names 3 objects. Okay, so I'll name I'll name an apple, table, penny, whatever comes up in that, and asks the patient to repeat these. Right? You get 1 point for each of those. Then the patient learns the 3 names, repeating until correct. Right? Attention and calculation. So you ask now again, there's a problem with this test right off the bat. First of all, there is a bias in this test and the way that it examines. We always look at test bias and test examination bias. And if you look up problems with the setup for this period, again, like when you're thinking about it, you can already see. You can already look at it and see how there's going to be bias. There's going to be issues. There's educational level biases that you can already see. Like if I can't add or I can't calculate, then how do you figure that out, right? You have so it has difficulty actually identifying mild cognitive impairment. So it's going to have difficulty recording changes, like when you're talking about dementia. I mean, there are a lot of issues here. Yes, it's accurate, but I believe the best way you qualify that is with, I think the wording that was used is modest accuracy. When you're talking about its accuracy. So, I mean, there are other tests that are better. Like you have the Montreal Cognitive Assessment. The Montreal Cognitive Assessment, if you use it in certain patient, like over 60, for example, it's a better test. I mean, there are better tests out there. You can actually use better identifiers, but they don't go into that. They also, this guy, he offered his conclusions on this without knowing anything about it whatsoever. So he doesn't actually know the end results, what Johnny Depp scored in certain portions, but he offered a discussion about it without him ever meeting Johnny Depp, without him ever testing Johnny Depp, without him ever seeing this test. He still based part of his result on this, which is crazy. So anyway, looking at that, attention and calculation, subtraction, say 7 from 100, repeat the result, continue 5 times, 100, 93, 86. You can see how this would be a problem for some folks. You're taking a number too, depending on again your population. You're going to have again there's so many test biases that come in this. You could also spell backwards. Some people just have problems doing this. There are many other things that can lead to that too. Age, though, he denied age as one of the factoring conditions. I'm not saying that drugs won't impair cognition either. Drugs do impair cognition over time. The thing was, like, the reason they're doing all of this is because they're trying to say Johnny Depp somehow wrecked his own career over not remembering lines, which was not a problem. He had a guy, Keenan Wyatt, again, that worked with him however he needed. But Keenan Wyatt was not saying, like, the earpiece thing that they brought up. Yeah. Not only that, they brought in Marlon Brando. Marlon Brando wore an earpiece. That was one of the ways that Marlon Brando would remember his lines, because Marlon Brando was kind of lazy about remembering his lines, just to be honest. And he had other parts. He had other things that he did in there too. I'm not just saying that was one of the things that led to it. In some movies, like, he would want to ad lib. In some movies, he would he would have different things pumped through. So again, Johnny Depp learned to use an earpiece, but from Marlon Brando himself, but it wasn't because of something negative. It was for calming effect. It can help with lines, yes. But again, Johnny Depp, one of the things that he's talked about before is that he rewrote quite a bit of Pirates. He rewrote dialogue, and when they would rewrite, he would still have to, the next day, he would turn over his rewrites, and the next day he would have to remember the lines that were there if they decided to stick with them. So one of the things that helps with that is an earpiece. That doesn't mean that you're lazy and don't remember lines. In fact, that means you went above and beyond because you were trying to improve your dialogue for your character. But hey, use that as part of character assassination. And again, the biggest factor in that was that Disney didn't give a crap whether or not he was doing that with Pirates. They cared about the bottom line, which was money. He could have been the laziest person on earth about remembering his lines, but Disney wasn't firing him. Oh, I gotta mute something just a second. They're playing old outside footage. For some reason, the person that controls the the live view broadcast, they've started going through in the last 2 weeks, and they've started playing like clips that are outside of the courthouse, but they're clips that aren't new. Like, they play clips that are like weeks old, So why do they do that? You got me. But anyway, so give me 1 second. Let me pull that back up. It caught me off guard when I heard that. I was like, oh my God, because the clips that they like to play, they only channel through one audio portion, so it only comes through one side of your headphone. Now, language. Name 2 objects. So again, they give you we skipped recall. As for the names of the 3 objects learned earlier. Now this, they were saying, well, could he remember those? Could he not remember those? Again, that guy doesn't know what happened in it. Depending on how the exam is done, though, that can also, again, that can be a problem. Like myself, like that, I have very little pictographic memory. Like, I cannot remember people's faces. Like, I have a terrible time. Like, I cannot tell you what a person's face looks like. I can, because other people, will describe them out, or I just can't picture them in my head. Like, I have no pictographic memory of faces. It just doesn't work that way for me. But Some people don't have word recall like that. Like I said, there's so many biasing effects in here, but this is supposed to give you some idea of diminished recall. Now repeats, no ifs, ands, or buts. Give a 3-stage command, score 1 for each stage. Place index finger of the right hand on your nose and then on your left ear. Ask the patient to read and obey a written command on a piece of paper. The written instruction is close your eyes. Ask the patient to write a sentence, score 1 if it's sensible and has a subject and a verb. And again, there's a writing portion, copy. So ask the patient to copy a pair of intersecting pentagons. I said paragons, pentagons. Oh no, I scored wrong because I said the wrong word. But you see, I mean, this is what he based his character assassination on. He based it on one tool, some videos that he obviously did not research, because he told us that and he based things on Amber Heard's conclusions. He said, for example, that Johnny Depp burned himself. Johnny Depp has never said that he burned himself. Johnny Depp said that Amber Heard burned his face. This guy, he's made it very clear that he's decided who a victim is. He's already decided that, even though when he described personality traits that very much could be Amber Heard. Let me find this real quick. Because he was going through what a narcissist was. And I kept thinking, wow, I can't believe, because you're actually, okay, so he said, psychological aggression, according to Amber Heard's witness and IPV, includes insults, intimidation, jealousy rants, property destruction, non-verbal glances, like intimidation, giving you that look. How much proof of that have we seen coming from her, Doug, this is content for your channel for days. It makes me mad. What makes me mad about this stuff, what really makes me mad about it is, in my field, I want you to come in. I want you to get help. And this guy right here is preaching the gospel of making sure that clients do not receive help. Because why would a client want to come in, and why would a client want to talk to me if this guy is just going to come in and again preach the gospel of character assassination? Like, why would you want to come in to get substance abuse help, for example? Why would you want to come in to do that when you find out that if you do that, I may well take that diagnosis and I may well use it against you? Do people understand substance abuse diagnoses, by the way? Do you folks understand those? Do you want to discuss what a substance abuse diagnosis actually means in the world of it's not what they're trying to describe. They do such a flimsy job of discussing it. I'll make fun of stuff sometimes. I'll make fun of this idiot looking like Mr. Burns and the love child of the tall man and Mr. Burns. I'll make fun of Elaine the cat lady some, but I will not make fun of a client. I will not make fun of a person that I'm trying to diagnose. I will not do that. That is not, he is an expert witness. We're not talking about him sitting in his free time, drinking a beer or whatever he does, I mean, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about him getting online and trying to be funnier on. We're talking about him standing on the biggest stage ever. I was looking for something real quick. I want to pull up a thing about substance abuse, because again, a lot of people don't understand the criteria. Again, substance abuse or substance use disorder is not as simple as just saying, oh, well, here's a few words on that. Let's go. It has, first of all, a lot of substance use or substance abuse disorders, one of the criteria that you look at, like when I'm treating it, I will say that you've had it in the past or not, but one of the criteria is a time limit. If Johnny Depp has been in treatment for X amount of time, it impacts. Am I looking at mild, moderate, or severe? Am I looking at something that, again, does that even qualify anymore? Because a lot of substance use disorders, you're talking about, again, something in the immediate that you're treating for, those are within that year. So he actually disqualifies any type of rehabilitation that Johnny Depp does. He wipes away any of the good in that. And that, like I said, all of this is it's all sins against the profession. These are things that they're no-nos. You don't do this. Again, his worst sin was that he remote diagnosed Johnny Depp. Like, you don't do that. Again, that's why I always say, like for mine, when people are like, "Well, do you think Johnny Depp or do you think Amber Heard has narcissistic personality disorder?" Well, people have mentioned that in diagnosis. I can talk about whether or not I've seen symptomology as it's being discussed, but I can't diagnose her with it because nobody else diagnosed her with it that I'm aware of. Johnny Depp mentioned it as part of it, but when we're talking about when we're talking about her borderline personality disorder, the diagnosis, again, that also, it is one of the things that witness wanted to set aside in that discussion is that is a huge red flag when you're talking about intimate partner violence. When you look at Amber Heard's history, you hear everything that was said where she would manipulate, she would try to keep him bound to her. The way that she tried to do it, that is a giant red flag. Now, that does not mean, again, I want to be very clear. If you are diagnosed with that, that is not pointing a finger at. In fact, you have to be very careful about that box because the box, it has certain indicators with it, but not everyone. Again, individuated care, individuated conclusions. And he just skipped that. So, criteria for substance use disorders, though. Here's the way again, many of these are common sense to a point, but you never, the danger with that word, those words, common sense, is that those are societal, those are group oriented. So something that makes sense in one group may not make sense in another group. You understand what I'm saying? Like, lawyers do different things than clinicians do. The common sense for a lawyer may deviate from the common sense for a medical provider. What I consider common sense, a sensical approach, is not the same thing that, again, maybe a lawyer considers. But for criteria, these are things like you may find, you're like, yeah, that does. Taking the substance in larger amounts or for longer than you're meant to. Funny enough, Amber Heard is addicted to acne medication, addicted to red wine. The amounts, larger amounts, they just keep growing, 1 to 2 bottles a day, baseline, even from back when. Wanting to cut down or stop using the substance, but not managing to. Spending a lot of time getting, using, or recovering from a substance. Craving and urges to use a substance. Not managing to do what you think you should at, say, work, home, or school because of a substance. Continuing to use even when it causes problems in relationships. Giving up important social, occupational, or recreational activities because of substance use. Using substances again and again, even when it puts you in danger. Continuing to use, even when you know you have a physical or psychological problem that could have been caused or made worse by the substance. Needing more of the substance to get the effect you want, tolerance, and development of withdrawal symptoms, which can be remedied by taking more of the substance. Now, when you look at that, again, a lot of those, you're like, okay, yeah. But you got to think about this. How easy, first of all, it is to qualify for a substance use diagnosis. Taking too much, urges cravings. Again, like where does that go to? Cigarettes. There's always there was this argument in mental health, for example, about tobacco use, and tobacco use is indeed in the DSM. Some people will not use it, some people will use it, but there tobacco use disorder. Hey, cigarettes. Are you an addict? And again, that became a big, just because it's societally appropriate or societally allowed, that doesn't really matter, because you can get you can get anything from a doctor. Like where does it go? Caffeine addiction, like where gaming addictions. Again, you go down these weird rabbit holes. What I'm saying here is the diagnosis. When you think about substance use diagnosis, like where does it go? How far does it go? You also can have, let's see if this has the mental. Yeah, so you can have mental induced issues as well, like psychotic disorder, substance abuse psychotic disorder. Yeah, you think about somebody that they detach from reality, they stay there. Some people stay there. I've known people that have stayed there. I've known them in personal life. I've known them as an addict, and I've known them as a provider. I myself have a substance abuse history. I've talked about that. I talked about that more yesterday on the Tiny Tug channel, if you are so inclined to discuss that. But one of the things that keeps people from discussing this and getting help are people like we just saw there, because of the societal stigma that comes with this. The doctor associated stigma. Again, he just made it where, like, if you listen to what he was saying, he just told people that if I diagnose you with this stuff, well, I may well call you a wife beater, or I may well, he okayed this. Again, this stigma that you do not want associated with this. But if you go through, induced bipolar related, induced depression, anxiety, obsessive compulsiveness, sleep, sexual dysfunctions, and so on. Again, you can break all of this down. It's a little more complicated than they want to play out, but and at the same time, it's not. Like I said, you don't want to say that one thing is another, though. Like, what really irritates me about the discussion that we are having because of Amber Heard is turning drug addiction or drug use into this other thing. And like I said, it's not. One thing is not the other, and one thing should never be talked about as the other. But I guess we're going backwards these days, and it's the same. What's crazy, the same people that will excuse this behavior and say an Amber Heard, because this guy, he said he doesn't expect his victims to be perfect. He doesn't expect his victims, that he talks about, the victims that he claims. He doesn't expect them to be perfect, but he gets to decide who or what is the victim. Like that astounds me. It astounds me to listen to a provider say, this person over here, they have the same issues that the person over here, I'm saying, meets all the qualifiers for IPV, and yet I'm going to decide arbitrarily this person over here, because of their flaws, is an abuser, and everything I see on them, that is some kind of a determinant for abuse. And the other person, well, I see these exact same symptoms, substance abuse. I see the exact same verbal traits. I see the exact same physical traits. And yet, somehow, in some way, one of them, that Johnny Depp, abuser, the other, the aggrieved. That's a bully for hire right there. That is a bully for hire. And it disgusts me to no end, because at the end of the day, the labels that he's throwing around, all of these, he's decided these based on exactly what. It's just, like I said, it's disgusting behavior. So Kate Moss, is going to be testifying Wednesday, by the way. That has been revealed. That is for sure. Kate Moss is definitely taking the stand. That will be fascinating because Amber Heard's team really screwed up opening that door for Kate Moss. What it's going to be is I'll do a I think I have a good breakdown of how that works. And I'll put together a video tonight talking about how Kate Moss is going to wreck Heard. She's going to absolutely destroy her. She's going to destroy her credibility, first of all. But on top of that, there are a lot of there are a lot of pieces at issue currently. Kate Moss holds a lot of those pieces. Kate Moss holds a lot of power in this situation, and Amber Heard gave it to her. Like, the amazing thing about this is that Amber Heard gave her that power. I mean, that to me, like, there are multiple stories about what happened on that staircase. Again, in this trial, when Kate Moss was brought in, she was brought in as part of this staircase incident. She was brought in as some rumor that supposedly existed that no one else had ever heard, but Amber Heard, she repeated it. She was safe in the UK 2020 because the judge wouldn't allow anyone to take her to task. But in this case, it's different. She's a party in it. And when she opened that door, it's going to allow Kate Moss to just walk right in and say whatever. And they're really, the way the time management's going, I mean, Amber Heard's team can't have much time left. They put this guy on the stand. She just said that they've got a lot more. They only had 8 hours to begin with. When we started today, her team only had 8 hours on the clock. So Johnny Depp has 18 hours on the clock. So they're going to be able to, again, one whole day pretty much of stuff. Amber Heard's team is either going to have to get smart and ask the best questions ever, taking someone apart, which they haven't been able to do so far, or they're just going to have to, they're going to have to sit on their hands and hope to God that this stuff doesn't absolutely destroy your case. And if you play it correctly, if you use things like, again, Kate Moss is a determinant to take apart the staircase incident. You're proving that Amber Heard lied. She creates phony stories. Kate Moss can come in and say that herself. Yeah, this never happened. There was no one that ever freaking said this before. Amber Heard just made it up. Like, imagine the devastation that that'll create. This is going to be amazing to watch because she is such an idiot. Like, why would you decide that would be the case? What an idiot. I mean, what a freaking idiot. Yeah, he's going to be on the stand, and that's good. Let him. I want him to be on the stand. I hope they keep him on for another hour, 2 hours, because if they keep him on, he may be boring. He may be a moron, but you know what? He's a moron running out their clock. So that's a great thing. Catch the few super chats while we're here at the middle. Eugene Knight, thanks for the 2. They didn't bring up his pay. I wanted to know that. Yeah, I'd like to know how much that guy got paid. I'm curious about that for sure. Because whatever it was too much. They also didn't bring up the fact that, like, he's an editor to a magazine. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that's just Francis, thanks for the 2. Aren't all humans narcissists to some degree? Yeah, but what we're talking about are specific qualifications for what narcissism is. He's using that as clinical terminology. He's not just using that as a toss around word. Like if you and I toss that around in conversation, if you said someone was a narcissist, it's not the same as somebody with certification throwing it around as a diagnostic qualifying tool. There's a big difference in that, Nick AU, thanks for the 5. No statement attached. Plenty of statement in that. So thank you. Smoochy Pooch. Hey, thank you for the 100. Thank you for that, sir. Or ma'am. I'm sorry. I said sir. I said sir. My brain is my brain has been frazzled by all of this madness. This madness is driving. I mean, like, imagine that you were in a in a profession and you see people doing worldwide damage to it, and it's hard enough advocating for it because people look at mental health and they think that's not a science. And it is. It's based on a science, but a lot of it is art too. It is. You have to get it right. And then you see these idiots like burning it down worldwide. Just crazy. Anyways, Booch, thank you. I was thinking of posting on Twitter the evidence I have against my ex-husband, but he did what AH did and used what he did to me as if I did it to him. Yes, you see that a lot with these kind of people. You do. That's terrible to say, terrible to see, but it's the truth. That's what they do a lot there. H has made me terrified to reveal everything because now his victimization will look true. Tug, may I email you for advice? Yeah, you can email me for sure. Just drop it in my email. But if you want to speak here's the thing. If you want to speak your truth, if you want to talk about what was done to you specifically, if you're not aiming at him, you just talk about like this is what happened to me. Someone did the exact same thing. You're not pointing it at somebody. Then you speak your truths. You're not asking for anybody to join in and, create a bonfire for that person. But yeah, I mean, who's Kate Moss? Who is after Kate Moss? Like who will come up after Kate Moss? We have a few people. Like I said, there's discussion that they're going to call JD. That's why I put it on the thing. The Jennifer Howell thing is supposed to come up. It depends on when they end their evidence. I didn't think they would want to sit here and run out everything today, but hey, I guess they felt that they had to bring on a hand expert that never saw JD's hand. They had to bring on someone else that talked about Here's a question. Why bring on someone like Dr. Hughes and bring them in twice? They brought in two Dr. Hugheses, One of them was obviously a sexist, and the other one was obviously a quack. Nessa Locklear, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Appreciate that. Barbie Doll, thanks for the super sticker there. Appreciate that. Dancing to the music. Scott Wickham, thanks for the 5. Arrived late. Why did Cross not ask if everything that guy said could apply to AH? I'm not sure why he didn't ask that. I mean, he destroyed that guy, though. I mean, he absolutely destroyed that guy. If you didn't see all of it, go back and watch it because it's very funny. I mean, he did absolutely unloaded and destroyed him. He was a quack and a half. Silva said so. Thanks for the 5 there. This quack forgot JD is legally blind in one eye and has ADHD. So what if he needed an earpiece to get the job done? By the way, you're doing a great job. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, indeed. The ADHD thing killed me because all of the indicators that he discussed saying that this proves that JD is this, that, or the other. Yeah, they could prove something else too, couldn't they? Like I said, ADHD, very easy. Isabel Turner, thank you for the 10 there. No statement attached to that, but plenty of statement just attached in backing. Thank you. Jill Lovinger, thanks too. Google Phineas for professor right now. I'll have to look it up in a minute. Roadway Cat, thanks for the 5. I'm not sure how it works, but can the herd team do cross-examination if their time runs out? No, they'll be out of time. They'll have anything left. It all counts against your time, except for the sidebarring and stuff. But their team is they'll be out of time. That's what I mean. You'll be able to do it uninterrupted. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why JD's team having 10 hours. I mean, again, think about that. They have over a day left where her team won't even be able to answer anything. So, I mean, you could put on a show. You can absolutely demolish them. And really, if you're smart about it, you bring on somebody that they're terrified of. You make them burn all of their time. Like if you brought in, say, Jennifer Howell, for example, you impeach all of that testimony. They're terrified. So they're going to have to scramble. By the way, props to Jennifer Howell. Soldier right there. Like I said, she didn't have to do this stuff. She didn't have to tell the truth. She could have taken the easy road, but she didn't. Props to her. Very much so. And they're terrified of her. They are terrified because of that connection. So if they, when she gets out there, they'll be like, oh my God. So if if they put someone like that out there, they could end up, not only could she destroy their narrative, but on top of that, she could destroy their time. If not destroy their time, like they'll either go with asking a few questions and hoping that impacts enough, or they'll burn it all out. It's going to be fascinating to see how that plays. They messed up though. Race 723. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. St. Alice, thank you for your 8-month membership. Any ideas why JD's team didn't bring in anything from the surgeons for his finger? Any specialists they work with? No, they probably just decided, unless they bring in something else, they just decided it was a waste of time. They thought that JD was more powerful talking about it than that. Because again, that witness there, you could destroy him in clothes or anything else. They, in closing, because the witness that we saw today was talking about JD's injury being a crushing injury. Well, JD said that. He didn't say he got his finger chopped off by a glass bottle. He said she threw a glass bottle, it trapped his finger between something, it chopped, and then it blew up. After, hitting. Psh. So it was crushing injury. So he very much had a crushing injury. They want to pretend, they want to shape this because of the item used. They want to turn it into something it's not. Well, thanks for the 5 there. Hype indeed. I like it. Thank you. Sashi Knight, thanks for the 10 and the super sticker fly in. Woo, fly that away. Marta Womack, thanks for the 10. Thank you. No, thank you all for being here. Sincerely, I appreciate the heck out of you. You all have made this great. Christy, thanks for the 5. I've been on Seroquel for over a decade. I have issues with nausea if I try to fight falling asleep, but you can't fight falling asleep very easily. It's true. You know who? Thanks for the 5. Hal was genuinely concerned for Whitney and knew how toxic AH was versus the other leeches. Yep. And Baruch was the only person with a believable cry on the stand. That's true. Isaac Baruch, man, when he broke down, I felt bad for him. He made me sad, I actually felt very sad for Isaac Baruch. I liked him, Hey, check this out. So while we're here, I want to show you something real fast. Let's watch this little cartoon piece real quick about the poopy on the bed. I think this one's funny. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna pull it up. I like this one.
And he said, I don't think now's a good time to go. And I thought, it's the perfect time. She's not going to be home for 2 days. And then he showed me a photograph.
What was the photograph of, Mr. Depp?
It was a photograph of the bed, our bed. And on my side of the bed, was human fecal matter.
Love that thing. Yeah. I know player thanks for 5. Hey, Doug, for the good work. I cannot wait for the aftermath of this trial. I know it'll be interesting to see. I hope a certain Aquaman starlet doesn't try anything afterward. I know, like I keep telling people, there's a lot to keep up with, even in the aftermath. You have the trial, but God, I mean, the aftermath, it's going to take a month to figure out what happens in the aftermath. Lord, it's going to be a mess too. Smooch Pooch, thanks for the 20 there. My ex-husband, fans follow him blindly, ended up harassing me, told me to kill myself, etc. They'll know I'd been talking about him as several stalked me. Thank you so much. I'll send you an email and attach evidence. That's okay. Yes, indeed, for sure. Nicole, thanks for the $1.39 and the pooper sticker. Isabel Turner, thanks for the 10. Johnny's finger looks like a crush injury because he put pressure on it after it was cut with a tissue. They found his finger in. Tip was sliced by a bottle and the dangled piece came off the tissue. Yeah, and they talk about, well, it didn't hit the fingernail. Okay, well, that's the angle of the approach. If it approach vectors in and it hits him, you can see it in the x-ray, actually. Let me pull up the x-ray real fast. You can see it better in the x-ray footage. Here, you can you can see the damage that it did. It's horrible too when you look at the X-ray. I mean, the X-ray is actually the picture itself is gruesome, but when you look at the damage to his finger, sheesh, man, look at that, God! And then he gets MRSA in it. Oh Lord. On 84, thank you, welcome, thank you for that membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs, appreciate you. Pam Huddleston, thank you for the buck there. They don't allow a statement attached, but that is plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Nessa, thanks for the 2. You will need a mod soon. I'll need another mod. Is that what you're saying? We got a few mods in there. Hello, thanks for the 5. Love listening to you, Mr. Tug. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate. I appreciate so much that you folks like showed up. You'll have this channel to become what it is because it keeps growing. It's amazing. Like the Twitter keeps growing too. It's like it's 60,000 followers and it just keeps growing. It's crazy. It is crazy. Smooch Pooch, thanks for 5. AH and her hoarders are despicable people. Yet, not surprised. They're no longer friends with her. That's true. Her own lawyers can't stand her. Yep, you can see it in the way they go. Ultimate Blaze, thanks for the 2. Did your daughter ever give her story time? Yeah, she didn't give a story time on the live stream. She will like on a live stream that's just not chaos. You know what I mean? I don't want her like she doesn't understand these topics when she comes in. I don't want her hearing these topics, you know? Like these topics are bad. These are not, you know, like my kids will walk down the steps or something. I can hear them coming, and that's why I pause in the topics that's why I don't let her attach to it. But yeah, like she tells me stories all the time. Yeah. Professor Anthrax, thanks for the 2 and the full pointing foam finger. Let's see, you know who? Thanks for the 5. Where's AH's photo metadata? Is there dark hair? Is she dark haired on a bruised big arm with an iPhone 4? There weren't even a couple. I think then must be from another person. Well, that's a good question, isn't it? They didn't dispute the way that they disputed that picture was even better, to be honest, because the way that they disputed that picture was you said that he beat you about the face, and yet you only show an arm here, and there's no injuries to any of your face, even though he supposedly pummeled your face, right? Felon, thanks for the 5. There are a few times I've wondered how much AH's team actually told or shaded info from the experts. Oh, they definitely played that game there. Oh, thanks for the 2. Can we have a tug board game? That would be crazy. So I want to make something. Damn it! Somebody sent me something that's awesome, and I totally forgot about it. They made you know oh man, give me one second. I'll show you. Made a randomizer to make us bingo cards. I made a bingo card generator, and I forgot to generate one today. Check this out. It's randomized tongue bingo. This thing is cool as hell. I love it. Look, it's randomized tongue bingo. Let's create one. Let's do it. Let's do 3. Boom. There. Look at that. That's awesome. This is not affiliated with the YouTube channel. It is awesome though. So I need to screen grab that and put one out there. You know? And you know, if it says like this person there or that person, you know, if they're brought up, again, if she tries to cry, that can be in their testimony or whatever. But let's get one for the next witness, because we need one. Should be playing witness bingo every time. You know why? Because it makes people that are it makes the people that have talked about this stuff, it makes them crazy. I noticed that Proudman, that clown on YouTube or on Twitter, like she's been trying to promote bingo because like they hate the fact that I play Amber Heard bingo every day. Let's see, Amber Heard bingo for the next round. Went up earlier. I apologize. We could have been playing this whole time. Man, what a monster I am. God, I think is me forgetting about bingo? Oh my God, does that mean that is that an indicator for IPV? Oh no. Princess, thanks for the 5. Would be funny if the judge trashed Dr. Finkelstein's testimony for being unprofessional toad. You notice he like turned to her. He was so shook and he was like, do I have to answer that, judge? That was good. Red, thanks for the 5. The Chinese brand and advertising their bruise kit using Amber Heard's photo from the trial. That's hilarious. So you have Chinese brands that are advertising their bruise kits with Amber Heard's picture for the trial. That's awesome. Bruise kits. Now you can apply fake too. It's beautiful. And Steven, thanks for the 5. Waiting for that guy to say, "Great Scott, Marty." Yeah. Where's Einstein? It's Back to the Future. I'm telling you, like I'm telling you, he looks like Mr. Burns. Like again, look at this side by side comparison. I'm just gonna say, like, you tell me. Just give me a second. I wanna. Okay. Like, you tell me. Again. Just saying. Maybe not my professional opinion, but I could definitely be them. Yep, exactly. Exactly. The same person. Oh my God. So good. So good. Good stuff. All right. Let's go through. Let's hit a few more. Let's see what people got here. Jessica, thanks for the 5. Can the doctor lose his license for ethical violations? Will they at least put him under review? 1 second. And Bandicoot, thanks for the super chat there. Would they put him under review? No, probably not. They're not going to do anything like that. They're not going to do that at all. I mean, there's just no way. Bandicoot, thanks for the super chat. I have followed you for years, Tug. Thanks for all your hard work. Hey, thank you for following the channel for years. That's thank you. I mean, again, people have built this up. We're at 260,000 subscribers now. That's crazy. And the Twitter channel, it's gotten up to like 60,000 plus too. That's nuts. Nuts. I never imagined like that. So, like I said, I can't thank you all enough for it. Appreciate it. Thanks for the 5. JD's right-handed. Imagine the difficulty in doing that with your left hand. Exactly. I rarely do anything with my left at any time. Imagine JD as a musician chopping off his finger. He said, it's the only thing I really enjoy. It's the one thing that, it brings me happiness. And he was isolated and stuff. Could you imagine like chopping off your finger, even though with that? All right, thanks for the 2. That guy looks like Trevor from GTA 5, indeed. Adriana, thanks for the 8. Thanks for keeping us up to date here in Australia. Love the depth you go into. Go Team Johnny. Thank you for that. Yes, I need to go into the depths, because like this isn't as simple as just saying someone is guilty or innocent. The level of it, you've got to clear every claim, every charge against the man. You have to make it something. You have to turn it into. Angel, thanks for the 2 there. How JD's right hand wound up on the right side of her face. Yep, that is a very that doesn't work, does it? Isabel, thanks for the 5. The hair on the floor was platinum blonde with no root bulbs attached. The patch of her hair was shaved and not pulled out. No blood into the scalp. That is very true. Like you can, hopefully, like I said, I'm hoping that people look at this stuff and the witness or the people that really need to see it. The jury, if they that all goes through with them. Persia Scott, thanks for the 10 there. I've been taking gabapentin for years. I use it for nerve damage and neurological disorders, which cause me pain on the left side of my body. The pain is sometimes debilitating. Yeah, I mean, he took these drugs and he made them into something negative. Like, oh, you're a monster if you do this. No, you have needs. You have needs for some of the medications. Amber Heard takes some of these medications. Like, woo, Lewis, thanks for the 2. Rottenborn must be Smithers. That's hilarious. Got Crow Whisperer, thanks for the 5. Things go better with Tug. That's right. Have yourself a very merry Tugmas. Make sure. I like seeing Camille take the stand today. I'm not saying, but do cross. I actually like seeing her out there. Remember, we have if you want to have fun with this stuff, again, we've put out shirts and whatnot. We had our Super Camille. I thought that one was really funny. It goes very well with what we were doing there. We have shirts like, check this out. Just bring them up while we're here. Super Camille. Remember the She-Hulk. She's the real hero there. Forget the merfolk, Remember She-Hulk was an attorney at law too, so it fits perfectly. But yeah, she's out there. She was devastating when she, both witnesses have been, she reduced that hand witness to nothing, I thought that was a good one. Bam. So remember we have quite a few different things in our store. And if you check out our store, like I said, we just have all kinds of stuff there. There's all kinds of different shirts. Look, this is our storefront. I'm gonna link our storefront in just a second, but check this out. Here's the storefront. Like, you got everything from sexy toasts to, the pick up the phone with Waldman to the Mega Pint to, you have your fun times. You have your Clat Lady. I stepped on a bee, Amica. The text on there, by the way, that is intentional, obviously. But you have different ones. You have your guilty teas, with different colors. You have your Dr. Muffins. You have your, your Mega Pint. Like we did these double-sided. See? Psh, psh. Oh, yeah. It's just a lot of stuff. I think it's fun. Grumpy in the Punch Bowl. We try to have fun with it. So I'll put that in the chat. Again, part of this, you've got to laugh off the stupid and the absurd that's to some of these people, So I'm going to post that. I'm going to put it in the top of the link. I think some of them are fun, though. Your Michelangelo shirt. I like that one. I think it's funny. Pick up the phone. I like the reaction. Man, these people went crazy on Twitter. They went crazy when I posted that. It's too far, that umbrella guy. It's too far. No, it's not. Rob Knight, thanks for the 5. Is that Rob Knight? That's interesting. Night. It's interesting. Thanks for 5. You should see Eve Barlow's tweet about Dr. Spiegel's testimony. The level of delusion among her supporters is unreal. That's what it kills me. I haven't looked at her stuff yet, but they are a delusional bunch. They want to pretend, oh man, look at that, it's going so good. And you're like, it's not. It really isn't. Like, what exactly are you on, to think that went well? You have the consensus among 99% of people that are like, this is bad. But hey, self-deception. Andy Sparrow, thanks for the 5 there. Hey, Umbrella God. thanks for all you're doing for JD. Me and a bunch of my friends have been watching their live stream in Discord and laughing in turn. Oh, that's cool. You should invite me over to Discord. I popped in the other day. You want to hear something funny? So I popped in the other day to somebody's Discord. They had a thing about the trial, and they didn't think it was my real account, so they banned me. You banned me. They were like, "That's a fake account," and they banned it. And I was like, "All right, I guess." So now that was me for real. So, oh well. VH, thanks for the wood. No statement, but plenty of statement there. I don't usually use Discord ever, but I saw some people talking in one Discord about the trial, and I was bored. I was like, "Hey, I'll say something over there." And they were like, "You're a fake. You can't be him. Get out of here." It's not messing with you. I just thought it was funny. Yeah, there's a lot of fakes out there, but that was really, just thanks for the 5. Tug, I sent you an email. Keep up the good work. The bingo card needs a what if any box. That's true too. uh, mm, this stuff has been funny. Tess, thanks for the 5. Thanks for all your work. Hello from Switzerland. Hey, thank you. And I love seeing where everybody is at because we're all over the world. This is worldwide, baby. Lynn, thanks for the 7 there. Hey, Tug, love the content. Why didn't they play the tapes of Turd going crazy? JD trying to leave his doctor. Well, they only get so much time, so they've taken certain ones. I'm wondering what they'll play from, Australia with her admittance, like what they'll put in toward the end. Lauren Hill, thanks for the 5. I think the psychiatrist looks like a mad scientist. Yeah, he does. That's what somebody was saying before. He does. You're right. Doug Brown from Back to the Future movies. Denise, thanks for the 10. Did you see the bruise kit on the table? Passed out with the ice cream? Yep. It looks very much like one. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's so much stuff. Again, you got to remember, this trial isn't twofold. This trial is a trial in the courtroom too, and then there's all the evidence that people find. They may not make it in there, but people find it and they can say, "Yo, look at that." Elaine, thanks for the 5 on Neurontin and opioids from a broken neck and a neck surgery from abusive husband. No rage issues. Love from Alabama. Thank you for that. Yeah, so yeah, you were actually the aggrieved party, not the aggressor, and you're on those. But hey, that's the problem with, honestly, that's the problem in a nutshell with all of this stuff. You can't do what they're doing, and yet they're doing it. That's why the ethics becomes questionable about what they were doing. Miss Vic, thanks for the 2. Is there a scamber? A scamber more with a turd horcrux? Indeed. That would be gross. That'd be gross because when you have to go and try to retrieve the Horcrux, you're like, "Oh no, it's in the eternal toilet of doom." You're like, "Harry Potter, be careful reaching down in there." He's like, puts his hand in, and you hear, like, "No, Harry, be careful." I love my PR people. Thanks for the 2. This testimony sounds like crap to distract. Oh, it is. That's all it is. It's supposed to manipulate, pull emotion. It's supposed to do everything but actually make a true point. Now, it's not loud. I'm really low is what it is. I've got my volume on 2, so I haven't turned my volume back up. So, my volume, I'm going to move it back, but my volume is typically, this is at 3 input because I don't want to be louder than the input. But look, I'm going to turn it up while I'm moving, but this is the typical input of me right here. So I'm going to turn it back down. It's just for the trial, where you have to boost sound and stuff. You have to go down to the lowest inputs ever. It's nuts. Wolf Owen, thanks for the 5. That's why I don't use any sound effects while we're watching the trial. I'm afraid I'll deafen everybody. Thanks for the 5. Fangirl, around a phone, smashing it. Surely it would sustain damage to more than one finger. That's true. Also, that, like I said, where are the plastic pieces? He would have plastic shards in his hand, Andrea, thanks for the 5. Doctor, look like the proctologist from Cannonball Run. Look at it side by side. I can see it in my head. Oh my God. Let me pull it up for a minute. Cannonball Run. Somebody else sent me some pictures. He does. You want to see something funny? All right. Here, let me pull this. I'm gonna post that real quick on Twitter. It's funny. Amber Heard's witness. He does really look like him. He's even got that weird eye thing. You know? It's funny. That guy, like he looks like I said, he looks like an addict though, for real, like an alcohol abuser or something, because he's got something like off with him, you know. Expert witness starring Cannonball Run. Here you go. I'll pull that up real quick. I'd set a poster real fast so you can see it. You know what's sad is he told us that he was never in the movies, and yet here we are. So check it out. Here's the side-by-side comparison. Oh, Lord. They do have some similarities. They do have some striking similarities, actually. Sam the Eagle and the Muppets. He does. He's like, you cared for the proctology examination. No. Get away. Get away. Oh, that is funny. They're so like this. These people are so just wag jobby. Let's see. Give me a second. Up. Volume again. Got to get over to the thing. Trials back up. The time goes fast sometimes. You know, you fall for a few minutes. You're right back at it. And I'm glad. I mean, I'm glad, you know, the time of the trial actually, it passes a lot faster than you would think. God, that is a weird. Look at him zooming in on his weird head. Like, stop that. I'm not comfortable with that. Stop it. Oh, God, he's got such a bizarre head. Young Frankenstein. Yeah, he looks like old Frankenstein. Like, I wonder what the cops in the back, they're talking about like the size of something. They keep doing like hand sizes. He's like, it's this big. Probably talking about a picture of the dump in the bed. He was like, it's this big.
All right, maybe seated. Your next question, redirect.
All right,
Thank you.
redirect.
Dr. Spiegel, you were asked about whether you were able to examine Mr. Depp. Do you recall those questions back and forth?
Yes,
And so if I understand your testimony, you asked twice for Mr. Depp to be interviewed by you, correct?
yes.
Objection leading.
And
Overruled.
and then in addition to that, Ms. Heard requested twice of the court for Mr. Depp to be submitting to an examination of you, correct?
And the court said
Yes.
no.
And those were denied, correct?
Yes,
And now Mr. Depp is contending that it's unethical for you to provide an opinion in this case because you didn't get an
No.
opportunity to interview him. Do you think that makes sense?
Objection,
Your
does.
Honor. You cannot
Sustain the
remote diagnose
objection. All
people.
right. Is that your understanding?
that is my understanding of it. yes.
Okay. Now, when counsel for Mr. Depp was reading to you the Goldwater rule, there were two words that he kind of went over pretty quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower. And that was that the Goldwater rule was that you cannot make an armchair diagnosis, right?
That's exactly right.
Objection.
Based on
It's remote
Quote.
diagnosis.
Okay.
publicly available records. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed in this case were private, were they not?
Oh,
Yes.
God.
And in
So all I have
fact,
to do is get some
Dr.
private records.
Blaustein's records were marked confidential, correct?
yes,
And his deposition was marked confidential,
yes,
okay?
Words.
And Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential?
yes.
Objection leading.
And I'll sustain.
Okay, what if any labeling was there on Dr. Kipper's deposition?
All the documents I reviewed were confidential, and I also signed the confidentiality agreement, so everything I looked at was confidential.
Okay, so that in fact does not even comport, that doesn't meet the restrictions that were put.
Objection leading.
I mean,
That is ridiculous.
So would it be fair to say that you have not, have you rendered any opinions in this case as an expert witness based on publicly available records?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
Thank you. Now, you were asked a number of questions about narcissistic traits and your diagnosis or findings that Mr. Depp exhibited narcissistic traits or had that disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes,
All right. And the question was asked of you of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember that testimony?
yes,
Okay. Now, one of the ones you testified before was for narcissism, it requires admiration, correct?
yes.
What, if any, record evidence was there that Mr. Depp requires admiration?
The very people that surround him need to admire him, or they're no longer in his employment or his working circle.
Okay. The second one that you discussed was sense of entitlement. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. What record evidence is there that Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
So again, thinking that Ms. Heard was marrying him solely for his money and his influence, and that was the case, was, in my opinion, very entitled.
All right. And the third one you discussed was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Entitled.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay. The fourth one was lacks empathy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking empathy?
To be able to commit intimate partner violence and the control you have over someone.
I'm sorry.
Can I be heard?
Okay.
I like that word entitled there. So it's not entitled to make hundreds of dollars an hour, like destroying your entire the whole psychological field's credibility. That's good.
I'm just going to ask you to give the record evidence of Mr. Depp's lacking empathy that you know of.
Yes. Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes, just
Okay.
just a little different than what you said before.
Okay. So if one does, so I'll make it more direct. So if you're not agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay. Therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit. So often on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox, is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
All right. Another one of the characteristics that you cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a career, start with that beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco and I think others comment this week. Last week Ms. Burston commented about things about jealousy. So I think it's pretty apparent.
But she was having
The next one you
affairs.
listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism. So it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem, fragile personality. So traits. So it would go in the line of cluster B rather than per se narcissistic.
All right. Now, we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he
Doodling and
has
eating
narcissistic
candy.
traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you were asked about the cluster B, and counsel for Mr. Depp came back and said, are you aware Ms. Heard has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder? Now, you reviewed I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
What, if any, evidence was there that Bonnie Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair, Cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
It's beyond the scope.
It's not,
Overruled.
thank you.
So I mean, if I could start, Ms. Jacobs demonstrated no type of personality, sort of borderline or otherwise. And on a review of Dr. Curry's records.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
It is, I'll ask each of them separately. And you also reviewed the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed all of Don Hughes' records and her testing, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
Overruled.
None.
Okay. And you
What, if any?
also reviewed Dr. Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's testing that Amber Heard had either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
She had traits she did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorse enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
All right. Now, you mentioned in response to Mr. Depp's counsel's questions, you started to talk about battered wife syndrome. What is your experience with battered wife syndrome sometimes being mistaken with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection compound and leading.
Overruled.
So battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has so many symptoms of PTSD. And if you hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have reliving experiences as if feeling as if the abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of the abuse, such as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity of borderline personality disorder. They do have avoidance symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly can be an issue. Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for borderline, and B, could readily easily be explained by battered wife syndrome, a form.
Oh, you're
of PTSD.
nuts.
Thank you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools, who's an expert on intimate partner violence. She had a chance to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's not non-responsive. I said, what, if anything, did she find?
Sustained.
All right.
I said,
Tell
what, if
the jury
anything?
about
That
Amy
cures
Banks, the
everything.
Significance of Amy Banks.
So what Dr. Banks found was that she fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection hearsay.
I reversed those. Let me do it again. Please tell the jury.
Sustained the objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world, who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is, above all people
will understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's a credibility testimony.
I think he can testify to that. Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion was, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp and how they responded?
So Ms. Heard discussed in trying to, again, as a victim, trying to save the relationship, discussed with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not giving what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's my.
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state.
Can't just
hearsay.
regurgitate
Rely on it.
hearsay.
All right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Mr. Depp said nothing. When Ms. Heard accused him of intimate partner violence, Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance
Objection,
of that?
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. And what is the significance of that?
The significance of that is with
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
All right, we'll move on. You were asked about MDMA and what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right? From Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard,
Yes.
and the number. Okay. Do you recall that Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you,
No,
Michelle.
she said
can
she
you
found
bring
2
up
empty bags.
1828, it's already in evidence.
She brought up 2 bags of cocaine. She said they were empty in her audio.
And if
But
we can
hey,
publish that, okay, we can, thank you. This is one of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these 2 canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and
God.
combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Objection, no foundation. Speculation.
The
That is a-
foundation's already been laid. Your
that's
Honor.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
There's no.
What, if anything, if you look at the painted canvases on this one, what, if any, evidence is that reflecting behaviors indicative of taking a lot of MDMA, cocaine, and alcohol?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
It's the same question. Sustained.
You testified earlier about property, destruction of property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell the jury how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829? And this has already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I would say that one, that demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
It would be people who would misuse ecstasy without cocaine
are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess? And that's already been admitted into evidence as well. Your Honor, I'd ask that it be published. And what, if any, evidence does this correlate with behavior indicative of IPV perpetration?
Again, this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally.
Objection, Your Honor, can we be heard?
Okay. If you want to.
That's ridiculous. This is also a picture, you know, since they were showing it, this is also a picture that Amber Heard definitely did. And you can tell by the reaction on it. So Johnny Depp, if you look at that picture, Johnny Depp scratched out part of the writing. He didn't take the other writing off the thing, but he took the writing that is alleged by Amber Heard off there. Also, she supposedly took her pictures after he had left. So when did he have time
Dr.
to do
Spiegel,
that?
if you can answer the question, what, if any, evidence is this correlating to the risk factors for IPV perpetrator?
Again, I think the violence comes through. with some
Objection,
respect.
Your Honor.
Just the
to
evidence
strike.
of risk factors,
All
if you
right.
can.
Evidence of, I'm sorry, the evidence of risk factor would be accepting a more than average degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
Okay. Are you aware of any record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting canvases?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. You can take that down now. Now, you were also asked about Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications. Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendants Exhibit 301. And Dr. Spiegel, it's not into evidence yet. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury that we've got Seroquel 50 mg? Can you just
Objection,
tell,
hearsay.
can you just tell the, I haven't finished asking the question yet. So,
Let's approach.
okay.
All right. They know exactly where that's going. They know exactly what she's going to pull with that. That painted picture, though, like I was saying, it confuses me because you have the red writing that she denies she made. But number one, Johnny Depp only painted over those words. Number two, she supposedly took her pictures after Johnny Depp was gone while she was getting ready. So how did those words, the red ones that she took a picture of, how did they get etched out in the aftermath when Ben King took the picture, unless she's misstating when those pictures were taken, period? I just always wondered about that. I'm watching it.
Michelle, can you scroll up just so I can see all of them at the same time?
She looks
Thank you.
so crazy.
So, Dr. Siegel, if someone was taking 50 milligrams
Milligrams,
of Seroquel, 25 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 milligrams of Seroquel and 50 all in one day, how would that impact them?
So obviously this is not for sleep, because I'm presuming you're not wanting to sleep in the morning, noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for one purpose, as I say, with substance use disorder. They're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a down and relax. And given that you're taking 45 milligrams of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's more than the prescribed for adults and children, for that matter. The combination makes very little sense at all to me.
And if a person was taking 300 milligrams of Neurontin, I'm going to pronounce that wrong again.
Neurontin.
Rotten.
4 times a day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Again,
person.
you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down. That's all this regimen is about. Gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than, actually doesn't have psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down. And as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Cimetidine, Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unusually calming effects from these medicines, while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall. And for the record book, adults are only indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release gets you up right away and then down. Now, in ADHD, this medicine is very effective. But from what this is being used for, clearly based on the combination, no.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Yes,
All right. Now, you were asked about Mr. Depp passing out. Do you recall reading testimony of Mr. Depp passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
yes.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what you
Yes.
recall?
I
All
also,
right.
I mean, for the record book, I don't think that falling asleep with ice cream on you is a much
Objection
better
beyond the
reason.
scope of the question.
Oh, keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake to put ice cream away.
All right. Michelle, if you can pull up Defendants 1090. It's already into evidence. If we can publish that to the jury, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, does this look like, I mean, would this be evidence correlating with behaviors consistent with IPV perpetrator risk factors?
This would be correlated a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed. They don't sleep with their head on a game box in a furniture. That doesn't happen to people who sleep, no matter how tired you are. No matter how tired. I've been a resident in the past, and I was up for 40, 45 hours.
Objection beyond the scope.
It's just explained. Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right. Michelle, can you pull up 1095, please? And I'm going to ask you the same question, Dr. Spiegel. What, if anything, does this indicate relating to risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, colloquially passed out, and there's very few ways to get like that without pharmacological assistance,
Okay.
legal or illegal, or illegal.
And then let's pull up 1094, please, Michelle. Defense, and that's also been admitted. And now we have the ice cream picture. And what, if any, indication does this have?
Probably could see how I could. mistake that.
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
What, if any, correlation, what, if any, evidence does this indicate correlative with the risk factors for IPV
Again,
perpetrators?
this proves one of the major risk factors and precipitating factors for intimate partner violence.
Objection,
You are
move
subject-
to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
We'll just move on.
Okay.
You were asked about earpieces. Do you recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Yes,
All right. And do you recall them both testifying that Mr. Depp had someone on salary to feed him his lines?
yes,
Okay. Now, you've testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct or behaviors indicative or consistent with any of the risk factors for perpetrators of IPV?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Well, it was suggested with the borderline personality.
Sustained.
Okay. But you did find that for Mr. Depp, correct?
yes,
Okay. And did you find record evidence that Mr. Depp had a substance abuse disorder?
severe substance use disorder.
Did any of the questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Nothing there, no, not my opinion has not been swayed an iota.
Okay. Do you hold them all still within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spiegel.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. All right, your next witness,
My next witness is Catherine Arnold.
Catherine Arnold.
I don't know who Catherine Arnold. I guess this is another person burning. Like I said, you keep these idiots on there because they burn out the time, you know?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case with penalty of law? Thank you.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Will you please state your name for the record?
Catherine Arnold.
All right. And what is your profession?
I am a entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert witness.
Okay. And can you please tell the jury your educational background?
Yes. So I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors, writers, and directors. And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, and directors. After that, I went into development of film and television projects for a company based in New York called the Maltese Company, which actually produced animated television shows and feature films based on Wall Street, animated product, like toys. And then I went to work with a company called the Goober Peters Company. And Goober Peters was, at the time, one of the largest production companies in Los Angeles. They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV shows like Witches of Eastwick. And there I was involved in the development of scripts. We worked with the studio directly in terms of what cast would be attached to the scripts and brought directors and talent to those projects. I then went on to work in, there's a lot. I went on to work in the independent film world as a film producer. So I found the material, I would get the financing, I would get the cast and the director attached to the project. We call that packaging. And then we would go and obtain financing for that either through equity sources or international sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kirstie Alley, Thomas Jane, Ethan Hawke. And then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the procurement of financing. So I worked in both the independent world and the studio world, meaning independently financed or financed by the big studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and Paramount and such as that. That's the bulk of my work in the entertainment
Did
industry.
any of your films win awards?
A couple of them did. So a couple of the independent films that I produced, one of them won, called The Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category. And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called Crystal Award.
Right. And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that time, in between those jobs, I also worked in the corporate world. So large studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and CBS would need corporate videos for their live events. So I would interview executives and interview their talent and then edit the piece together to create video and media for their live sales conferences that they had at that time. And then I also produced some commercials.
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate relations and licensing?
So early on in my career, I worked at the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department where we handled the licensing of the Olympic logo. And we also worked with sponsors and suppliers who were funding those Olympic Games. So it was a lot of contractual negotiations with the use of the license of the logo, as well as raising money for the games and working with those corporate sponsors throughout the 2 years prior to the games and then during the games themselves.
And what, if any, experience do you have working on film festivals?
Well, I've had films in festivals. I've actually been very lucky to travel the world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films, both here in the United States and elsewhere. And at one point, I was also hired to raise sponsorship funds for the Sundance Film Festival. They had a new program that they were starting to do online festivals. And so I raised about $500,000 for them in about a month.
All right. And do you have a degree, a college degree?
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
What does your current consulting practice entail?
So as an entertainment consultant, having been in the business in both the independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive, I work with investment companies and production companies who are looking to navigate the various inroads of Hollywood. It's a business that's very different and unlike anything else and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, marketing process, and get them set up to be able to produce their films.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
I've been involved in somewhere between 85 and 100 cases as an expert, from beginning stages to testifying in court.
And have you ever testified as an expert on damages and defamation cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on that?
On defamation?
Yes.
I believe 3 or 4 times.
Okay. And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times have you qualified as an expert on damages?
Almost all my cases have some form of damage economic damage related to the case. So I would say in all of the cases that I've testified in, I've been qualified in damages.
Okay. Have you ever served as an expert for both? Have you served as an expert for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How much of your current practice involves consulting as opposed to serving as an expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spend half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
All right. Any objection? All right. So moved.
Thank you. Now, you have a dual role here as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to start you with Mr. Depp's claims for damages.
Okay.
With respect to Mr. Depp's claim damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that have impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed piece specifically.
All right. And have you been asked to limit that to the period of December 18, 2018, with the date of the op-ed, through November 2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the responses to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual recordings that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilize some entertainment industry specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to the case.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Please describe for the jury your observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
Well, Mr. Depp has had an extraordinary career over many years, so it's a long one to look at. Obviously, he was a rising star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street, and you've heard, all the films that I'm sure he's been in. He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and of course his character Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was, world renowned. And probably his biggest role. And he was, a well-liked, both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star. And at the same time, his behavior and both on and off the set in his personal life and in his professional life start to interfere with what we would say, what everybody saw was his great talent. And it started, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid 2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her deposition, it really started to affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and other issues in his personal life. So it got more complicated for her to find him work, and I think it got harder for production companies and studios to hire him due to the challenges that would put on a production.
And when did Mr. Depp's career downturn begin, based on your review of all the record evidence?
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was working with on the Pirates movie. And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express. And in around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She's answering the career downturn. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Thank you. In 2014, when Mr. Depp appeared in the Hollywood Film Awards, Ms. Jacobs received many phone calls from both producers, casting directors, and production executives asking her what is going on with your client, why, what's going on with his behavior, can we get him under control? And then I think it really started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the issues with the finger that stopped production and things of that nature. And then it got harder and harder.
Now, based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Objection. No foundation.
Overruled.
Can you please repeat the question?
Based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn? And I realize you've said a number of those, so just, is there anything else?
Sure. Well, we've talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits have had a really big impact, not just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And every time he has filed a lawsuit, it has brought to light various issues with respect to whatever that lawsuit was about, whether it was about, erratic behavior or domestic abuse or drugs and alcohol and even spending habits. So every time a lawsuit has been filed, the press and the publicity has just been charged up and brought everything back to light. And it's been an unfortunate problem on that level for the industry to continue to work with him, even though all this is out in the public.
For the films that were shortly before Pirates 5, how successful were they? We're talking Mordecai, Alice Through the Looking Glass. I think you testified to some of those, the Lone Ranger, Tonto.
Right.
Objection. Compound.
Overruled.
Of course, Mr. Depp has had some obviously extremely successful films, but also in the 4 or 5 years prior and, through Pirates, there were films that didn't do well at all and were considered what the industry calls a bomb, which could have been Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and Mordecai were films that just didn't perform, although they were valued in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's also had a lot of recent, what they call failures in the business.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer, and he didn't show up. Apparently he was sleeping, so he wasn't able to make it.
Now, what, if any,
So everything's based on the lady he
impact did
fired.
the Brooks
Gotcha.
litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can,
Okay, so the Brooks litigation was, there was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched someone on I think it was a location manager on the set of a film called City of Lies. I don't know exactly what happened to that litigation. However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
So it doesn't matter what
So
actually
in
happened in that lawsuit. Right?
2018, and I'm going to say before the op-ed on December 18, 2018,
Right.
was there any negative articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in the limelight and everybody wants to look at everything that happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the Rolling Stone. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character...
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When was that Hollywood Reporter article on diminishing returns of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay. What if any other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2017, 2018, before the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life. Again, his erratic behavior, the money he was spending on wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negatives.
Sustained.
All right. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney saw the Rolling Stone article?
There were emails between the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the one of the co-chairs of Disney, used the word sad. And I think one of the other executives used depressing, that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones magazine.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. Was there any more articles about Pirates of the Caribbean prior to the op-ed in December of 2018?
There was an article in October 28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to two writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection,
about rebooting the
hearsay.
franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general. She's not.
Approach.
Oh, these people. Sorry, I stepped away for a second. I had to grab something.
So without saying what the article said, say what it's about.
Okay. So in October 28th, the article was about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean
Objection,
franchise
hearsay.
would be rebooted without.
Overruled.
Please continue.
In the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp. And that was regarding two writers that were on the project.
Okay.
And there was one other one I'd like
Okay,
to
go
talk
ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article, there was an expose on the president of production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say—
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually printed in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journalist wrote. So they were on the same morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
And the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, it was just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018 relating to the Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that
Right,
Mr. Depp was
so-
bringing?
So a lot of press was about the UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that, both at the time that it was filed and throughout as documents were being shared with the public. And then, of course, during the trial itself.
Okay. And what is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, first appeared?
I believe it was in July of 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is your understanding of when Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay, June, would it be? Would that,
Pardon?
would it refresh your
It was in the
recollection?
spring or summer of, it was fairly shortly after the article, so it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's litigation in the Sun case have on his career?
That was a really tough one on Mr. Depp's career because everything, every allegation of abuse and every text, every email, all the audio, all the visual stuff was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict for a lot of the people in the industry to how to navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
As I was trying to say earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his business, against his business manager, against his former lawyer, even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
What is your understanding of Mr. Depp's claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted?
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're looking for me to.
And in fact, since Mr. Depp's damages are limited to November 2, 2020 and nothing since, and that hasn't happened, is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well,
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or was going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now. There just is no Pirate 6. Not only did he not have a contract, even back in the day, 2018 or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we.
Objection legal conclusion.
I sustain the last part.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it cast or with the director yet.
Okay. Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney in their file for this trial did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out. And there are other factors that Disney was considering: the lateness on set, the cost overruns that costs, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions
She
of
looked
dollars when
crazy.
you have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp's talent, the challenges that they had to keep, allegations that would affect a brand such as Disney, right? Someone talks about a burnt corpse does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many problems. And interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry, or
Objection, hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain. She can't say
She can't regurgitate
All right,
hearsay, though.
Please continue without saying what the discussion in the industry was.
the Jack Sparrow character had been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay,
And
what-
evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier ones.
Right. And was there any article that came out on November 5, 2020, 3 days after the damages are cut off, relating to Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr. Depp's chances of being Jack Sparrow?
I think they reiterated the fact that he was probably not going to be in the movie.
Okay. Now, what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's career?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit.
Okay.
If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
Okay. And what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's Q scores?
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs, an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available to us, Mr. Depp's Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database, which is available to public and to the professional side, his Q score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at like 113, which is where it was a couple weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed didn't have any effect on his Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
And then you testified in response to an earlier question I had that people, or that nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when
Okay,
the lawsuit was filed.
And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
That's ridiculous.
Because the op-ed piece for most people in the industry kind of came and went without much fanfare or much conversation. It was much more about I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit. It kind of came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody even saw it at all.
Right.
All right.
And all the follow-up
Between
articles.
December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020, our window here, has Mr. Depp continued to star in films?
So Mr. Depp, the article the op-ed piece came out December 18 and 20 of 2018. In January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to film that after the op-ed piece. And then the Dior campaign, Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019 And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior, so he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. They were still
In Europe.
He was still working on press for the films.
In
And then,
Europe.
of course, he was scheduled to film Fantastic Beasts in early November of 2020.
And that's no longer the case, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Can we approach?
Okay.
No. So he did an independent film, a passion project, as they say, another independent film that was well received in Europe, and he was able to tour outside of Hollywood, huh? And that's not damage, though. So if you're
And
not
that's no longer
destitute,
the case, correct, on Fantastic Beasts? I don't want you to say anything more than that. That's no longer.
It's no longer the case, correct?
He's no longer in that film, correct?
He was paid for it, but he does not star in the film.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if any, effect did the op-ed have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
I don't know if I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again, his Q scores didn't shift, and he clearly has a strong fan base.
In your opinion, what or who has caused the damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Mr. Depp.
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord? And any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp. And those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were also
Objection.
put out by Mr. Depp's team. So in actuality, he's causing his own demise by bringing these lawsuits forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire of negative publicity around both of them.
Okay. Are all of your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. With respect to Amber Heard's claims for damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the reputational harm and economic loss that Ms. Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020 and again in June of 2020.
And what materials did you review in forming your opinions?
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agents. I read their depositions. I talked to her publicist. I read her deposition. I talked to Ms. Heard herself to get a first-person accounting of what happened from her perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again, emails back and forth and texts back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers that the management team is working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Okay. Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going through it. The jury has seen the three defamatory statements. They're defendants 1245, 1246A, and 1247. And I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp Waldman statements.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not, is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is a bigger scale movie. And then, of course, Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice, steady rise. And she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
Now, what, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused.
Right. So in Aquaman 1, there were many emails from the director and the producer and the
Objection, hearsay.
She's just characterizing, Your Honor. She's not quoting them.
Well, I don't know where it's going. I'll overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
She got emails from the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance. and they loved her
Objection,
work.
hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or characterize
Is
them.
there
Can
an
you do
adjective
that?
accolading emails? Emails of accolade from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
Thank you. Okay. What type of press opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp Waldman statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish
They still
Girl,
do.
after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of press. She did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also in the press tours and the press junkets that she did for the films.
And were some of those California style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape,
Yes, there was a lot of them.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it kind of-
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
Now, what factors relating to social media does the entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor and actress in a film, because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can be very bad, because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actors themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actress is working with. So it becomes very complicated, and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
And after the Depp Waldman statements, what happened on social media?
After the Depp Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative. According to Mr. Schnell, there was over 1.2 million negative tweets about Amber using hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp-Waldman statements, excuse me, that 1.2 million negative statements between April of 2020 and November or January of 21. It's a lot of negative publicity. And there was just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
So a negative social campaign would be when a fan base, or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts, live Twitter, people that actually have are individuals, as well as what we call bots.
Objection. May I be heard?
All right.
The bot defense was shot down in her counterclaim. It was totally shot down. So they're going to play the bot defense. Oh, there's this massive campaign. Now, I hate to tell you, people see this. You know who caused this? Amber Heard. People are responding. They're loud. They're tired of it because they're tired of seeing abusers walk free. What you're seeing is a backlash against elitism, against Hollywood. You're seeing it against false accusers. You're seeing it against mainstream institutions. It's all boiled into one thing, and it all points back to one person in this case. And again, the problem that they have is they never expected it. They've never seen anything like it.
All right. Other than the bots, please describe the rest of the social media.
Other than the
negative social
bots.
Media campaign. What's
The
about
fan
it?
base was very energized by is it the Depp-Wald state?
Yeah, let me just
The
ask you-
Depp-Waldman?
let-
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I
There's a lot
call-
in my brain
I-
right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber Heard since the Depp-Waldman statements?
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both to, let's fire Amber off of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with was L'Oreal, the makeup. And every time that L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the charities that she was involved with were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which made it difficult to work with Amber on any level because negativity was brought to their product, service, or film.
And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking a little bit before, I think, about remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp-Waldman statements?
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Okay. How difficult is it for an actor to repair this type of negative social media?
Well, first of all, it has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both, maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop. It just needs to stop so that they can, the consumer can get beyond it, and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative. In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what should her opportunity, what would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018, up to what's going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now
Good actor.
world renowned because she was in the most successful film almost of all time, if not all time, and certainly for DC Comics. She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful. And it was just this extraordinary moment for her career to take off, right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited. Everybody just wanted to hit the ground running and let's do more. Let's do more work.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
So for a moment in time in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still
Talk
get
about
hired
why.
for Aquaman 2?
She
Talk
did.
about
Her
why.
management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie, you will play
Objection,
her.
no foundation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Don't
objection to
say what the
hearsay.
email said, just summarize it or describe it,
Oh, okay.
please.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand this world. So her management team worked hard, and Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to
that's
be in the
sustain-
Your Honor, she has to be able to say that.
Well, sustain as to hearsay. Next
Right.
question.
So what, if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber
These are the
that
texts.
she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
They just got their text knocked out. So they had their names brought into this for nothing.
What, if any, are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I think it's general awareness that they had great chemistry.
And what, if anything, would also suggest with respect to Aquaman 2 that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Hearsay.
I think she has to be able to rely on.
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that the producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2.
I did not see any evidence of that.
In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what if any leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%, you could double, what have you. And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors, agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What if any other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Wow,
Do you know
Jason
roughly how
Momoa, the
much more?
head.
It went up from the, let's somewhere between 3 and 4 million to 15 million.
Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
And did that same contract provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was 1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be 2 million.
All right. Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract, but for the Depp Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million. Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
If only a foundation.
Okay. What usually determines, are you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple of things.
I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. And please tell the basis of that and then your opinion.
So there's 2 things. When 2 actors do well in a romantic relationship and, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you want to follow that through, because part of what did well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very
That's
empowering,
not what
right?
sold
So that was working for them in the
Aquaman.
first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was one of the main posters was of the 2 of them together standing proud and strong, right? Being that couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc for the entire film. And then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
All right, and then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her colleagues were getting the scripts. She heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, two things happened. One, the costume designer said, "I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished." And
Objection,
two,
hearsay.
Sustain.
All right,
I'm
go ahead
sorry.
with the second
Okay,
one. That's
and
all right.
more importantly, though, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie in the third act was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
I haven't seen the movie yet
Okay.
specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All right, and when you say she was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or has something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about, was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with, Momoa's character and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen, we call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that have strong roles in film, to participate both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Now, can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So prior to the defamatory statements, but either around after or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So big book, going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber Heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp Waldman statements?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show. And they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any.
So
So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't any.
has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp Waldman statement?
again, for many years now, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
So Minamata's a giant movie
Has
with
Amber
Into the
obtained
Fire?
any studio movie roles since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it wasn't going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with the product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years. And they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public events for the product. And basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Have the Depp Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work. So she's not out there in the public eye related to the product. And they have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly. So I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked consistently and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project. And then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame. Grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors and I then saw after they had their stars born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what we call comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word comp. With films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who was is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner?
Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the, similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do stunts. So there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Miss Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess, so what happened in December of 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis. But when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out. So like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q score? But moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparison show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles? I'm talking about the comparables.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand. the question.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their stars born
Unrelated to
moment?
Q scores were.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went after their Star is Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well. So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
And what does this mean for Amber?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year.
Right.
But it would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting
any?
endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
Again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. Jason Momoa is on, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Ana de Armas. They've all done either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She certainly didn't get any others.
So what did your analysis show with respect to Amber Heard's losses, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant if we follow the trajectory of her, colleagues.
Well, let's start with Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
So 2 to 4, you had said before.
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about other films?
So once as Amber's agent, Ms. Kovacevic, I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on the success of Aquaman and how much press she did, maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever, that $2 million for a studio film and had it jump to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements and the negative campaign. She got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show got $1 million. So there's an exponential range of where she could have gone.
All right. What about endorsements?
Same thing, all the other actors were doing over the course of a couple years period, anywhere from 5, 6, 7 other endorsement deals. And Ms. Heard realistically should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or jewelry or wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should have, with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been associated with.
And what would that have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2 years. And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film activities?
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them. Some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films, but it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least 1 film a year at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year for 5 years at a minimum of $4 million a year without any negotiation, which probably would have happened, but let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's earning power over time?
That it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
Right. So again, it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
So what did she get?
Are all
$100
your
million?
opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and
So-
take our afternoon.
Wait.
recess,
So
ladies
she
and
would have
gentlemen.
lost 40
Not
to
doing
$50
any
million,
outside
but
research,
she's
we don't
suing for
discuss this
100.
case with anybody.
Let's talk about the reality of what
Yeah,
she
you can-
just
you can
said.
sit down, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I appreciate it. ma'am.
Stop talking to the judge. The judge doesn't
Reminder,
like you.
court is still in session, please.
Court's still in session. Shut up. They'll clear the court. Shut up. Whoops, sorry about that. I know I boarded early. You didn't miss anything though. It's not like you missed anything in those last second. Let me show you the Warner Brothers statements on this, because Warner Brothers was very clear on why exactly Amber Heard was let go, and essentially they're arguing with Warner Brothers. You know, Warner Brothers in their motion to quash, they didn't want to go into the courtroom. So Warner Brothers, they made it again very clear why Amber Heard was not asked back. And here, let me pull this up for you. This document, again, it's in the courtroom, but we're pretending it's not, I guess. So, yeah, here's the statements on that. Amber Heard was cast in both the film Aquaman and its sequel, Aquaman and Lost Kingdom, aka Aquaman 2, and was paid for her services on both films per the terms of her contract. She did not suffer any adverse employment action by Warner Brothers in connection with either Aquaman or Aquaman 2 because of the allegedly defamatory statements by Johnny Depp or Adam Waldman that are alleged in her counterclaim. So, you know, Warner Brothers themselves just said it wasn't Adam Waldman, but we just got a speech. We just had to listen for like a freaking century to that woman bore us to tears while telling us again that Aquaman was the best earning movie of all. I swear, I'm like, are we living in some parallel universe? But boom, I mean, boom, there it is. Mic drop. You hear that mic drop falling? There, that's a recreation. I don't want to drop my mic. But right there, they say that. But they go on. Oh, they go on. You think that's bad? They go on. They tell you why she was. Any alleged delay in picking up Miss Heard's option for Aquaman 2 was due to creative issues, aka she sucks alongside with Jason Momoa in casting Miss Heard in the role of Mira for Aquaman 2, which were communicated to her agent. You know, that lady that testified about everything. That same agent knew these reasons, lied about these reasons. Warner Brothers went on record saying, this is the reason why we told her about it. Any alleged delay in Warner Brothers picking up her option for Aquaman 2 was not due to Miss Heard's dispute with JD or to any alleged allegations rather in this lawsuit, specifically in the counterclaim statement. And finally, remember that thing about more money she should have gotten for Aquaman 2? Warner Brothers would not have paid Miss Heard more money on Aquaman 2, even if Miss Heard had time to renegotiate her contract. So, I mean, they just dropped the mic. They were like, yo, we wouldn't have paid her more money. We weren't going to give her anything else. She couldn't get along basically with Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa, you know, he's the star of the movie. Like, I realize that we're supposed to pretend that Jason Momoa, see that they were comparing people, first of all, that weren't in her age range. Second of all, we're talking about top tier actors versus she's not a top tier actor. She's background. She's background material that they were going to try to work in more in an early script. But that didn't materialize. Why didn't it materialize too? Is it my fault because I'm pissed off that a domestic abuser freaking went after her victim and tried to destroy him? Or is it her fault that she decided that she could carry her abuse hoax? And that hoax, by the way, that word, I like how they try to associate that word with Adam Waldman. Like none of us could ever come up with that word on our own, you know, because we're all too stupid there. They want to call me a bot, by the way. They want to say that I'm not real. You know what? I'm fucking real enough that I can take my wallet and I can staple it shut and never ever give them $1 out of it again. That's how real I am. You know, I don't know about you, but they think they got 1 million freaking bots or 4 million freaking bots right now. Well, you got another thing coming. Those 4 million so-called bots. There's another word for what they want to call bot in their language are people that disagree with me. But bot, if I translated that, it's actually customer, potential customer. You don't treat your potential customers like trash like that. Warner Brothers actually did back that, by the way. They did damage control for her at first. See, I have no empathy or sympathy or whatever. I have none for Warner Brothers, none whatsoever, because Warner Brothers went to bat for her at first. They ended up having to tell the truth because they got caught. But for 2 years, they lied. They lied. They stood with her. They knew what the truth was about this. They even trotted out Peter freaking Safran, the producer of Aquaman 2, telling you, you know, the best thing for the film, he decided if it was James Wan and it was Jason Momoa, well, it must be her too. And we know what's going on in the Twitterverse, you know, because people being pissed off about this. Oh, that's just the Twitterverse being mad. Nah. You want to watch it bleed into real life? You've seen it right there. It's loud enough that on the biggest stage, you want to know how much impact that this had, by the way, on the biggest stage, when they start naming YouTubers or social media influencers, like they were trying to say, again, Adam Waldman said, independent journalists. But when they start naming people like that, that means that you have a real world impact. So what is it? Are we the fucking Twitterverse? Excuse my language. I get irritated by this because what are we? Are we the Twitterverse? Are we bots? Or are we people that can staple our wallet shut? And I'll be damned if someone else tells me what I can do with my money or tries to bully platform me into saying that I have to support somebody. Again, I watched real time. The damage is done. They can play this game. They can bring in high-priced professionals, run out their clock, you know, playing this garbage game of pretend where we just keep faking the notion that she didn't do this to herself. We're just going to keep faking that notion. Because if you say it enough, if you lie enough, maybe you can make that real. And it's not real. They lie. You know, here's another thing that they won't tell you in the movie at first, or in the court. At first, Amber Heard was not supposed to bring up Warner Brothers in this. You want to talk about damage? She was never supposed to bring up Warner Brothers. She was never supposed to bring up Aquaman 2. None of that was supposed to be introduced into the courtroom. None of it. The first thing that she did was she threw Aquaman into the counterclaim. It was the very first piece of fodder that she introduced. I mean, it's right there. You know why they got shot down for the bot thing too? It's because a judge shut it down. The bot thing, the reason that exists is because they want to dehumanize and other you. And the reason that they do that isn't just to dismiss you. It's when they want to retaliate against you. They can intimidate. They can coerce. They'll go after people's real lives. And that's what they tried to do. See, that lady, the expert, actually told you a little bit more than she probably was supposed to say. She said that she read a report from that organization she hired. That organization is a place called Bot Sentinel. Look them up. They did an analysis of people that were talking, quote unquote, negatively about Amber Heard. That could mean, what does that mean? Who knows? But we do know that didn't just mean like if I posted something on Twitter, for example, you decided to comment under it, you decided to repost it, they tracked you. What they did is they then took that and they took 200 usernames, which they mentioned this in the counterclaim. It's something that they just play off because it got shot down. But they want to make sure that they don't mention it because, again, if they mention this stuff, then you can see exactly what they were trying to do. But here, let me pull this up for you. What they did was they named 200 Twitter users. It's like I said, it's part of their counterclaim right here. They go through, they say all these people are bots. And they go, they talk about that. See them like laying the groundwork for it. They name major users out there. They named all these other people. And then they subpoena Twitter. When they subpoena Twitter, they ask for all of the user information behind said 200 plus users. What they were going to do is they were going to pull all of their information because they say they wanted to prove whether or not they were real. What they were going to do, you mark my word on this, quote me on this if you'd like to, they were going to put their user information into the real world because that is an intimidation tactic because you're not a real person. Who gives a crap about you? They were going to intimidate you into silence. 200 users, and that was just the start. That's why when they brought up like my name and other user, my name, Laura B, and that Brian fella, that's why when we came up in the discussion, when Adam Waldman was asked about this, the reason was they were trying to switch their narrative. They got shot down for the bot narrative. So instead, they wanted to focus on users. They, first of all, they hope they can intimidate somebody in that bunch. Secondly, they were giving an okay to point right at those people. I tell you, the level of hate, the level of vitriol, the level of just insanity pointed this way, it went up exponentially once the name was there. And that's fine. I'm totally good with it. But the other people, they, like Laura B pulls up documents in court. You know, she doesn't have anything associated with that. And actually, both of them, I believe, don't monetize anything. I do. I monetize. This is a pay for channel. I monetize because, you know, I take time from family and everything else. Hell yeah, I monetize. You know, I don't take people like Warner Brothers money, but you know what? I'll take ad revenue and everything else that plays on the platform. You better damn well guarantee it. But those people, what it is, they figure they could run off some of these people. They could intimidate them again. Maybe they can. Maybe they can because you know that they have to worry about it. You know, like in the back of their mind, you know that's a scary thing. I mean, you're on a worldwide stage and you just had every single Amber Heard supporter told, these are people we want to take down. Absolutely. These are who you aim for. Like I say, bring it, you know, it just makes me bigger. I'll give that, but I don't think it's fair to those folks. But that's what happened with the bot claim. That's when they also, but like I said, along with the bot claims, they brought in like Warner Brothers. They were part of that. The anchor point, the thing they were told never to do was Warner Brothers. See what they were saying with all of that bot talk. She was saying that Depp admitted he wanted to destroy her career, stating he wanted her replaced on that Warner Brothers film referencing Aquaman. To do that, he has a bot army. Now they switched that off and they're saying now to do that, well, these three people out here and the media, yeah. Yeah, I think it's hilarious. I love the game like they want to play there. What are my thoughts on Kate Moss? Yeah, I'm going to do a video on the Kate Moss thing because I think it'll be. Hey, they're already back. My God, that was fast. Wait, It hasn't switched. I see them. Oh, no, they just turned on some volume. I'm going to go ahead and lock the picture because I heard them turn their volume on, but they didn't turn on they didn't turn on anything else. So I'm going to go ahead and lock it on there just in case. I don't know what they're doing, but they did turn the volume on, like I said. Every time they do that, it makes me think, well, they're coming back in a minute, right? But no, I mean the whole thing with what they've tried to pull with Warner Brothers is amazing. They've lied. They've lied a bunch. They also said, I like this narrative. So as proof of Johnny Depp not being canceled, they offered Minamata, right? An independent film. They said this proves he's not canceled, right? Well, the same thing, they said Amber Heard having Into the Fire, an independent film, was proof that she had actually been canceled. It's like, wait a minute. So is an independent film, is that proof of cancellation or isn't it proof of cancellation? They also can't decide like how well that movie actually, Aquaman actually did. They keep lying about it. They keep saying, we've had 2 experts that have said that is the most successful movie, that's ever been out there. I guess if they say it enough, they figure it becomes true somehow, and it's not. That movie is far from the most successful movie ever. The most successful movie ever made over double. Wait, let's see. What did they make? They made $1 billion plus. It made 2.89, so right about $2.9 billion. So I can't remember what their final tally was. I'll have to look it up real quick, but yeah. I mean, just see, like I said, you see the lies, you see the stupid, you see the ignorance that they push. And I think that's funny. I like that they try to push that because there's a lot of stupid people out there that may believe it, but there's a lot more smart people that don't because you can just look it up. Dorothy, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tug's. Appreciate you. Tracy, thanks for the 5. Tug, the YouTube lawyers finally said what you've been saying for years. The media is mad because we, the public, aren't buying their BS anymore. That's exactly, I'm glad that people are finally picking up on this narrative. You know what? There were a few of the lawyers too that
All right, if we could have the witness. Okay, sure. While we do that, can we have the witness take this?
there were a few lawyers that also they did, like, I always messed around with like Ricada, for example. I played around with him back and forth, and he was always, if I wanted a platform and could talk about it, it took a little while to discuss the reality of that, but he understood. Like he had dealt with a case with Vic Mignogna, and Vic Mignogna was canceled at a level that, I mean, if he was the same level as Johnny Depp, it would be like Johnny Depp's cancellation on steroids. I mean, it's that insane. It was just crazy. Never seen anything like it. And so, I mean, he knows what dealing with the media is.
Excuse me, your sound mixer?
Yes. All right, we're ready for jury?
Do I stand?
It's up to you.
Stop talking to the judge. Stop trying to influence the judge. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to artificially influence the judge by talking to her. Quit talking to the judge. The judge doesn't like you. The judge is my honey. No, I'm just kidding. You just stay away from the judge, though. The judges do not like Amber Heard's people. They've proven it over time. They have absolutely proven it over time. What kind of pose is that? She at least could string 4 sentences together. This lady was full of crap, but at least some of these people have been so dumb.
Good afternoon, Miss Arnold.
Hello, how are you?
So you repeatedly testified about what you were asked as the Depp-Waldman statements. You don't have any knowledge whether Mr. Depp knew of the statements that Mr. Waldman made, do you?
Only with association with Mr. Waldman, correct?
You don't know when the first time Mr. Depp learned about those statements?
I don't know.
No. And the association you're talking about is that Mr. Waldman worked from time to time as Mr. Depp's attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
They don't like this because they're going to start countering the idea. That's their counterclaim. She opened the door for it. They absolutely opened the door for it. I mean, she started calling it the Depp Waldman statements. So since she's such an expert, we can rely on hearsay. Let's challenge her notion. Let's prove that it's actually. Let's see what she's relying on. Because again, an expert is allowed. They can't quote, but they can rely on tabloid trash. They can rely on anything that they want to draw inference. Look at Cat Lady go crazy. She's wow, no. Look at that head bobbing. She's mad. Oh, she's gets crazy up there, man. She gets crazy. I bet the judge gets spittle on her and everything else, It's like, Elaine, stop spitting on the judge. The judge probably her robe is probably actually waterproofed.
All right. And I understand that you're testifying as a damages expert and wear two hats, talking both about Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages that resulted from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statements.
That's what I was tasked with, yes.
Right. The mere fact that there were activities after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
All right, that's an interesting thing because the witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay. But you're an expert who is purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood was that it was a time frame between which the Waldman statements were made and the negative decline in her career started happening, and in discussions with her agents and her publicists, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman's statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
Well, actually, both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative analysis was done on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldminian in them. So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements and the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my expertise.
All right. let's then go back to what you just testified to. And I think you said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right. And the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes?
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 984,000.
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all of the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right. So your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that. Let's talk about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement, is it?
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to Amber Heard as an abuser, but no, those words were not used, correct?
Right. And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
And Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. None of those things are. And in terms of the use of the words fraud and hoax, that appeared in only 6.5% of the millions of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can look at it together if you'd like to.
Right. And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldmanian.
According to Mr. Schnell, yes.
No, all right. But if that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing. So there's some connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statements. That's a social media
I'm going to
campaign.
object, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay.
Note to mods, don't ban anybody that disagree just because they disagree on the channel. I appreciate mods. Approve messages. Keep spammers out. They're really bad spammers. But no banning just because people disagree. You know, I actually kind of hate having mods, period. But we have to, the messages, like for the Greg Ellis live thing, we had over 10,000 messages that didn't get approved because there weren't enough mods around because YouTube holds that many messages. But we don't want to ban people for just disagreeing. And I do, like I said, I appreciate the heck out of mods. I'm just throwing that out there because I saw somebody get banned and I reinstated them, but they didn't do anything that I would consider. They disagree. They may have trolled, but anyway, what they're trying to do is get to in this mess. And again, that's not pointed at anyone directly, just a broad statement. Because like I said, I love you mods. I need you to approve stuff.
So I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection that you claim exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the 3 statements made by Mr. Waldman.
Well, I also looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other lawsuits that she was either involved with or was discussed. And her career might have had a pause, but she was able to overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand, both very prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess,
I'm sorry.
it's just
I didn't-
nerves. It's really just that
Yeah, no,
there's
that's
just
okay.
dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career, and you looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial filing of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated. She overcame that. She did Justice League, and she did Aquaman, and she did The Stand, and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that. The only time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory statements came out. So,
But there was a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them. Right?
no, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was
No,
in
well, you
context.
didn't
That
use the
was,
words
excuse
both
me,
of them?
please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context
No,
of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career. That was not in
don't let her
context
get
of
away
when
with
I was
that.
asked about Mr.
Shut her
Depp's career.
down, yelling at
It's
you.
not the same fire?
Not
It
her
is and
sucker
isn't.
boy.
Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So
But
most
there
of the
were-
negative press went,
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
there was negativity, yes, about both of them in the case, yes.
You're right. Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Right? And so you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps your or Ms. Heard from working.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right. But Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right. That's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right. But after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press. There's more social media activity. And you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years. Yeah.
The instigating event.
Social media
and
tactics.
therefore, your damage analysis with some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
You know, I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you, but obviously
don't
we
know.
know that a single match
it's-
can cause thousands of acres to
Right.
burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there
Well,
with
she's. I would just shut her
you.
down.
All right.
I
Let's
can't
do
believe you
this.
just let her play that game.
You decided that there were a number of persons that you described as comparable in order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have
Okay.
no idea.
You would agree with me that that is a negative
Yeah, Adam Waldman didn't start Me Too.
influence with respect to Hollywood.
If one believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it, you know, it was reported. Yes?
Yeah, it certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
Gross.
I certainly do not have proof video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
But what you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story has adversely impacted Miss Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causational link between that poop story and her demise of her career. I can't. No, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do it.
Can I make it? No, I can't.
Right. And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I stand by them. So
You did by just pointing out the time frame are relatively close.
the time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces, again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at. Yes.
All right. So from your perspective, anything that happened after Waldman that was negative to your client is attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage analysis that you made.
I was tasked with looking at that specifically, and that's what I was asked to limit it to. I was not asked to look at anything else.
All right. Jason Momoa, that's one of your comparables, right?
Yes.
He's been prominent since 1999. He was in Baywatch in 99. 44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right. But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, didn't watch Baywatch, but
All right.
he certainly had the physique for it. So
Stargate Atlantis, he was on that. Many episodes.
right?
Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. He played Conan the Barbarian
In TV or film.
film.
Okay. I don't have Mr. Momoa's resume memorized, so
No, I'm just trying to.
So you didn't do any
understand how you came to the conclusion
research.
They're comparable, because I'm just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career. Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV for a period of 3 years, correct?
yes, he was.
And he was in Game of Thrones.
Yes, he was.
Yep. And he's Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started.
You mean
know
in Justice League and other things like that, yeah.
Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. What, wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No,
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
not that I know of, no.
No. And he was in both Justice League movies.
Correct?
He's the title character.
And he's in Aquaman 2.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie, right?
Yes.
He's one of the most heroic characters in the recent Dune blockbuster,
Which happened post Aquaman.
right? In fact, likely his character.
He's not the lead, though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you ever read Dune?
Pardon?
Did you ever read Dune?
I know, but I've seen the movie.
Oh, you
Do
didn't.
you
You
understand
never,
whether his character will come back from the dead in the third movie?
amen.
As again, I
Busted.
didn't read the book, so he might.
Right.
I don't know.
He is a
We're
main
just talking about that
character.
one movie.
That
So
might be
that's
a bit of a spoiler.
Yeah,
Oh,
he is a
man.
main character. That's right. She's
Dude.
wrong.
He's one of the principal leads in the new Fast and Furious franchise movie Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure, no.
Okay. But that's not the career path that Ms. Heard has had. She's never been the title character in a movie. She hasn't spent years on television. She did what, 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
All right. Mr. Momoa remains well-liked, even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow Jason Momoa, but you use him as a comparable to come up with a $45
I said I don't
million
follow
deal?
his fan base. I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base. on a daily basis.
Isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right. All right. You indicated that Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Yes, she's a star.
She's in fact Wonder Woman.
I know, she's good too.
Yep. All right. She's the title character, and there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes,
Yeah. And even before that, she was in franchise films,
which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
Excuse me, I honestly don't remember her being that as one of the main characters. I know it's The Rock and that
You
whole crew.
didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on her resume, but I didn't. Again, I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples in that exact movie, yes.
Right. What about, does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films?
Not yet.
No.
Not ever.
And Ms. Gadot played a much bigger role in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
In what movie they were in together? Oh, in Justice League?
Yeah.
I haven't counted the screen time, so I can't really say.
Okay. You indicated that another person that you compared Ms. Heard with is Zendaya.
Zendaya, yeah.
Person so famous she goes by one name.
I guess when you have a name that's a Z, it works, I guess.
All right. She's been on the Disney Channel since she's 13 years old,
Right.
right? She's won an Emmy,
Yes, she did.
right? She was singing and dancing and swinging from trapezes in The Greatest Showman, right?
Yes.
She's now been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
Yes,
She's 10 years younger than your client.
right.
Yeah. But this is a person that you deemed comparable.
Well, as I was explaining to you how I chose them, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I worked on pulling characters that were in superhero movies that were about the same age range within 10 years, as you've noted to me, thank you. And also just where her career would have gone. I said that they were comparable, they're not identical. So you can just look at what their career has done either before that superhero movie, then in others, or the one they were in, and then you look at where her career should have gone. Even though she may not have been at the stature of a Zendaya at that time, you can still look at it as a comparable trajectory of what happens when you're in a blockbuster movie. It's just a reference point. It's not meant to be identical. They're not meant to be the same people, or not even have the exact same career. It's meant to be a reference point. Simple as that.
So far, everybody we've looked at have been in more blockbuster movies than Ms. Heard.
But Miss Heard was also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the light that shines on Jason Momoa will also shine on her. So you have to look
not
at it
the
in context
biggest.
of the biggest movie that
In the
DC
DC
Comics
universe.
is, and also one of the biggest box office films ever, probably within the top 10, because I've looked at it.
Not
So
in the top
that
10.
light was going to shine brighter on her than someone who wasn't in that movie. And again, it would have just helped her in her career move forward, not stalled it and be her world be silent afterwards.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree with you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice of a meteoric rise. That's the word you used, right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave the jury a range that they weren't all going to have a meteoric rise. Some of them would be smaller, right? And so what the numbers that I gave you do not represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from, I don't know, 4 million, 5 million to a $50 million payday. That's a meteoric shift in our business. But when someone has contracts that actually go from 1 million to the first one, 2 million, and then 4 million, that is standard for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I based those calculations on very specific numbers.
Aquaman is number
that were already
24.
contracted. I wanted to stay within reality and look at the numbers that were already contracted for Ms. Heard and just move out forward on one film a year, maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts, which is very typical for an actor in our business to make that kind of money. It just is what happens.
So the example you just used is somebody went from 1 million to 2 million to 4 million. Your client has never had a contract that exceeds $2 million, correct?
Incorrect.
All right.
In the Aquaman it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid 1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it was written that she was going to earn 2 million. And if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get 4 million. So it actually was a contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right. But the movie hasn't been made.
Aquaman 2 hasn't even come out yet. So the
Right.
third one is still on deck, as they say.
Yeah. Okay. Let's put it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
Right.
Aquaman 2.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was
If
on
she's
the
in the movie.
right. But if Aquaman 2 does even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to most likely be a third one. So we can look at that as a precedent that was set in writing, actually.
If a movie makes $795 million, you think there's likely to be a next one?
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth in the series, I assume that you're referring to Pirates 5. It performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or do we need to
A
change it?
studio
or stop
like
it?
Disney wants to walk away from an $800 million payday?
Well, an 800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget that it costs to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the increasing costs, and not only Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive, then you put in the marketing costs, which are sometimes 1, 2, or 3 times the budget of the film. A film like that, a studio can spend $600-800 million just making and marketing the film. So $795 million is a lot of money. And it seems like a really good box office, but you have to put into perspective of what's spent on production, marketing, and the overhead costs that the studio takes. So you have, again, it's all in context of what the budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas. That's another one you used.
Yes.
All right. She's most recently, I guess, in Deep Water with Ben Affleck.
I don't, again, I know some of the movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deep Water. I don't even know if that's out yet, to
Okay.
be honest.
You don't know
She was in the
anything.
last James Bond movie.
Yes, she was.
They were talking about making her the next female Bond, right?
Right after her big Stars Born moment. Yeah, she's gotten a lot more big roles, which is what we had out from Miss Heard.
Yeah. And you said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
It was like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her. Sure.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
I did.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in, what role she played, but she was in that movie. And from that, her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
You have no knowledge that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
Are you saying that's the only thing she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She
I
wasn't
said
in the
that's the
movie.
principal role in that movie.
Yes.
I don't remember the movie well enough to know.
Okay. And
Oh my God.
did you know that she was? I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
He's an interesting example because he's been in a role that's been recast multiple times.
God, I wish
You
she'd
know
stop
that role?
drinking.
We're talking about Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman.
Sure.
All right. So the title character in that DC series has seen how many actors?
Several.
Right. Michael Keaton,
He was Batman.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff. Yeah.
God, she's
Christian Bale was
salty.
Batman.
I think he was. You're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
Definitely.
Yeah. I guess Robert Pattinson is now Batman.
Don't know.
Okay.
Of course, you don't know anything about
But you're
movies.
taking an
Just an expert.
absolutely iconic role that the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times, correct?
Correct.
So that just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie.
Unless it's contractual.
Right. Unless it's contractual. So now let's look. Ana de Armas, she's like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix too, right?
I believe so. She was also in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But
Right.
again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment in time.
All right. The other person you picked was Chris Pine. Chris Pine is in a superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
He is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero, right?
Yeah. He was in both Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes, he plays the love interest to Gal Gadot. Yeah.
Yeah. On Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise, he plays Captain Kirk, right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I just know it from his resume, to be honest.
Do you know who Captain Kirk is?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Well,
But you
I know
didn't
who the
know that
character is.
Chris Pine is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
I hate to say I'm not a Star Trek fan.
But you used Mr. Pine as an example, irrespective of the fact you didn't even know he starred in this franchise film.
I did know that he starred. That's why I used it. Again,
In fact, he was the most prominent person in the movie.
we can go over this a couple more times, and I'm happy to do so. All I wanted to do was look at from a small pool of people that have been in huge franchise movies or superhero movies, and give you a sense of what the range is or what someone's trajectory can be. Again, they are not apples and apples. They're not both green apples or both red apples. I just was looking at a range. It's what we do. It's what we do in the industry. It's what you do to kind of get a sense of how much you're going to pay an actor, what they're worth in the foreign markets and the domestic
Ma'am, I think my
markets.
question was, did you know whether he was in Star Trek?
Yes, and you
Okay.
were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose him because he was part of Star Trek and Wonder Woman, but mostly because he was in Wonder Woman. And I don't know the exact time frame of which came first, but the fact that he's in both of them is consistent with what actors of this ilk tend to do once they're in a movie like this.
But you talked about breakout roles, but you don't know which was his breakout role.
Chris Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in both Star Trek and in Wonder Woman. And
Did a
Star
movie
Trek,
with Denzel Washington?
Pardon?
Did a movie with Denzel Washington?
He's had a good career.
Yeah, great career.
Yeah.
Yeah, much longer career than Ms. Hurt, right?
She was on the precipice of a great career.
Yeah.
She hasn't had the chance to negotiate that for that yet or be in those movies yet, so we don't know yet.
We're getting back to precipice. Didn't you just deny precipice a few minutes ago? I thought your testimony was she was on the precipice of meteoric rise. You said, I guess.
I didn't say meteoric. I said consistent. I don't know. She could have a meteoric rise, but I was talking about consistent with Miss Heard.
All right.
He's
So
destroyed
of
her,
the
man.
actors you selected, two of them are the title characters in their DC movies. One of them,
One is Aquaman. Who's the other title character?
Gal Gadot.
Wonder Woman, right.
Right.
She's Wonder Woman. And you mean Jason Momoa? Sure. Yeah.
So you get two title characters. You got James Kirk. And those are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Heard.
Again, there are not that many in the pool to pick from. I'm not going to put comparable actors that haven't been in either large, what we call tentpole movies or franchise movies or superhero movies. So I wanted to work within those parameters, and that's what I did. So those are the actors I chose, yes. And to show what type of work happens when you're in a big movie and what happens afterwards.
When you say comparable, every one of the actors you chose had a much longer TV career than Ms. Heard.
Again, they were all in superhero or franchise movies that did very, very well at the box office.
And there are tons of actors and actresses who are in superhero movies that don't have meteoric rises thereafter, correct?
Not when they're the lead character with Jason Momoa, but to your point, there are many actors that have no career prior to a breakout role and then have a meteoric career and have had no career prior. So you don't always just look at the past. It's helpful. And with Miss Heard, she had good reviews. So that's what I looked at. But if you look at other actors and they have their first role and all of a sudden they become a superstar from one role. So that happens in our business. It just does.
All right.
So just randomly, everything was going to make her
With respect
a
to your
success.
Comparable actors. You have no
She's drinking a
personal
lot.
knowledge as to how much any of them were compensated over the period you reviewed.
Incorrect.
You have personal knowledge as to who,
Jason Momoa.
and you derive that personal knowledge from talking to somebody?
Yes.
He didn't tell you.
His agent did.
Okay. So what you will rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have you didn't see the contract.
No, his agent is at William Morris as well. So they told me that.
Right. And you've never seen anybody else's contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors are paid when they're in blockbuster films and then they're in large budgeted studio films. So it's not a leap to kind of understand where the actor's making. And again, I really didn't want to try to be speculative in my analysis. I wanted to work with the numbers that Amber had contracted for already and just take it from there and said if she had done one movie a year and one series and done product endorsement, that's how I got to the number. So I wasn't looking to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason Momoa. I took her numbers that
That's
her
not
agents
speculative.
had actually negotiated and worked from there.
When you say you weren't trying to give her the same career as Jason Momoa, the TV program that she most recently did, The Stand, she made $200,000 an episode. That's what you testified to.
Correct.
And in your damage analysis, you give her $1 million an episode had the Waldman statements not occurred. And you do it only because you believe Mr. Momoa has gotten that in something that he's in.
Right.
So you are giving her the same career as Jason Momoa.
Well, again, with someone like Ms. Heard, who was in a blockbuster film with the team at William Morris, in my discussions with William Morris, that's what they were looking to negotiate for her on other projects. So I got some of that information from her management team directly.
So her agents were looking to get her as much money as possible?
I think that's the job of an agent. They usually
Right.
try to
They-
get the most
but
money as
your
possible.
Your testimony is they were looking to get the money for her, but you need somebody willing to pay on the other side of that deal, don't you?
Right, but agents are working with people in the industry and have a pulse on what, have a finger on a pulse of what's going on. So they know who's marketable and what the prices that all the streamers are paying these days.
You haven't seen a single one of the endorsement contracts that you referenced, other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than again, what I was talking to William Morris in terms of the pricing that they are aware of, not only for their own clients, but what's out in the marketplace, and it's pretty consistent. And I've also worked with other actors on other cases that have gotten similar contracts, so I'm familiar with the rates of endorsement contracts.
You haven't made any reference to the actual earnings of any of these actors.
Again, as you do an analysis, you put together the numbers that you know from both your experience and the marketplace and the agents that are working in the marketplace. So together, that's how I created those numbers, and mostly using Ms. Heard's numbers specifically and giving her a very steady career, which is what she had had prior to Aquaman.
Yeah, and you don't have the prior earnings of any of the actors you looked at other than Ms. Heard's.
No, I don't have all the contracts now.
You don't have any of that information.
I'm sorry?
You don't have any of that information.
No.
Okay. In fact, that information, I guess aside from Mr. Momoa's, is confidential, right?
Usually it is, yes.
Yeah. And the only reason you know anything about Mr. Momoa is that Ms. Heard shares an agent or an
Right, but
agency.
look, I've also been in the industry for many years and I know what actors get paid. I talk about budgets constantly. So it's not a secret within the industry, the amount that actors in those types of movies are paid very, very well.
You're not currently working as an agent for anyone, are you?
No.
So the salaries of these comparable actors, did they form some basis for your opinion?
No.
Okay. So your opinion, as I understand it, is that Ms. Heard should have been able to renegotiate an existing contract.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her agent
Do
specifically.
you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I don't know if it's standard at any of the studios, but it is standard for agents to renegotiate and oftentimes are successful when the film is done so well.
Right, but what you're talking about is there's an existing contract where Ms. Heard has made a promise that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right?
Right.
And what the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, you should pay her more than your contract says because you like her? What?
Well, as Ms. Kovacevic said, also, it's standard in the industry. As again, I've been in the industry, I've worked with agents, and I've worked with lots of lawyers, and we have conversations about what is an actor getting, or what can they do, or what are they going to do the next time. So again, it's a standard in practice in the industry, especially when a film is as successful as Aquaman, that the agents will go back and renegotiate. In fact, that was
Isn't the
conversation.
standard practice is that they would try to renegotiate, but it's up to the studio?
Sure, but oftentimes in a movie of such as the nature of Aquaman, they're very successful, usually.
But the entirety of your analysis assumes a renegotiation with a studio for terms that are double what the studio had already got a promise from Ms. Heard she would work for.
Correct.
I really wish you would stop swallowing in the microphone. That's so gross. I hate listening to that like over and over.
Have you talked to Walter Hamada?
Have I spoken to him? No.
Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a senior executive at Warner Brothers, or yeah, I think he still is there, but certainly at the time of the renegotiation, he was a senior executive.
And do you know whether he's the president of DC-based film productions?
I think that's exactly his title, yeah.
Who's in a better position to determine whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate, you or Mr. Hamada?
As again, I based this on the agents that were talking to Warner Brothers about Mr. Momoa, and they were wanting to talk to them about Miss Heard as well.
Okay, I'm not
So
sure.
I based my information on them. So the connection should be Mr. Hamada or the agents, not Mr. Hamada and me.
All right. Who's in a better position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Just asking.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Sorry.
question.
Do you review any testimony from Mr. Hamada?
I did.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada says that they want to hold the lawyers, hold the actors to their deals?
That was a philosophy that he said Warner Brothers had, yes.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada said that nothing Mr. Depp did impacted her compensation?
I don't remember that part of the testimony. You have it available for me to read?
You don't know whether Mr. Hamada testified. Did anything Mr. Depp said about Amber Heard affect her compensation?
Oh, you didn't know that?
Again, I don't
remember.
I don't recall that testimony. No.
Oh, that's big testimony.
Do you know whether Mr. Hamada indicated whether he even knew who Adam Waldman was?
Again, I don't remember the conversation about Hamada and Waldman or Depp.
And you don't remember whether Mr. Hamada made any statements as to whether anything Mr. Waldman said affected Ms. Heard's compensation?
In my experience, studios don't talk about how or why they make decisions based on publicity or conversations. They're not going to try. They're going to be very protective of all their relationships. So that's just natural.
Yeah, unless you can get him to testify under oath at a deposition, right?
Well, even so, they're not going to say anything negative. They may bypass it by being positive, but they're not going to do anything that could potentially damage a relationship that may change or be worthwhile in the future. So that's just what a studio person does.
Mr. Hamada is in the best position to determine whether there were chemistry issues with Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
He's the president of the company.
Overruled.
Exactly.
I don't know how involved Mr. Hamada was on a daily basis in terms of chemistry, but I do know that Warner Brothers did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa before she even got the role. She went in and did what they call a chemistry test. So that was to actually see whether there was good chemistry between them. And evidently there was good chemistry because she was then hired to be the romantic interest. So whatever Mr. Hamada said during his deposition, I look at what actually happened in real life, which is she got the chemistry test and then she got the job.
Yeah, let's look what happened in real life. She went in before and took the test. Then she made a movie. Then there was an existing movie under which Warner Brothers they could then decide whether there was chemistry, right?
The movie worked. It made over $1 billion and they're all over the poster. If they didn't think that there was chemistry, they wouldn't have put Ms. Heard on the poster next to Mr. Momoa. So
You know there were multiple posters for the Aquaman movie.
yes,
And that
there always
three-
are. That's standard.
And that 3 out of the 4 posters, the standard posters for Aquaman, didn't even feature Miss Heard.
Right. So when you make a poster at the studio, it's normal to have 3 or 4 variations because you want to appeal to different people's perspectives. So you want the romantic poster, you want the action poster, you want the superhero poster. So it's normal for them to have many posters, but the romantic poster was of Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa.
Right. And everyone, and all the others are just of Mr. Momoa.
Like we talked about, it's Aquaman, but she was prominent in the ones that that Warner Brothers wanted to appeal to women and to the romantic interest of the consumer.
She knows better than the president of DC Films.
What
That's who Walter Hamada is.
Movies would Ms. Heard have gotten absent Mr. Waldman's statements?
Well, the ones we know about specifically that she was in conversations with was a movie with Gail Garcelle Bernal, I believe that's how you say his name, at Amazon, which is what Ms. Kovacevic said. And she was also in consideration for a movie called Ambulance with Michael Bay. But again, after the Waldman statements, nobody would talk to the agents. And so they weren't able to garner more. Oh, she also had a movie that she was interested in producing that a good friend of hers, or a friend of hers or colleague was doing. So there was at least those 3
But
that I read about.
those were 3 movies that she was being considered for, but you don't know what movie she was going to be in.
Well, again, they stopped the conversation after the statement, so we don't know where they would have gone, of course. But she was in consideration for all of them, and
But you're
given her fame from
projecting
Aquaman,
movies.
that would have helped all those movies. So it would have made a lot of sense.
You're projecting movies way out into the future that you have no knowledge would ever have gotten made.
Well, that's what we do when you talk about comparables and economic damages. You talk about the future. That's standard in our industry as a forensic expert and in the industry. That's how movies are financed, as a matter of fact, is by forecasting what happens in the future.
What connection do you draw between Mr. Waldman's statements and the reported reduction in Ms. Heard's Aquaman 2 role?
Again, it's just it's the timing of it all. It's the timing of it
It's
all. And
just-
also they were going to take her out of the movie after the statements and then they put her back in. And then can I talk about the emails that I read? I'm not sure at this point, but
So when you say they're going to take her out of the movie, when you have an option, you literally have the option whether to include the actress, right? That's what it means.
correct.
So they can choose to exercise the option or not exercise the option. Entirely up to them.
Correct.
And they have that particular studio, to your knowledge, has repeatedly recast even major figures in their DC movies.
We talked about Batman.
What about Superman?
You know, I think I'm more familiar with the Batman actors. I think there have been a couple actors of Superman, but depending on how the movie performed, if a movie doesn't perform, they'll look for other actors. If they want to go a different direction or reboot a franchise, they will look at different actors. So if the
Another
movie's
reason they look
successful,
for-
they're not likely to change the actors, especially not in the second one or the third one.
Another reason they'll look for a different actor or actress, if the actor or actress is charged or asking too much money to play the role again, correct?
Yes, not in figures under $10 million, but yes.
Yeah, if you're asking for too much money, you might not get your role again. And your analysis assumes that Ms. Heard could double her money.
Well, her contracts doubled her money from each one to the next, so it wasn't that large a leap to do that, especially when the agents had told me that that was what had been, they were considering and what they'd been discussing.
All right. You seen the script of Aquaman 2?
Personally,
Yeah.
I did see a draft. I don't know what the date was or when it was or where in the succession of the rewrites it was. I did see one draft, yes.
You don't know what Warner Brothers has in mind for that movie in terms of the kind of movie it's going to be?
It's a superhero movie.
Right. It's supposed to be like a buddy comedy, right?
I don't know. I don't know about a buddy comedy. It's an action movie, superhero movie. I don't know.
Who's Patrick Wilson?
Patrick Wilson. I've heard that name in terms of an actor, but I don't know Mr. Wilson.
All right. Do you know if he appears in Aquaman?
Again, I don't know him by name. If you want to show me a picture, I can, or a clip from the movie.
All right. Do you know if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does?
I didn't count the screen time when I watched the movie. It was a long, even when I watched it again, I didn't count the screen time of anybody else.
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Hamada?
We discussed that, yes.
You disregarded all of it in your analysis as to her ability to renegotiate, correct?
Well, I remember the part where Mr. Hamada said that from time to time they will break their philosophy and renegotiate. It's what they did with Jason Momoa and with Gal Gadot. So, it coincides with what we know in the industry, which is it can be done.
It's what they did with the two title characters in the DC universe.
Again, I've worked in the business for a long time, and I've seen a lot of actors renegotiate their careers. I'm sorry, not their careers, renegotiate their fees. It's common practice. And it's certainly what the agent will think about first when a movie makes $1 billion+ dollars.
Right. Again, focused on the agent, but it's the studio that pays the bills.
Yes.
Right.
Mhm.
All right. I'm sorry.
Continue.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to 5:30 today or not.
Every day is 5:30 day.
Okay. No, we may not even need to get there.
Every day is 5:30
All
day.
right. Perfect. All right. You talked about Ms. Heard's endorsement deal with L'Oreal.
Yes.
And that L'Oreal has concerns about using her because every time they try to use her, people respond negatively to her.
People don't. The Depp fan base has responded, have posted negative things about Ms. Heard on their campaigns.
So did you say the Depp fan base?
Well, people that were using the hashtags that were consistent with the rest of the Depp fan base.
Yeah, but there are people posting negative things that other than things that came from Mr. Waldman, correct?
I haven't seen all the. I was just looking at what L'Oreal discussed and what L'Oreal said in their communications.
All right. They made. Do you see L'Oreal make a word cloud of the words that were most commonly associated with Ms. Heard in its marketing campaigns?
I knew they did that. I didn't see it myself, actually.
Right. Do you know what words there were?
Again, no.
You didn't talk much about this, but in order to get to the damage analysis that you got, the $45 million, I think at least initially you suggested that Ms. Heard would have a role producing and starring in a movie and that she would make $12 million.
I've talked about that, but in the latest calculation, that was really less what I considered and more about what films and TV and endorsement deals that she would do. The producing was something that she had wanted to do. And again, Mr. Momoa got that. So that's where the agents were discussing those figures with me.
The last movie that she has a production credit for is in 2013, right?
Again, I haven't memorized her resume.
There's a movie called Syrup. Did you ever hear of it?
No. Aside from having probably seen it on her IMDb.
And Soon the Darkness, that's her other production credit, right?
If you say so. If you're reading it off of her resume, I will believe you. Yes.
2010,
Okay.
12 years ago. But you, at least at some portion of at some point in this analysis, were of the mind that she would recover $12 million with a producing role and a starring role in a movie? Because that's what Mr. Momoa got.
Again, the agents were just saying that those were the kinds of numbers they were looking at to help her as she moved forward in her producing career.
Right. Those are the kind of the numbers the agents would like her to get.
Right, but again, I didn't use that in the final analysis of my 45 million. So it was just a discussion point because that's what the agents wanted me to consider.
All right. All right. You have testified that the breakout role for Miss Heard was Aquaman, right?
I didn't say the breakout role, but I used it as this, a movie that it was a superhero kind of super box office success. I think that, some of her other critically acclaimed movies probably helped her break into that role, which would have been The Danish Girl, and then her work in Justice League, which was a natural progression to getting to star in Aquaman.
All right. But I used breakout, perhaps you didn't, but this is the movie that springboards her to the kind of money that you are suggesting she should earn.
It should have, yes.
And other than Aquaman, which was released in 2018, how many movies has she booked?
Well, she booked Aquaman 2.
Right.
And she did The Stand, which was a significant television show.
Right. But outside of the Aquaman franchise, she obtained only one movie role, since 2018, right?
Right. The industry also knows that she's planned to be on the next movie and they understand her production schedule. So she's not going to go after films that would conflict with a mega box office movie. So there's scheduling and conflict issues as well that she and her team would consider.
So when was Aquaman released in 2018? It's December.
It was either December 2018 and then it depends on where it was in the world. It started in December 2018 and then it moved out, into 2018.
How many months between December 2018 and the Waldman statements went by?
12, I think 15 or 16, if my math is correct.
Right. She got one role during that 15 or 16 month period during the entirety of the post Aquaman boost, right?
She got The Stand.
Right.
And then she was in discussions for the films as they were getting ready to go.
But she didn't get another role for 16 months between the release of Aquaman and what you say are the Waldman statements.
Well, she got The Stand.
Right. She got one TV role.
A pretty significant TV role, yes, for a Stephen King novel.
Right. She was in a movie, though.
I'm sorry?
She was in a movie that was released after Aquaman.
What movie are you referring to?
Gully.
Oh, well, I don't know when that was shot, so you'd have to tell me when it was shot. Movies get released at different timeframes. Like they can be shot in 2016 and not get released till 2018. So you'd have to tell me, we'd have to look at, the actual filming dates of The Gully for me to talk to you about that.
She wasn't initially cast in Gully, was she?
I'm not familiar with the casting process of Gully.
Do you know who Alice Eve is?
Who?
Alice Eve.
Alice Eve. Sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling who she is. at
She's
this
an
time.
actress, been in any number of movies. You'll know who she is.
Again, I know her name, but I don't know her resume.
She's in Star Trek.
Great.
Right. She was in one of those breakout roles, Star Trek, but you don't even know who she is.
I talked to you about Star Trek before. I'm not a big Star Trekian.
Okay. Ms. Heard replaced Alice Eve in the movie Gully, right?
I don't know the casting process. I don't know who's starring that movie.
Do you know what she was paid?
Who?
Ms. Heard.
For Gully?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when that was in? No, I don't. But what was the filming date of, and what was the start date of Gully?
You didn't look at the Gully contract when you were making an analysis of Ms. Heard's damages?
I don't recall whether I looked at it or not.
Did you understand that she was making $2,190 per week for Gully?
Can you tell me when it was shot? When does that contract get negotiated? It's relevant.
The contract is negotiated prior to the release of Aquaman.
Okay.
So she signs this contract for $2,190. Do you know what the Screen Actors Guild low budget agreement minimum scale is?
It changes from year to year. It depends on what year and what the size of the budget. There's actually 3 or 4 different scale, benchmarks. So when there's a low budget, it can be a micro budget, it can be a minimum budget. At low budget, there's like 4 or 5 different scales that they use when it gets to anything other than a studio film. And oftentimes actors do passion projects, and that has nothing to do with, or something that they really love to do, or they think that would be good for the career. It doesn't have anything to do with the fee made on the film.
All right. What's a loan out?
A loan out? A loan out is the corporation that an actor will use so that their money comes in through a corporation. And then that corporation technically loans out the actor's services to the production. So the loan out is the corporation that the actor uses, and then they loan out the services to the production company. It's just really for tax purposes.
Do you know of any movie that Ms. Heard booked immediately prior to Aquaman other than Gully?
Well, I know she did Justice League. I don't remember the dates and times of the filming of the other ones. You always have to look at the filming dates.
You talked about Mr. Schnell. Gully was in his chart, right?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right. Did you look closely at his chart?
Pardon?
Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart?
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media campaigns is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
Okay. Do you know whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's chart?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Man,
Talk a
she's been
little bit
useless.
about Q scores and Mr. Bonya. Do you remember that?
Yes.
For Ms. Heard, Mr. Banya used Q scores from immediately after Aquaman, right?
Again, if you want to show me something, I can answer it. I don't remember every word of Mr. Banya's, but I remember talking about the dates with you earlier.
But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Banya used were after Aquaman but before the Waldman statements?
He used a couple different scores based on dates. I don't remember if they were correlated to the statements or not. I remember years more than anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember exactly what he said.
Even before the Waldman statements, Ms. Heard had very high negative Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores?
No, very high negative Q
As
scores.
I said, very high negative Q scores. I remember discussions of a lot of Q scores. I don't remember exactly what or when, which score, or whether it was net.
So in your analysis, you didn't consider Ms. Heard's negative Q scores as a restraint on what she might earn on a going forward basis?
No, Q scores change all the time. Ms. Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253. You know, Q scores change all the time. Scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
You talked a little bit about Mr. Depp's damages. Did you talk, who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Who's Jerry Bruckheimer? The producer of the Pirates franchise. Well, he's a huge producer of a lot of movies, but he happens to be the producer of the Pirates franchise.
You didn't talk to him prior to your testimony?
Personally, no.
No. And you didn't have other people talk to him on your behalf, did you?
Me personally, no, I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
And you've never spoken with Mr. Bruckheimer about why Mr. Depp has not appeared in a 6 pirate movie?
There has been no 6 pirate movie. There is not a Pirates movie titled Pirate 6 yet.
Right.
Forever.
But you haven't talked to Mr. Bruckheimer as to whether Mr. Depp was going to appear in the movie?
From things that I've read in newspaper publications and emails, I read that Mr. Bruckheimer was uncertain whether Mr. Depp would star in.
Right. But you haven't talked to him. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney?
I actually put a call into someone at Disney and they didn't want to talk on the record.
All right, you called somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk to you.
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to talk about their stars, whether they want to preserve a relationship that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk about people they are in business with.
So you have no personal knowledge why Mr. Depp hasn't made a 6 pirate movie?
Well, as I said, there is no 6 pirate movie.
Right. But you don't know why. You have no personal knowledge why.
I don't work at Disney now.
Did you listen to Mr. Wiggum's testimony in this trial?
I read Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
And Mr. Wiggum said Mr. Depp had a deal for the movie, right?
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no Pirates movie, there have been no deals negotiated, and that's what Ms. Jacobs also testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something else.
It doesn't correlate, as we say, to the other 2 agents' testimony.
You've indicated that a portion of the reason that Mr. Depp has received a variety of negative comments in Hollywood is that he engages in lawsuits.
One of the elements that has contributed to a lot of negative press and attention is due to the lawsuits and the activity and the behaviors that we talked about earlier have been brought into the limelight.
Mr. Depp's lawsuit here has generated negative publicity for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes,
That lawsuit, until she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman statements, did it?
Mr. Depp's lawsuits?
Yeah.
No, we talked about that. It was pertaining to the, her op-ed piece.
Right. It related to what
Pardon?
Ms. Heard said.
I'm sorry.
This, Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Heard said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
Not what, well, it related to the op-ed piece that Ms. Heard wrote.
Right. So Mr. Waldman's statements have no connection to the negative publicity that Ms. Heard has received relative to this trial, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation, hearsay, and outside the scope.
Any response?
We're looking for a causal connection here.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
When was the last time you met with Ms. Heard?
I only met Ms. Heard at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
First time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
For testimony, it's $650 an hour.
What has been your compensation to date for providing the assistance that you have in this case?
I've been working on the case for about 3 years, and over the 3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
You said 60?
Yeah, over 3 years.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm going to make it definitely fit within that 5:30. Ms. Arnold, you were asked a number of questions about the different social media, the negative, and how do you know that it relates to the Waldman Depp statements? Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some of that was your testimony, some Jessica Kovacevic, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the 3 statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What, if any, efforts were made to track the negative social media that caused the damages that you've attributed?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So L'Oreal did a lot of research. William Morris did a lot of research. Mr. Schnell did a lot of research. And in those conversations, those were also connective tissues to the negative social media campaign and the Waldman statements.
All right. And they connected back to those 3 statements,
Yes.
correct?
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those 3 statements?
Again, we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminion. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the negative social media campaigns and the Waldman statements.
Okay. And I'm going to jump because I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions about Mr. Hamada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And asked whether he testified that whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their initial decision not to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or
I recall
those questions?
The questioning, yes.
Okay. Now, the testimony from Mr. Schnell tracked the 1.2 million tracers to January 2021, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Right. So when Mr. Schnell did his analysis, it was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising her Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the 1.2 million negative social media tweets and Instagrams and other communications
Objection, no foundation.
had any impact?
Sustained. Right. Next question.
Are you aware of whether he said anything about that?
I recall in the Warner Brothers file.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know whether that had any impact?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking now, she's allowed to rely on hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, you were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparables. And so I'm just going to go to this again. Of all the different movies, of all of those comparables, which movie was the highest grossing of all of them?
Again, I believe it's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films, certainly the highest DC comic film or in that superhero world. But again, I don't want to say it was the highest, but I think it was very close to it.
Do you know whether Walter Hamada admits it was the highest grossing DC film?
Yes, he said that, yes.
Okay, so when you're looking at all the comparables, what, if any, relevance is there to the degree of success of that
What?
DC superhero movie?
So Walter Hamada's
Objection,
name matters until.
foundation.
She can speak to that, Your Honor. That's
Lay a
she's-
foundation. That's-
Do you know the answer to that question? Do you know?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. No, I have to admit. Okay, so let's go backwards. So what if, do you know whether it makes a difference, whether how successful that DC superhero movie is in what types of films they'll be able to get in the future?
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking the foundation.
If you want to ask the foundation, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought I was asking. Do you know whether that plays any role, the degree of success?
Customarily, when a film,
Objection, foundation.
Ask her how she knows.
How do you know?
in 25 years of being in the film industry, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office, it shines a very bright light on the actors, especially if they're in lead roles. And it's customary that they will get, not customary, it is, I don't want to use the word standard, but it is very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and with a role model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten other roles and worked quite a bit afterwards, and that movie would have helped her career. I mean, that's no question.
And with all these comparables, when you gave the range to this jury of 45 to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time, did you put Amber Heard's estimated damages ranges above all those other comparables?
No, again, I was very specific in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get for her in that contract and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually was in contract for and what her agents negotiated. And I used that as the baseline for the financial numbers of her loss. I used the comparable actors to show how consistently they all worked and how their careers moved forward after being in a box office.
You were asked about Disney and the Pirates 6 again. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney is willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
Objection,
To
no
star.
foundation.
I'm asking her, what, if anything, does she know about whether Disney is,
If you can lay a foundation.
okay. Did you listen to or did you read the Disney testimony in this case?
I did, yes.
All right. What do you recall Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million and give him alpacas.
Thank you. You were asked about the defecation. What, if any, recollection or knowledge do you have about whether that social media negative campaign that you've testified had the words defecation in it or poop?
Objection, no foundation.
I know that the word poop and the hashtag poop is used.
Okay, was that in
Move-
any of
move to
one of
strike.
your
I'll
funds?
sustain the objection and
Okay.
move to strike. Next question.
Okay.
Hashtag poop.
In your review of the social media campaigns and the negative social media campaigns that you testified to with this jury, that include the L'Oreal, that include the WME, that include Mr. Snell, and include what you've done, what, if any, recollection do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statements include the words poop or defecation?
Objection, compound.
Overrule.
I don't believe poop was one of the hashtags that was connected to the statements.
Okay, thank you. You were asked about the time period between the defamatory statement, between the release of Aquaman 2 in December 2018.
Aquaman 1.
Aquaman 1, thank you. And the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. During that time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2 was in discussions with Amber Heard about scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2?
In the period between the statements and,
Before, I'm going before.
okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1
Okay,
and the April 8th, first of the defamatory statements.
right.
Do you know whether whether Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard about scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you know? I'm asking her whether you know.
I'll sustain as the hearsay.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether Aquaman was in discussions with Amber during that period?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know how to, I'm
I was
asking
going to ask her
foundation.
foundation.
Right, right. How would you know?
Well, Amber received an early draft of the script. Amber's agents were in discussions.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can say that.
Sustained.
Okay.
I think
What
so.
in-
No, you
in your
can't.
experience,
Shut
based
it.
on getting scripts, what does that mean? I'm asking for experience.
In my experience with the movie as high profile as something like Aquaman, they keep the scripts very tight. You know, they don't let anybody read them. They're numbered. They have your name on it. So if you're getting a script for a movie such as Aquaman that's kept tightly close to the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you the script.
And so if a script was given to Amber Heard before the first April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest?
Objection,
Based on your knowledge that you've just testified to.
Objection, speculation.
It's not speculation. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Again, if she got the script, they were going to use her in the movie. That was their plan.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
That
yes, Your Honor.
hits it right at the time.
So you're still an expert, so you can have a seat in
Okay.
the courtroom.
I'm
sorry.
still-
Okay,
okay,
You are.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right,
Gotta
ladies
quit
and gentlemen, this come to the end of our day. All right, so please do not do any outside research tonight and don't talk with anybody about the case, okay? And we'll see you in the morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock, all right?
Whew.
Thank you.
All right. What you think of today? That was interesting. Today has been an interesting one so far. It really what it amounted to was a whole lot of stupid,
Just
wasting a lot of
few
time.
Planning notes, okay?
There's plenty of notes.
After testimony tomorrow, and we excuse the jury, we'll go ahead and have the proffers that you requested, Mr. Rattenborn. We'll do those tomorrow after. Is that okay? Does that sound good? All right, we'll do those right after, like right now, tomorrow. Okay, that should give you with the proffers that you need to do for the record, okay? All right, and then whenever all the testimony is done, possibly at this point, it would be Thursday afternoon after the jury is excused. We'll go over the remaining jury instructions. I have 3 under advisement. We'll take up those. And we'll also, if there's any other from the evidence this week that we need to talk about, we can discuss those as well after the jury's gone on Thursday evening, or if earlier, if the evidence is done before then, okay? And just as time's up to this minute, The
Good times.
plaintiff has used 45 hours and 24 minutes. The defendant has used 57 hours and 6 minutes, which means the plaintiff has left 15 hours and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left.
Oh,
Okay?
wow.
So
They
that's
they
where
cut
that is.
half their time out
Anything
today.
else for this evening?
Holy
Your
crap.
Honor, the last witness, it appears that is on the plaintiff's witness list is Mr. Depp. And I was just hoping we would get an
You
answer
mean
as to what,
defendant's witnesses?
yeah, defendant's witness list.
I don't know. Are
was
you
hoping
still
to get an answer.
changing witness? I mean, I'm not sure.
So Depp may or may not come on.
Okay. Make a decision in the morning, okay? All right,
So
everybody have a
tomorrow
good
we'll
evening.
find
All
out.
right, thank you.
So Johnny Depp may end up testifying. They were talking about making him today, but it looks like tomorrow there will be a decision on it. So they plan on calling Johnny Depp, or they're playing a game with him. They're trying to make him sweat, but here's the thing. If they call Johnny Depp, it'll not only be the stupidest move that they have, but they will burn most of their time. They have 4 hours remaining on the clock. And again, Johnny Depp's team, now they have 11 plus hours more than they do. They had 10 hours and now they've gone up to 11 plus hours. So they've added hours as that's gone forward. I mean, that's crazy when you get down to it. It's crazy seeing it, increase. It's not decreasing like they were hoping. It's actually, it's beautiful because they've made a mess out of all of this. They've made a giant mess. They know it. I'm watching I'm trying to see what O'Hurdy over there is doing. They're having a little conversation huddle. I'm curious. I wonder if they'll have the audacity to call Johnny Depp, though. Again, that is a huge mistake on their part. I mean, the benefits versus the risk. Ooh, man. I mean, he'd get up there. Like I said, you burn all your time up because they have no real time remaining. On top of that, after you burn all your time up, you have you have Johnny Depp potentially destroying you and leaving that for everybody to think about. Like I said, on top of all of that too, whew, I mean, it's a dumb plan. It's a dumb plan. Watching them see what they do. All right. But anyway, all right. Well, that's over with. Let's pull up some stuff. Let's see what's what. Again, the lady, I thought it was really funny because at the end of all of that expert testimony, that witness basically was trying to say that she was more knowledgeable than they kept bringing up Walter Hamada. Now, if you don't know who Walter Hamada is, I mean, if you look him up, Walter Hamada is the president of DC Films. So she was saying that she knew what would happen better at DC Films than the president of DC Films. I mean, the arrogance to that is it's astounding you really think about that. I mean, that is an arrogant statement. It's a funny statement. I'm proud to see that the humility is not one of they've never had any anyway, but man, you talk about a witness that really thought highly of themselves. 4 freaking hours though. I mean, they murdered the clock today. Like I said, Johnny Depp's team is going to basically stand unopposed for a while. I mean, they almost have. You're almost to the point. It's so close. It's almost 4-1 on their time. Again, 4 hours and 9 minutes versus 15:51. I mean, they stand it almost. If they keep burning time like they're doing now, like let's just assume they do the same thing that we saw here. Today they burn off their time, and Johnny Depp's teams burn off. Let's just say 3 hours. They would still have 12 hours of unopposed. You could put together whatever you want. I mean, that's a day and a half to just sit there and say whatever you want, and the other side. They can object, but they can't cross. They can't do anything. Like they have to eat it. And I mean that, like I said, that's a terrible plan on their part. But then again, of anything that I've seen today, that's just one thing that something else. Ugh. Does that mean no? Yeah, it means they can't do anything. Like that means like their side, like everything comes out of rebuttal. Yeah, that means Johnny Depp's team can do rebuttal. Yeah, they'll do rebuttal. Yeah, they'll put together their own rebuttal. That means they'll have unopposed rebuttal. That'll be they'll just throw in their witnesses and that's that. I mean, it's unopposed. So yeah, Johnny Depp's team, they'll be acting unopposed. Yeah, it doesn't time out like basically they run out of time. Johnny Depp's team's just they're good to go. It's beautiful. Heather Painter, thanks for the 5. Sorry if it was already answered, but you're closing. Wait just a second. I need to go forward. I'm going to go forward and then I'll hit people as they come up and we'll hit them like that. That way I can make sure to get everybody because I'm trying not to miss super chats in this, in this tangled web here. There's a lot of, and there's many problems in life. Looking through super chats is not a problem. I've got to roll up to where we were when we started up, and then I'll hit them. I'll hit the ones that come in new, and I'll hit the ones that I work forward, and we'll hit them right in the middle. That way. A very wise person said to, with Adam Waldman being aimed at, a very wise person said, you judge the caliber of someone's character oftentimes, not just by their friends, but also by their enemies, Yeah, well, they don't have time. Like here's the thing. They don't get the time they're pretty much like I said, you could look up the court rules on it if you want like exactly how that'll work out. Like I said, they having 15 hours versus 4. That's just funny. Let's roll forward. Anyway. So, Lucy F., thanks for the 5. Peruvian here, listening from Switzerland. Love listening to you. This is best coverage of the trial, in my opinion. Thank you. I appreciate that. I like, again, it depends on what people watch for. Like some people want the like law items, and some people, I like some of the, like I may have a law question here and there. I don't know. I just find the trial fascinating itself. Dragon Artistry, thanks for the 5. Hamada is set to trial. Yeah, they're going to have is a witness statement about what Warner Brothers had in there. So it'll be fun, Nix, thanks for the 2. Time left to include closing statements. Now they have to be allowed to give closing statements. They have to be allowed to give their closing statements. They get a X amount of time for closing statements. I forget. I forget how much the time is. They were talking about it the other day. We were talking about it, and I just my brain is fried after the long day. But yeah, they have to be able to give closing statements. Ramirez, thanks for the 5. Compare the Psychiatrist to Judge Doom from Who Frames Roger Rabbit. Tug, it's uncanny. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's 2 hours. That's right. I kept thinking it was I kept thinking 2, and then I thought, I kept thinking 4 total, and I thought that's not right. And then I'm like, yeah, that's right. Because I was thinking 2, 2. It was just throwing me off. From what Adam, thanks for 5. Didn't that witness say in anticipation of AH working on Aquaman 2, she turned down work so there wouldn't be a conflicting schedule? Yeah, I'm confused with what, like, they just keep changing their narrative for whatever works. I like how they had to keep talking about the poo, It was like, whoops, you're going to have to talk about me poo, aren't you? Crow Whisper, thanks for the 20 there. Thank you, Tug. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Remember Friday, we have case going on Friday, okay? And while the court is in session, so like, if there's as long as there's a chance that the jury will be around, we will probably be live just to goof off, and we'll talk about trial stuff, and we'll just see. We'll just sit on it, and we goof off and have fun. Page CM, thanks for the 5. I think they'll drag the cross on to make sure JD was not called to the stand until tomorrow. Yeah, well, I think that they want to. Who won today? Oh, I thought that their witnesses got wrecked, especially like the hand witness he was forced to say that the injury was a crushing injury. He was forced to admit that Johnny Depp didn't say exactly what he wanted to put in there. I thought that's the mental health guy was an absolute wreck. Like, he was a total waste of time for their team. And this N one, I mean, she proved that she didn't know anything about actors. She didn't know anything about, like, I liked just being a Dune fan, period. I love the discussion about Duncan, Idaho. If I'm going to mention this stuff just because the books have been out forever. If you don't know with the books, I don't know how far they'll go with that. But like he said, Duncan, Idaho is an essential character in the Dune saga, an essential character. He, it was funny hearing her. I talk about him like he was a one and done character. I thought that was funny, but she didn't know anything about all this. For an expert in Hollywood, she sure didn't know much about Hollywood, did she? Shelby thinks it's 5. If she's in a steady rise to stardom, how come nobody knows her or ever heard of her? Yeah, I know. I personally had never heard of her. I didn't know who she was. I wouldn't have never known who she was, except like this trial introduced me to her name. Like, I didn't know what that name was, Let's see. TM. Thanks for the 5 and that super sticker. Appreciate that. Jamie, thanks for the 5 there. There was another video of Turd sneaking something into her mouth. Yeah, I saw that when she said it with the team. I saw that. I was like, that's very weird. It was very, very weird. Amy Lawson, thanks for the 20 there. First trial day. AH seems to have made an effort to make up. New game plan. Trying the I'm too pretty to be guilty card that Mr. Burns lookalike loved mentioning. Thanks for plugging my book. What a weirdo. I like the no, I don't blame him for plugging the book because I'd do something like that myself. I'd be a jerk like that. But he was terrible at it, because I would be like, I would plug it like, do you hate Amber Heard? I'd be like, I don't know. Have you did she back The Hunt for the Littlest Umbrella live right now on Indiegogo? Would you like me to spell that for you too? You can also check out amberheard.net. That is amberheard.net. And John Bloom, thanks for the 5. Herd mentality. I would be embarrassed trying to defend anything for her. They're all a mess. Yes, that's why they get paid the big money though. Because you can even the biggest scumbag in the world gets a defense. You just have to pay for it, right? I mean, that's the reality. That is the absolute reality to that. Aaron, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, have you seen Yellow Flash's video and Lily Rose today? I haven't watched it yet. I'm sure it's over the video, the article and stuff, because I know it was. I don't blame him. I think it's a good idea that he put that out there because it needs to be called out. How do you feel about Depp fans reaching out to her for details on her dad's case? I think you should never talk to anybody about that stuff. I think the media though loves to play it out like it's some other crazed thing. I don't think you should contact any witness or any family member. I think there are certain, but like for myself, I don't contact witnesses, but I will contact people. But I do it with the express intent to use that stuff for something. Here, I would never contact his kids. I don't think that that's appropriate. His kids, he wanted them out. They should not be in this at all. He's made that pretty clear from the beginning. So, Lee, thanks for the 5. What are your thoughts on the theory Amber, Rocky, and Josh plotted to kill Johnny? I know conspiracy. No, I believe it. I talked about those knives, the knife texts for a while. I actually very well believe it. I very well believe it. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory though. I think it's real. Christine, thanks for the 2 there. Did you see Steve and Jason's YouTube? He acted with AH in 2008. Did you see Steve? In 2008. Oh yeah. I did. Yeah, I did. It took me a minute. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Sorry about that. It just took me a minute there to be like, hey, who are you talking about? Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was interesting. Bells in your head. Thanks for the 10. Yo, is it true? We are going to hear some JD incriminating recordings. We haven't heard them yet. You know, they keep promising this stuff, right? You know who? Thanks for the tip. Good morning, Umbrella God. LOL. Check your email. Have a nice day. I definitely will check all of the stuff. I've been checking some as they go in. There was a, by the way, I there's a little bit of drama today too. Ooh. I do not like drama. There was a little. I'm just going to say it this way. There's a little mod drama today, and if there is mod drama, I will remove a mod. And if they, I don't like drama. Mods are there to make things easier. They're not there to ban people. They're not there to do anything else. And I don't like the drama. I don't like it. You know, I appreciate people. It's a needed position, but I don't like having to have mods, period. And if it causes drama, then there's no need for it, you know? And if it continues to cause drama, I'll remove the person too. You know, hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that sounds fair, you know? Like I said, it's easy stuff. Just don't ban everybody. And you know what? Like again, it is appreciated. I hate the drama stuff. From one Adam, thanks for the 5. I think Cat Lady's feelings are hurt. The Depp didn't share his candy. Yeah, he was like, she's drawing and this and that. I was like, what is up? You know? So that's a sign of like bad things. Okay. Gypsy Faye, thanks for the 2. What a day. Unsure if you read my message, my earlier message. If it's a super chat, I'm working my way through them, you know? My way through them. Yeah, and that's not aimed at any specific mods or anything, you know? I'm just saying, like if somebody, if something happens on accident, who cares? If something happens once and I mention, that's okay too. It's just, I hate drama. You know, I want to have fun. Like I want to have fun, and that made it not fun. You know, and I react poorly to that. I remove the not fun because everybody should have fun. You know, the horror is already done. The terror of somebody's livelihood, it was already done. We're watching this thing. We're seeing them screw up real time. You know, we could laugh together. We could rage together. We could do whatever. Quinn Hendricks, thanks for the 5. The super sticker. Appreciate that. Gary, thanks for the 2. AH may have had a fatal DUI crash back in Texas. Like I said, until I see real proof of that, like I don't believe it, you know? You know who? Thanks for the 2. 720p, not even 1080. Cheap cameras, no freezes, please. Matt Rainwater, thanks for the 5. You're making the devil look bad for that comparison. I call her the devil. That's true. Donna, thanks for the 2. Looks like Camille's on the mic today. I like seeing Camille back. You know, it was good. Bobby Q, thanks for the 20. Tug, is this the last week of the trial? Yep. Didn't the judge make promise it'll be over by Memorial Weekend? Yep. It goes to jury on Friday. So I mean, unless they just make up their mind really, really quickly. I mean, I don't see. I mean, really, maybe they'll come up with an answer by Friday. But I mean, you have half the day plus already gone, so I don't see how that works. You know. But I think we'll be live. We'll talk about all kinds of good times. Love your speaking voice, Tug. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Matt Butcher, thanks for 449. I know more about films than that ridiculous expert. That's what I thought. I know more about Hollywood than that ridiculous. I probably got better sources than that Hollywood expert. Celeste Phillips, thanks for 5. I would pay an alpacas to never hear Lane's voice again. Amen. Amen. Oh, what a monster. Raquel, not Raquel, thanks for the 5. This is time waster and doesn't mean much at all. Why is this guy not someone else who does facial surgery since he claims face injuries? Yeah, talking about the finger guy. You know who? Thanks for the 2. The Dr. Kipper can discredit all this guy's BS. That's true. Mr. Leafy Vapors, thanks for the 10. This story can't possibly end in civil court. Surely too much has been uncovered for this not to go forward. I think there'll be more. I think there'll be more ripples. There's going to be ripples into the Hollywood thing. It's going to be interesting to see how this carries forward. You'll have an entire week of just articles trying to sort out mess. And then in the month, that's assuming there's no other like ramifications, like other trials that this births. If she loses, oh, holy crap, it's all hell's going to break loose. For real. Like if she loses, all hell will break loose. and it will be glorious. And I will stand in the chaos and I will watch the towers burn. Yeah, baby. But we'll see. Heisenberg Kennels, what's up? Thanks for the 2. I see AH is going for the Colonel Sanders look. It's funny. Happy, thanks for the 5 there. Seriously, this is absolutely a waste. Treating us all as if we're stupid. That is indeed true. Don't cry, baby. Thanks for the 5. Oh, he will approve of that turd broken nose and disapprove JD's finger. Yeah, that experts. That's the thing, though. Like that expert, the hand expert, he got paid $1,000 an hour to go over paperwork. $1,000 an hour and $5,000 just to sit in that seat today and to tell us what was there. So yeah, he'll approve anything because you know what? That's the problem with having your voice for sale. See, that's why I rail against that idea. You know, that's why I say anybody can contact me, but no one can own my voice because if you sell your voice, that's what you look like there. You know. If I thought Amber Heard was innocent, then I would have covered this differently. Teresa, thanks for the 50 there. Rockets, love it, love it. Real question: do I have a personal beef with Amber Heard? Like, where would I have a personal beef? I don't know her. You know, like my issue is this. You know what I have a personal beef with as a man? Like listening to somebody destroy another person's life. Take that. I take umbrage to the fact that as a man, seeing someone get destroyed like that, I have a problem with. As a mental health practitioner, I have a problem with domestic violence survivors having their lives destroyed like that. As it's just a person, I find it disgusting. No, it could be anybody though. I mean, again, if you're going to fake claims like that, I think you should be taken apart publicly. I think people should just destroy it publicly. Yeah, I have a real problem with that. Christopher Lynn, thank you. Well, thank you for the membership. Welcome to Thugs. Caroline Starr, thanks for the 7. Great show, Tug. Appreciate that. Amy Lawson, thanks for the 2 and the vibes sticker. Appreciate the vibes. Hello, thanks for the 5. I heard wears her hair that way so the jury can't see her smug face. Exactly. I don't know, man. There are a lot of people out there that just they didn't have enough voice as it is, and this has vicariously removed their voice because you think about it, like it's hard enough to get people to empathize with you in the world, period. And the worst things happening to people, a lot of people are after being raped, sexually assaulted. A lot of people out there, they're at their lowest point. They're experiencing suicidal ideation. They need somebody to be like, yo, you know, I notice you, and I give a crap, you know. And society now is at this place where they're trying to figure out how we do that, and yet we don't humor false accusers. And some people are saying, well, screw it, I just don't believe anybody, and that's terrible. And the people who do that, and again, I mean, we shouldn't suffer fools that ruin other people's lives. They should be treated the exact same way that the people they were trying to ruin would be. If you accuse somebody of raping people with a ball, that is a serious, serious crime to accuse somebody of. And to say that, to go on record with something like that, to use somebody as, you know, as collateral for your career as you try to push an upward trajectory. Again, Georgia Freckles, thanks for the 5. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you. Georgia Freckles. Gloria Lewis, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Well, I think the real question, though, and I mean, you're going to get you're going to get a lot of, like somebody said, Amber fan and Jay. I mean, you're going to have people that have legit questions. You're going to have people that truly want to know what's going on, and you're going to have trolls and everything else. I mean, it's just the reality of it, And if they are a herd supporter, they are allowed to be here, Like you've got to be very careful about creating just a one-sided echo chamber. That's one thing that really does worry me sometimes, that people, because if you create that, then if there really are people that are legitimately searching for truth on that, if they're truly looking for it, you don't want them afraid to ask questions. Cap, thanks for the 5. The amount of respect I have for JD to be able to sit through all of this is absolutely miraculous. It speaks to his character. Amen, man. That's a lot. It's crazy. It's got to be crazy to sit there and have to listen to all the mess. You gotta remember how the mainstream treated this too. See, the mainstream has indoctrinated people into this idea of not just with Amber Heard, but period. I mean, they were indoctrinated, and they still are. They indoctrinate people with this push of listen and believe. And if you weren't watching this, I challenge anybody, go look at her testimony, and then go and look at the media reports of her testimony and tell me if you recognize the testimony that you watched with your own eyes from their reporting, because that's how they reported UK 2020. That's how they reported. It was just crazy. Natalie, thanks for 2. He talks about the nail. Pretty sure that was gone. Well, he pretends that you can have an off angle come in from a bottle. Again, I've looked at every statement I could find, every piece of medical evidence, anything that I could find, and I cannot find this abuse that supposedly exists outside of Amber Heard's testimony. I cannot find medical records. Like the biggest thing, you want me to believe what you're going to tell me that, again, someone for 3 days, they drug you through glass, they choked you, beat you, strangled you, threw you into tables, they raped you with a bottle, they sliced you to ribbons, but you just walked it out. How did she handle it? She slept for 12 hours, barricaded herself in her room, slept for 12 hours, got up the next day, walked through an airport, good to go. And the only remaining damage was photographed by the tabloid. She had 3 marks on her arm. Again, if you can't see the flaw in that, I don't know what to tell you. If you look at if you look at it objectively, not the feelings, because that is a push toward feelings. That's trying to get past your objective outlook. They want you to begin to empathize. And the problem is, what they leave in the aftermath is they leave people with no empathy. Moontan, thanks for that. Some people are going to end up in a jar today. He knows he is twisting the truth. It's obvious his whole speech patterns have changed. Yep. Moontan again, thanks for that. But according to AH, he crushed his finger himself, so he's lying. That's exactly the thing. It's exactly it. So the guy, the hand specialist came in and he said Johnny Depp crushed his finger in an accordion door. That's what he kept talking about. Okay, so are you telling me that Amber Heard lied, that he crushed it in a phone? That doesn't make sense. And you didn't find any plastic in the wound, but I thought you had to find fragmentation of whatever happened if it went that way. I'm confused. Red Shoes, thanks for the buck. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you. Respected specialist, thanks for the 5. So again, man, it wasn't there. Records, your review, not witnesses. Yep. There's a lot of people. Well, there's only one person that ever claims that they were witness to anything, and that was her sister. And her sister's own testimony doesn't match up with hers. Claudia, thanks for the 3. My hero. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Bayou, Buy you a mega pint. I like that. Buy you a mega pint. That's funny. Thanks for the 5. Anyone who falsely accuses needs to receive the same penalty that would have been forced on the accused. The harm that has caused. Yeah, the harm this caused is ridiculous. Exactly. It destroys lives. We pretend that this isn't an egregious thing, and it is. It very much is. Suffrage. Thanks for the super chat. Where is the paint from the writing on the mirror? His wound was cleaned by Kipper before he took him to the hospital. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. Okay, I was bringing up the idea though. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me pull up something because I want to show you this. Okay, in the pictures that we keep seeing. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute on something, okay? I'm pulling up something. Oh, by the way, I had for PayPal, there was a KE, I'm gonna say. I was hoping he brought up the leaked audio of her treatment of JD because that could have contributed towards the negativity toward her. It's crazy to see. Like I said, it's crazy, crazy, crazy. Like all of this is nuts. I can't believe like how far they took this. Fluffy pancakes, thanks for 10. Hashtag defecation proclamation. That's funny. That's really funny. Amy Lawson, thanks for 5. I hate how breaking and bashing inanimate objects is associated with intimate violence rather than breaking a thing in a face. No, surely. Yes, exactly. Well, what they're saying, they just want to make anything associated with violence because you know why? They don't have any proof of violence. So their problem is that they need proof of violence. They've got to convince you that there was intimate partner violence. And without intimate partner, I mean, what exactly do they have to add? So they, like I said, they don't have anything to add to it anymore, and that's a big issue for them. It's a big issue for them. I gotta find that. Gotta pull up that painting stuff real quick. Yeah, if you look though at let me just pull it up on the internet. I guess let's see, Johnny Depp. Mirror. Right. So I want to show you something that they have tried to hide from you. Okay. And they didn't know that the picture that we've seen in the courtroom, the one that we saw today, they didn't actually know that existed until recently. So here, I'm going to show it to you in 2 stages. Actually, I'm going to show you okay. This is a big problem for Amber Heard as far as her narrative. This is yet another problem. So you remember this picture, right? Yeah. She took this picture. She says that Johnny Depp has already left, right? He's already gone. He's at the hospital. She's getting ready to leave. So here's a question for me. Riddle me this. You see how it's blacked out here in this picture by Ben King? It's only these parts that have been blacked out too. This was done by Johnny Depp because Johnny Depp was responding to her gaslighting him. He didn't black out anything else. He just blacked out this. That means that she was there. That means that she lied about arguing with him. And that means that she lied about the times of the pictures as well. So there's 3 lies in one. Red Shoes, thanks for the 5. What are they saying? 3 days in Australia? I thought it happened in one night. No. It's supposed to be a 3-day hostage affair. That was supposed to be, that's their narrative, is it happened over 3 days. He kept her hostage for 3 days. Christopher Lynn, thanks for the 2. Wilmington, North Carolina, supports you. Ortho does it. Wilmington, North Carolina. Props to you. Props. You know who, thanks for the 2. Not a defamation trial, but a defecation trial. Yeah, it is a bunch of bull. 78, thanks for the 10 there. No statement attached, but plenty of statement and back in the channel. Thank you for backing the channel. Kelly Jansen, thanks for the 10. When I got from what I got from these experts is that they believe JD should not be able to speak about abuse he received. Yes, glad JD's team stopped the Waldman Depp references in their cross. Exactly. They need to shut that down and fast. Because what they said was every event. It's not saying every event that happened after Waldman. That's what they're doing. Everything that happened to her after Adam Waldman made a statement, that's attributable to 3 statements he made. And that's absurd. That is absolutely absurd. She wrote an op-ed. They're saying, no. Nobody realized that was about him. Really? Really? Are you kidding me? Isabel Turner, thanks for the 5. If you adjusted for inflation, technically the first Superman, 1979, grossed a total of 1.2 billion to Aquaman's 1.1. Well, even with the newest movies out there, right? If we go by now, like we just take everything at its dollar value, we do not adjust for anything. Here's the reality of those movies, okay? Because they keep telling you that it's number 1 to number 10, she said, okay? Here's number 1, number 10, number 18, number 20, and then there at number 24, no adjustment at all. Number 24. So yeah, it wasn't even top 20. Thanks for the additional 10 there. Am I the only one who thinks she'd be great in radio as well? It's that voice. They're like, thank you. Welcome to JD TV. We're here to play you the best hits of the day. Yeah. Here to play you the flushing sounds of the amber turd as it goes down the drain. Roxanne, hey, thanks for the 10. Tug, the MD that took the stand this AM said, I am assuming they are being honest with the reporting to me. That's true too. He just covered himself by saying he was lied to. That is very true too. That is very true. Avian, thanks for the 2. It wasn't a thin shard. It was a big bottle. Yes, when you look at that bottle when it hit, they were trying to make it sound small. It's like, nah. Crystal Everett, thanks for the 2. Thank you, Tug. No, thank you. I appreciate you here. Dr. FMG, thanks for the 8. Crushing injury would bruise the nail. JD would have moved his hand when it struck. The guy, Freudian slip, opening with inconclusive. He wanted to cover his butt, because he's afraid it's going to come back and bite him. Because, yeah. King Kong Blonde, thanks for the 2. Make way for the Thunder Queen. Healthy Gaming, thanks for the 5. Herds laying a layer when she sees Camille to cross-examine. Oh, crap, we lose. Yeah, this morning. So let me note something to you. So this morning, I kept, when I was looking at Lane, I kept saying Camille. And it was because I got distracted. Look, check this out. Like I was saying, these people are so obsessed with taking down anybody that opposes them, but especially now, like myself or anybody like Laura B, who's been named, that when I posted pictures of the fingers, they allow gratuitous gore if it's not posted with like intent to lighten cruelty or sadistic pleasure. If you put up a picture of, like, again, something in a court, you're allowed to do that, but they flag everything. I mean, they're flagging everything. So that's why I was like, yeah, here they go. Los Angeles, thanks for the 2. Did the last witness do anything for AH? No, not really. Not really. I think it went on so long too, the jury got bored, Gloria Lewis, thanks for 5. They have to convince the jury. We see her lies. That's true. That's true. That is very true. Here's the problem with her. She lost the public trying to win there because she's got to hold on to the media. She's got to be able to hold on to that little handful of contingent. I mean, she's grasping at something. Like I said, she could have walked away. Like she thought that she could take him down, and she came close. Well, thanks for the 5. Today's was epic. The JD lawyers did their homework very well. Thanks for covering it live, Tug. Hey, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Doug, what's your email again? Granular, like of sand. Granular, heaven, as in the place. HEAVEN. Shove them together. Granularheaven@gmail.com. Why is it that? I don't remember. I can't remember. Crystal, thanks for the 2. I survived abuse and DV, so thank you, Tug. Hey, I'm here talking about something that, again, you folks, you made a channel that can do this. You know, I pick up a mic, but you folks made this channel work, so thank you. Justin, thanks for the 5. Heard continually push JD into a corner, belittling him. If she were truly terrified of an abuser, this would not happen. That's exactly correct. That is exactly correct. Healthy Gaming, thanks for the 5. Heard layer when I saw that one. Thank you again, though, Healthy Gaming. Our counsel, thanks for the 8. The cutting point was the bar, not the bottle. Exactly. That's why the finger is cut from below. Pencil edge bar. Bars are made that way. Yep. You got it. You know, it crushed it up. Well, that's the thing. Like it crushed it up against the bar and swish, mish, crush. You know, it's gone. Yep. Yeah. So. One second there. All right. I'm just checking something real fast. Bar White, thanks for the 5. She needs to go after Amber's phone testimony, as that would down the jury's mind. They missed a trick. Keep up the good work, Tug. They've left a few things there. I think they made, like, no telling what they circle back to. Remember, they get a lot of time to play. When they get a lot of time to play, that's when you're going to see what they want to use, you know? Matt Rainwater, thanks for 10. Dude, WTF, I think my wife is in love with you. Is that even possible? When love for me too, brobots. That's funny. It's the voice. That's funny, man. Thank you, Isabel Turner. Props to your wife as well. Glad you all listen for real. Thanks for the 10 there. Usually the media influences the people. It's nice to see the people thinking for themselves and using common sense to back the right person. Men can be victims too. Yes. You know, we just need to get past this. We need to get totally past the idea that the media are some kind of truth sayers, you know, that they have something there. If the if all of this would get, if all of this got just sorted out like bam at the end of this, we collapse all of these institutions. We could do it quickly. We need to stop allowing people to divide us over petty nonsense. If you vote a specific way, good for you. You identify a specific way, good for you. Like I said, I don't care. I don't care about your religion. I don't care about, or your lack thereof. I don't care how you identify. I don't care how you look. I don't care about your gender. I don't care about your identity. I mean, they're all yours. They're yours. I don't have any say over that. You're good to go. You're all welcome here. I don't care any of that. We should be able to put aside any kind of differences. We agree on something. Even if we disagree, let's have a place that we can talk and goof off. You know, have fun. Have fun. No, thanks for the 10. What I think is truly sad is I don't know who the heck Amber Turd was until this trial. I've seen Aquaman 1. Didn't like her acting at all even before this. That's the lie. Like, oh, she was a great actress. Yeah, sure she was. Uncle Brad, thanks for 40. I was part of the industry 40 years ago, but the last witness was completely clueless. Yeah, well, that's what an expert. Have you noticed the expert witnesses really are truly clueless? Have you noticed that about them? It's crazy. Courtney Patroness, thanks for the 2. Been here since day 1. Appreciate your coverage. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate you since day 1. Matt Rainwater, thanks for the vibe there. Is that, hey Matt, is that Ciara? Am I pronouncing that right? Ciara or Sierra? Ciara, Sierra, right? If I pronounce it wrong, tell me again. I'll tell you. But yes, I will give a shout out to Sierra. Props to you, by the way, Matt Rainwater. Yeah, that's all right. You keep listening. Don't listen to him. He's got sort of good taste. No, just play it. It's good to see you here. Appreciate you. I hope if I butchered your name, that's even better though. See, because that actually, if I get it right, awesome. If I don't get it right, hey, welcome to the club. Boom, yeah, love it. Hey there, even. Tell me if I butcher that. That's a AVN was the AVN was a name that like I had to be told how to like pronounce for one. I love it. Moontan, thanks for the 2. Dior should give Camille a perfume. Nemesis. They should give it to her. It should be called Justice. They should give her a smell called Justice. Emma, thanks for the 5. Elaine smells of mouthballs and regret. I always feel like it's probably like lint and, like the stuff you find in your pockets. It's probably like, pocket lint, like when it's empty. And maybe she's got some broken dreams in there. Isabel Turner, thanks for the 5. What kind of world would this be if every bad actor could just blame someone else and sue for not being able to get more jobs? It would be the same world we have. They do it a lot. People can sue over anything, they do. I mean, that's the one thing that scares people. Like when they cover stuff like this, they're so scared to talk about issues like this because they're afraid of litigation. Now, interestingly though, luckily these people are public figures, but as you get bigger and stuff, oh, are you a public figure? What exactly does that mean? FDS thinks so too. $20 says this guy slept in his car. That witness, man, like he had no socks on. He had his hair was all jacked up. I was like, man, so he can operate a scalpel, but he can't operate a comb. It's crazy. Yeah, thanks for the 149 and the hearts. Appreciate that. Terry, thanks for the 5. Finger was smashed between a bottle and the edge of a bar. What was the bar made of? How sharp was the corner of the bar? All those bars like that are they're kind of sharp. You get that, but you got to think about the weight and velocity of an item. Period. If you have a bottle just come in and like he said, you could have it caught in a. He was saying an injury like that. You saw how gory and gross that was. That injury like that could be caused by getting your finger caught in a drawer, like like a chest of drawers. So, you could get it like that, but you couldn't get it from this. I was like, all right. Mendez, thanks for the 2. Just discovered you and love you so far. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy. Like I said, it's been a wild ride right now, It was the Waldman mention, and again, Waldman was just telling the truth in that. It was actually Amber Heard. They hate. I mean, they hate me. It's amazing. It's amazing. I never thought I could be hated so much just for talking about public. Again, some of these outlets, like take the Daily Mail for example. One day of a trial, the Daily Mail might drop 40 papers or 40 articles on somebody. I remember like one day during the UK, it was something like 47 different, short spread articles came out in one day, So just in like the UK 2020 trial, I mean, they dropped over 1,000. It's crazy. Psychotic Bat. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Yeah. Lilith, thanks for the 3. And the sticker with the mwah. Thank you. Ace, thanks for the 5. This guy would have gotten away with it too if it hadn't been for those meddling kids. Exactly. Linda, thanks for the 20 and the gold sticker. Bruno, thanks for the 5. Great Scott. It's Doc Brown testifying right now. Chrissy, thanks for the 2. Can you play the hilarious video sent to your email? I'd have to pull up. I've got my email and stuff pulled up on another thing. I'll have it pulled up on this. So I'll have to see what it is. Is that a Twitter? Are you talking about the crazy guy? Oh, where he's doing that weird stuff with his mouth? Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I'll play that, actually. That was really weird. I saw that. Anytime, Mel, thanks for the 5. Anytime an expert said Aquaman, I hear JD's voice with Aquaman and Tawny May. Aquaman! No, SR Vaughn, thanks for the 70 there. Appreciate that. Thank you. The bottle only makes the injury appear more surgical and severe as it shatters. Any hard projectile with mass and velocity hitting the finger against a hard surface, even a baseball or a plate. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. When he's saying it, like, I kept thinking, okay, so you'll admit that this could do it, that could do it, this could do it, but it's out of the realm of possibilities that this thing could do it. Why? Because you make $5,000 when you say it on the stand, and you make $1,000 a day if you read through the papers and agree. Okay. Sean Jones, thanks for the 18. Do you think there's any possibility that Depp ever hit Heard? He says he hit her in the toes, and he kind of, I don't want to say headbutt, but he like turned and ended up hitting her with that. Do you count that? Like, I don't, the problem isn't, is there the possibility? It's show me the evidence, like that's how you have to go. See, the poison with the accusations is that you look for proof. You're proving, you're trying to see if he's innocent because they've associated a place of guilt. You're already assuming guilt. Well, maybe, and that's the poison with it. You ask the question, well, maybe he did. And I mean that for any of us. I don't mean that for you. I mean, that's the poison with these accusations, period. Like any of us that I run into it, we get that. And I hate that. I mean, I absolutely hate that. Because I don't know an answer to it, is what I mean. Yeah, let me show you this video here. I think this is funny. So this is that witness, the crazy looking guy. Watch, here we go. Look at him, like, what the hell's he doing here, by the way? Watch it, like, what is up with that? He does the weirdest stuff.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions.
That's what he's asking if he has to answer.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer.
More time. What is that? He had some strange facial tics, He was a weird guy. Recent thanks for the 20 there. Hi, Tug from Kingman, Texas. You're amazing. Love Depp's attorney. Pushing this entertainment expert, 25 years experience on the case, 3 years. Wouldn't know who some actors are that my 9-year-old could answer. That's right. You rock. And she brought them up. Like, it was just, they weren't like hard questions either. Okay, like he admitted, certain things you might not know about their past, about movies they've been in, but come on. You would think if you're going to bring them up and do comparisons, she didn't know Chris Pike was Captain Kirk in Star Trek. That is a huge, he exploded because look at that role. He is the biggest. Well, you can argue that maybe Spock or Bones they could be, they're all three the biggest role, but he is the biggest role regardless. Like the name recognition alone, Captain Kirk. People know Captain Kirk. And it's astounding. She didn't even know, like that's the way she's going to compare. How much people get paid and yet not know that. BF, thanks for the 5 there. Thank you. That came in through PayPal. Thank you for that. I'm looking on PayPal just really fast. Beautiful Gypsy, thanks for the 2. He looks like a mad scientist from old cartoons. I like it, yeah, he does. I like how they did the comparison with like I still I still think he's got like from certain angles, I think he's got the Mr. Burns from the Simpson vibe. Thanks for the 2. Hannibal Lecter, 2. Hannibal Lecter. Raquel, not Raquel. Thanks for the 5. No one gives a crap about his book. Todd took about a book. Typically useless Cuphead. Yep. Amy, thanks for the 5. Getting Sling Blade vibes from this doc. Sling Blade. Oh, I can't even do it like a Sling Blade. You know, it's peanut butter sandwich. I can't even do it right, man. I think of that name though. That's hilarious. Jay High, thanks for the 2. When you order your experts off of Wish, indeed. It caps a bad day. Warmore Wish, thanks for the 2. He is like drunk and arrogant. He did. He was combative, but in the terrible way. Herman Munster. X, thanks for the 5. The witness seemed to understand as much about movies and actors as the judge did about conventions and anime in the Mignogna trial. That's very true. You know who? Thanks for the 2. Doc, looks like Angry Birds. What a nut. That's funny. Philip, thanks for the 3. Everyone's an expert for the right amount of money. That's true very well. The redheaded chick, Nick, thanks for the 2. When is Renfield going to start eating spiders? That's a good idea. I like that. If Renfield, I love the Dracula's comment. That's funny. He's like, holy crap, that's hilarious. Mr. Arya, thanks for the 2. Spiegel has opposition defiant disorder, narcissistic. Bill Chan, thanks for the 20. Dr. Doof is lying. Trauma and IPV are not correlated, but drug use and trauma can be correlated. Out of 300 people I've dealt with in the field, only 3 showed aggression after using crystal meth. That makes you trip hard. Well, you know, and he was trying to compare, like he was saying everything was proof of MDMA. And I mean, people don't typically beat each other on MDMA. They may hump like a light socket or something on enough MDMA, but they, you know, they're in good moods. They're happy. You're ecstatic on it. Nat, thanks for the 2. Can you name any role you'd cast AHN? I wouldn't. I'd be afraid to work with her. That would be my problem. You know, like after all I've heard in Hollywood, that you know, from the negatives about her and how working with her, I'd be afraid to cast her at all. Well, thanks for the 5. Could JD be autistic? ADHD is pretty common with that. Same goes for creative, being introvert, highly intelligent, but bad concentration. I don't know. I don't know if he's ever had any, anything that eliminates. Again, you know, when we, on the spectrum, again, it's so when you get into highly functional, again, I know all these labels, like I'm talking obsolete labels, but still, I'm just throwing this. If you're talking highly functional, then it's very hard to distinguish, But ADHD, he was diagnosed and given medication with that, and a lot of his behaviors definitely do fit. Isabel Turner, thanks for the 5. I'm curious why she's allowed a counterclaim when the president himself said, we don't want her anymore. Isn't that enough evidence? Yeah, it should be. It should be. I mean, they just, they hate Adam Waldman so much. Thanks for the 5. Great Scott, Tug. I believe the witness is generating 2.4 gigawatts. Indeed. It's funny. Ace, thanks for the 5. So this is what Riff Raff did after the Rocky Horror Picture Show. He's a mad doctor. Indeed. Scarlet Cook, thanks for the 10. I want to know what those mints are on the table that look like are Johnny's. Everyone's mowing on them. Also, this dude reminds me of Boris Karloff. This is way down on his luck. Yeah. Justin, thanks for the buck. No statement, but plenty of statement backing. Thank you. JDLs, thanks for the 10. Good grief, Tug. People are updating his reviews online as he testifies. I think he's about to be canceled. He's got some bad ones. You know what? Like people put in reviews, and I don't. I mean, the bad reviews that were already there, I pay heed to, but I don't like people putting in negatives after the fact. I think that's a terrible way to go. You know, Rainwater thinks 5. What does it chew cross anymore? Hey, I guess it's left to the other people. You know, I mean, they have a strategy on who's supposed to be they assign certain portions of the case. Like you don't want everyone to have something. So I'm not sure. They just felt like depending on the expertise of certain people or who they go after them. Thanks for the 5. Highly functioning indeed. Not offending, but spectrum at all. Obviously, in a part of the spectrum. I'm proud to be so. Hey, there's nothing wrong. There is absolutely nothing wrong with being individual. Whether that means that you have a label of autism or not, all these words are labels. Ultimately, the only label that matters is you. Like you are you. For whatever label that people put on you. You may need medication, or you may need to certain things. To go through life, or maybe like certain things that socially, certain cues are harder to pick up on, but you're still inherently you. It's just we all operate differently. That's the beauty of it. That's why some of us, create art. Some of us, some of us create rockets. It just works that way. Justin, I like life like that personally. I like the individuality. Thanks for the 5. Expert looks like from Isenberg. I'm gonna have to look him up again. I've got to look at that comparison. Iconic Bat, thanks for the super chat. Down there. Isabel Turner, thanks for the 5. Did you see that boss move when Amber's lawyer mentioned Johnny and Candy? Camilla put a piece in her mouth and looked straight at the jury. Boss. I didn't catch that, but that's funny. That's the way you diffuse it. I mean, seriously, that's ridiculous. Oh, he spends his time doodling and eating candy. Everything is, and she was trying to say that was part of narcissism. Like when I'm in meetings, okay, I get leeway with work a lot of times because yeah, like my mind works a specific way. I draw while I think. I can problem solve, but I need like 3 like I told you, I'm operating 3 devices while I'm here. I need something to keep me busy. Like I need it. I've got to stay busy. I've got to. If I'm not moving around, it's weird for me. So I operate like I said, 3 devices typically while I'm live streaming. That's why I post on Twitter and everything else, because I've got to do other stuff. And some people they need something to keep their mind. But also, I mean, the stress of this stuff is insane. You got to let it not crush you. He's sitting there every day. This is his life. This is his career. This is him putting it out to the world. And I mean, he's got to wonder how that's going over. He's got to wonder what's left afterwards. It's a lot there. Trippy Savage, thanks for 10. Poor Jason Momoa. She murdered Aquaman right along with Captain Jack. Yep. What a monster. All she had to do is be in its proximity, right? Zombie thinks, my uncle would drink until he passes out. He was great to be around, loads of fun. My father did the same, but he was abusive. Each person reacts differently. Yes, that is true. That is exactly it. You cannot, that's why it is so important you can look statistically. You can make, if I look at statistics correctly, if I truly know how to use them, I can make any point that I want to with statistics. If you know how to manipulate statistics, if you know how to manipulate numbers, you can make any point that you want and you can make it stick. You can ruin anyone that you want. I mean, you can have a good time with it. That's the reality. That's the truth behind it. You can make any point you want. You could destroy anything you want. It's like I said, it's the reality of numbers. It's sad because the numbers, we always say there's truth in numbers. Yeah, there's a lot of lies in them too if people use them wrong. Got a bat. Thanks for additional super chat. I'm honored to be among you all. Keep up the great work, Tug. Hey, I'm glad to have you here. Thank you. I can't say how much I'm honored that all of you folks make this channel what it is. Again, I don't even know what to say with that. I mean, like I was looking at like Twitter, for example, right? 61,000 followers on Twitter. 61,000. Yep. And then here, 260. Let's see. Where are we today? We're like 38 off of 261,000 here too. So it's just crazy. You know? Bear, thanks for the 2. All I see is Lurch from the Addams family. Indeed. Melissa Collins, thanks for the vibe. The ACLU has been on the stand about donation. What about the Children's Hospital? Is there any digging to be done? Keep up the great work. I don't feel that the Children's Hospital lied intentionally. I think that, they have a certain, well, they came off the information relatively quick. They had a little delay with it, but it was because they were understaffed because of the beer bug. Well, they weren't trying to be deceptive about it. They came off the letter that they wrote her asking, "Hey, are you gonna follow through on that pledge that you made? Are you gonna actually donate?" Because they don't consider it the same, apparently, even though she says it. Isabel Turner, thanks for the 5. It's hilarious how they keep trying to prove Johnny beats his wife by showing pictures of him pass out. I know it's weird, isn't it? It's very weird. Yeah. Michael Faulkner, thanks for the 5. New Tug, appreciate the insight and commentary. I didn't know anything until the trial, and honestly, AH on the stand at tape speaks for itself. See, I like it when people like yourself tell me how the trial is going. I like that personally. Nate Dylan, thanks for the 2. I donate my allegiance to the flag. That is very weird. So, did you double your Michael Faulkner? Did you send your super chat through twice? Because for some reason at the top, like I don't see it on the screen, but it shows it at the top. It has it doubled. Just see if that's true. Again, I can't cancel any super chat, but if there's a mistake, you can always do like a stop on it or something. Yeah. I know somebody was writing me asking about a super chat. They sent through a large sum, and you pretty much YouTube. The only way they'll stop things for you is if you tell them it's fraud. And I'm not saying to do that, but yeah, if you mess up big time. But you can also have your bank do a stop on stuff, or if it's PayPal or something. You know what I mean? Bells in your head. Thanks for 5. Don't son that used to do that when he was on baby powder. He used a lot. Did this when he dipped his finger in the bag, then mouth. Are you talking about like with doing stuff? Rosie 1, thanks for the 4. ADHD people have higher IQs than normal people. Well, it again, statistically, it really depends. I guess it really depends on where people fall and something. But yes, I mean, if you're able to, it's just like, okay, for myself, I would say that if I were younger, and I say this as somebody who diagnoses people, I would definitely have been diagnosed as OCD in my life. There's no way I would have missed OCD. I have a lot of obsessive compulsive behaviors. The way I cover things, you can just see it in a lot of the ways I cover, I catalog. I mean, God, if you like look at the, if you, I've already started, even though like I said, this is a new computer setup. And even with a brand new computer setup and almost the end of the trial upon us, I have already started to catalog again. You can see like, I mean, that's, I catalog, I do everything again, but it's not negative behavior when you're doing something like that. It actually works to a positive. You could find your niche and make it work out for you, Okay, Buck, thanks for the 2. What's your take on the deposition or deception detectors of the trial? Deception detectors? Are you talking about, what do you mean deception detectors? Oh, people that are looking at stuff. Are you talking about people that have been watching the trial and making commentary about it? Is that what you mean? I think that the media has their own. I think other people have it. I think there's some people that do a very good job. Are you talking about like body language experts? Body language experts, some people, yes, they actually know what they're doing. I think that you can like if you look at the medias, like I think they're crazy and fools, but I think there are some people out there that truly, they point out some very good tales. Like not everybody falls into a categorical box with that too. Again, this is just what you have to remember is it's looking at people with non-aberrant behavior. So again, like we were talking about ADHD before. Okay, somebody that doesn't showcase the same social cues will do something different. And it is a science. There's an art to applying it, but it is a science because if you look at like police, for example, they look at certain cues from people to tell whether or not they're guilty or innocent. They look at certain tales from that, and then they go forward. The problem is they nail some innocent people sometimes too, because not everyone. There is a level of deviation from that. There are certain things that can make you deviate from that. I think that you can tell like how much of a liar. If you really want to look at her social tales though, and truly tell that she's lying, oh God, I must sit back in my chair all the way. I'm sitting back for a minute. If you really want to tell that she's lying though, go back to the original Depo, the very first stuff. That'll show you. Boo boo. Thanks for the 9 there. Appreciate that. No statement. Plenty of statement there. I mean, if you go back to the 2016 depots, you can tell she's a liar, though. Sergeant Snafu, thanks for the 20. I call BS. I can't remember things or even stay on the subject. I've done drugs and drank excessively. I have TBI for military service. This doctor needs impeachment. Yeah, he was talking about like memory there. I know people that have been heavy drug users and they have like the sharpest memories I've ever seen. I mean, it just depends. Like everyone's different. And again, his cat, he just ran his mouth and made everything a sign of interpersonal violence, a sign of drug use. How much time? We went through they are down to 409 and JD's team is at 1551. Hello, Rose. Thanks for the 2. People, please tell people not to review experts. Yeah. Well, anybody like don't contact people, period. That's the whole thing. Like you don't need to do that, and like that crazy guy, he already had bad reviews. Like you report those. He had some bad reviews saying he'd driven people to suicide. Like you could report on those, talk about them everywhere, but you don't need to review these people. Like there's no point in it. They just use it as a weapon, Amy Terry, thanks for the 5. Did that bozo really quote Jeffrey Rush? More of a guideline? We can make this stuff up. That's funny. I'm not surprised. It Bose AZ. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name there. Thank you for $100 super chat. Thank you for that. Your insight has been right on. COVID delays have yet to be mentioned regarding loss of money for Perhaps JD's team at closing will mention. Maybe we'll see. Like it'll be telling when they get to present something almost unabated. Then we'll see. Yeah, but I mean, COVID delays they could note that for losses. Again, her projects, the problem is everything that was mentioned for her, they're fantasy. Like she's living on fantasy island, like, oh yeah, I had these projects. They were coming up, they were coming up. Oh, thanks for the 5. Thank you for that too. Thanks for the 5. Every indication comes off from a norm, but that doesn't mean that the norm is right. Yep. The more society changes, the more diagnoses come with it. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just the that's the way the DSM and everything else works too. Is it's kind of like this. If you want to see how society changes and diagnostics and stuff try to keep up, look at DSM-3. Okay, I believe it's DSM-3. Okay, DSM-3 looked at aberrant lifestyles. That's what they called them. Again, I'm not saying this, I'm just telling you. This is the way it looked. And it looked at homosexuality as aberrant lifestyle. It looked at it as a diagnosable issue by DSM. Now, we don't have that. So yeah, the social norms, when you're talking about social norms and dictates, they change all the time, for sure. Trippy Savage, thanks for the 5. Apple, table, penny. You still remember it? That's good. That's funny. But I mean, it's true, and they should, as we move forward as a society, we become more understanding of our fellow person. The problem that we've ran into is that I think making the world smaller, I think it has made us more accepting of religious differences. Many of us, not everyone, but it makes us like we're confronted more with differences, religion, identity, et cetera, et cetera, whatever. The problem, though, is that we also run the risk of creating echo chambers around ourselves, and where we don't really accept differences. We accept physical differences a lot more. We accept many social differences, but we don't accept the thought or interpersonal differences. We still reject those. We as we create a smaller world and really a more accepting world in some ways, we create a less accepting world in some ways. It's an interesting phenomenon, and hopefully that breaks down. Said I mean, one of the things we're confronted, we also have different social norms and guidelines. Like, for example, you folks from Australia, you have a different take on speech than here. Like here for me, I'm in the American South. Like it's say whatever the hell you want. If it's offensive, who cares? Like people could say it. Again, I'm not saying it comes out of my mouth, but if somebody says something horrible and offensive, I would rather see them. But maybe, in places like I know that are more restrictive on that idea, you see it differently. So it's interesting seeing, the pairing off of social norms and guidelines too. I find that fascinating. Ella Rose, thanks for the 5. Not gonna lie, been a coke addict. Memory loss is more from addiction. DX also diagnosed BPD. Please remind the BPD does not equal abuser because false information is bad. Well, no diagnosis should mean abuser, period. Again, that's that whole statistical idea. When we talk about, okay, for example, BPD, when they're talking about BPD, okay, it's explained as a certain thing, and you have certain items that you see within that sample. That doesn't mean that it's going to appear in everyone. Like it can be, you can literally have that diagnosis because of its terror of abandonment, and it's how you perceive rejection. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to react like a herd does. You react as again. It boils down to that one statement. We're talking about personality. So yeah. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully people understand that. I do think it's a dangerous discussion when you talk about mental health, because a lot of people don't understand that the whole point in a mental health diagnosis is not to say this is indicative of whomever I'm talking about, but rather that that's the way that I communicate with insurance companies. That's the way I say I'm going to provide care. That's also the way I communicate with my colleagues, but it's not meant to communicate with the outside world. That's why it's dangerous. Like when that doctor, when he set up there, that's why it's unethical for him to remote diagnose, because he doesn't know that guy. He put a label on him that doesn't matter, and he announced it to the outside world. That's another problem. And they tried to pull he didn't do it publicly available information. Screw that. It doesn't matter where he pulled it from. He knows what he did. Oh, Rose, thanks for 2. Wrote wrong, memory loss from diagnosis, then addiction. I see what you're saying. The D, thanks for the 5. Writing my postgraduate thesis on BPD trait comparison, noticing Amber's sad mouth mirrors Johnny's in City of Lies. It's interesting. Sheffield, Love Tug from Sheffield, UK. That's a love return. Small town, Tennessee. This doctor enjoys himself more than others. Kelly, thanks for the super chat. Kaylin, thanks for the super chat too. Ableism from this jerk is unreal. Indeed. EK, thanks for the 5. No statement. Plenty of statement. Thank you. You know who, thanks for the 2. Now the doctor has evaluated JD. Not credible. Exactly. Alexandra, thanks for the super chat. Yes, it's Uncle Fester, indeed. Gypsy Faye, thanks for the 5. I failed the 3-word test. I'm not a substance abuser. I do have PTSD. There are a lot of things that can impact memory. There's a lot of different stuff that can impact memory. Also, we all like compute differently, you know? We all do. Like them playing this game, it's just, like I said, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. They just want to pretend that, again, they want to pretend that everybody fits in this little easy to go with box. Everything that Dr. Doofenshmirtz testified to today regarding Depp sounded exactly like Amber Heard behavior. It did it the whole time. It did. It very much did. I kept thinking, we saw that from Amber. We've seen that there. Yeah, you know, he was very good at pointing the finger when he should have, outwardly, when he should have been pointing it right over to the table beside him. But hey, what do I know, right? It's pretty funny, though. I think that guy was such a nut. He was such a damn nut. Like, where did they dig him up? I mean, really. I wonder if he comes highly recommended. David D, thanks for the 5. JD Case is on the same level as Michael Jackson. I think this is much bigger than seeing the Jackson case. I think it's much, much bigger as far as publicity, because we have people we could see the trial. See, we're not. The one thing I like about stuff like this is we're not operating on this sense that those people are the arbiters of truth. Yeah, Adams, thanks for the 5 there, and the painting. Thank you. Ashley, thanks for the 2. Audio shows JD suggested marital counseling, not AH. Yes, I heard that as well. I thought that was very telling. Justine, thanks for the 2. Okay, so definitely Elaine is on your side. Tiffany, thanks for the 2. Giving Dr. Dingleberry vibes from Dr. Dingleberry. It's Dinkelberg is what I said. Yeah, I said Dr. Dingleberry. Whoops. Oopsie. So Oliver, thanks for the 5. Have followed you since the beginning. There's no credibility when your lawyer knows it's sci-fi. Dune. Exactly. I loved it when they knew the Dune. I loved it. Ella Rose, thanks for the 5. Depression plus major issues with depressive issues contribute huge to memory loss. Research corroborates. It's awful. Not all ex-addicts or abusers. Yeah, I talked about addiction issues. That was the last issue. That was the last that was the last stream that I did over on the Tiny Tongue channel. I was talking about this, and I talked about addiction issues. I've had plenty of addiction issues in my past, and I find it not surprising that these people would throw anybody under the bus that they could. But it's astounding because all that does is galvanize the public. It makes people say even more resoundingly, no, this is trash. Amy Bartley, thanks for the buck. And is that a coin thing? This little star. I haven't seen that one. Spit, thanks for the 20. He looks like Sam Eagle from the Muppets. I've hit these. I've got to jump up. And this thing is messing up again. Oh, man. Stupid roller. Give me a second. I'm going to see how far down it'll roll. I'm afraid I don't think it'll roll down all the way anymore. Shatscroft, thanks for 5. You can ethically offer generalized opinions without tying them to a specific person. This guy's combative, so So does that mean he's the abuser? That's true too. That's true. Ella Rose, thanks too. Thank you for talking about the stigma. Yeah, I don't want anybody wearing a stigma because of mental health. I think this guy has done more damage to mental health than just like a lot of these other people have than they do anything helpful. I think they damage and they make it where people with, why would a person with a substance abuse history come into this with all that $2 pledge to watch JD go ooh in that video? I did like that video. Let me see. Give me a second. I did think that was funny. Get it. I have to pull it up in the mail. I don't think I liked it. I should have. I should have liked it. That way I could find it again. But it was funny. Yeah. That guy just guy's face, man. I'm just glad we got to watch this live. Like I said, we didn't have to hear about, because how they would have told you, like these experts were doing, or that they would have, the media would have told you it went a certain way. Here's that guy went down. Oh, and you could hear it.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
Did you listen? I listened to the nasty. Listen, you can hear it. It's so loud. Ooh, it's so gross. Here, give me a second. I'm going to do something to this. Okay. Just give me a minute. Oh, man, it won't. See if it'll recognize the sound volume there. I was trying to boost his volume. Give me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can boost it so you can
Do I have
hear
to
it.
answer that question?
No. Damn it. I can't boost it. Anyway, it's out there. I was trying to boost his volume is what I was going to do. Because, he's like... I was like, oh, gross, man. It's very gross. It's very gross. I'm going to share it. It's just very nasty. I hate like chewing sounds and stuff. That's why I try not to chew near the microphone and stuff. I do, like I eat at the microphone while I'm live streaming, because otherwise I'd never, because we started at 7 and it's almost, it's almost 6. So you either eat at the microphone or you never eat at all. FDS, thanks for too. Mr. Quack, what's your opinion on Willy Wonka? Exactly. Romer thinks so too. When did the nut take over the nut house? Interacted for real. Roadway Cat, thanks for the 5. This guy can't be real. I feel like that sometimes. Mina, thanks for the super chat. Molly Golightly, likely found Amber Heard's best friend, whose death she could have caused in a car accident. She lost driver's license at the teen. I don't think that's real. I think that's I think they're wrong until they prove it. Because again, she lost her. What we really know is that she lost her driver's license. Like all of this is spawning out of a tale about her driver's license and losing a friend. And we don't know what the record is, but people have, again, the record's sealed, but they seal records about like drinking and driving and everything. So she probably lost her license over drinking, which proves that she had an addiction back when, which is important, but that's spun into this other thing that there's not proof of. Like there's just not proof of it. A lot of people have speculated, but again, until there's concrete proof of that, I don't. I could say it's if they find something there, I'll be like, yo, you were right. You're right all along. You went down that. Amazing. But until I see some proof of that, I saw the arrest. Like I said, it's very thin for them to go further than that, who thinks of Montreal cognitive assessment 27 30. range. Yeah, for his age, exactly. Like they just he didn't know anything about. He didn't know anything about testing. He didn't know what tests to use. Anything. He was a clown, man. Miss Dog Lover, thanks for the 2. The guy's weird. Exactly. Justin, thanks for the 5. Sent an email showing different schmerts. Let me look at him. I gotta look. Okay. He does look like he looks like oh my God, there's so many comparisons. I've had so many good comparisons today though. Like there's a bunch of really weird ones. There's this guy. Oh my God. Hmm. Ian Jones, thanks for doing it. It's a person in recovery. I'm offended by this man. Like I said, I I can't imagine saying that guy would treat you if you were trying to go into recovery. Like he may be somebody that like if your diagnosis, like again, if you have a substance use disorder, but you have something. Remember, like if you go into mental health, here's the thing with insurance payments. At least in Tennessee, maybe it's different somewhere else, but um, like if you go to a mental health clinic and you come in with like an addiction issue to get treatment, actually you got to be diagnosed with something else. You got to have a rider there, unless it's you get specific permission. So typically you'll find that people are they're diagnosed with depression or anxiety, and then they have a substance use disorder. So I'm curious if that happened with JD too. Like, did he have to have some of his diagnosis? Some of his diagnoses seem like they would probably fit. Some of them, I mean, I don't know. I wonder, like again, when you're codifying something, what you need if you want to get paid from an insurance company, again, they have certain rules, caveats, and conditions, and they're very about it. Oh, thanks for the 2. Spiegel means mirror in Dutch. That guy's a mirror into something, isn't he? Chris, thanks for 5. Kevin Smith made a comment about JD's ability to read one line. Yeah, I saw I put a video together on him talking about the prosthetic, peewee on his nose, and that was part of it. Tiffany, thanks for that. I'm a recovering addict. If you need an example, no, I mean I'm a recovering addict. Like, just I'll be honest about it. I talked about substance use issues. I had some major problems there. One of the reasons that I got my life in order though was because my kids. Like I found out found out my wife was pregnant and that I couldn't have these problems anymore. Not and be a father. I could only serve. I could serve one master. I could either have. I remember the old joke. Before drug addiction, I had many problems. After drug addiction, I only had one problem: addiction. Or drugs, however you want to tell it. But I mean, it's true. After that, you serve that master, and that's it. Can't be anything else really very effectively. And you deal with a lot. And I mean, again, I find it insane to say that people are all of these terrible things just because. Smoochy Pooch. Did you mail today, Smoochy Pooch? I didn't see your email. If you're still around, I did not see your email. I forgot about it, but I don't see it. If you did email, I don't see it. So if you're around, Gypsy Faith, thanks for the 2. He was chewing Willy Wonka's 3-course meal gum. It's funny. And Nicole, thanks for the $1.39. The poopy sticker. Me Queen G, thanks for the 2. Hey Tug, thanks for the updates during the day. Hey, no problem. I like to be able. I know how it also is not to be able to listen to something. That's why I put up stuff on Twitter, whatnot. And like I said, it keeps me busy too. Keeps my mind busy. But good God, man, my Twitter's at 61. Holy moly. Blaze, thanks for the 2. Oh yeah, I got all these. Okay, I'm catching up to a bunch of them. Platinum blonde. I'm trying to see what's here in the middle. Reminds me of the Vulture from the Spider-Man comics. That's funny. Stephanie, I was run over by a drunk when I was 12. And I had to use painkillers all my life. Never kicked my husband's ass, even when I thought he needed it. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, I liked, you know, like I said, this is so dumb. These people are. At least you're big enough to recognize, oh, well, you know, we all have to change. We all have to change. Like, maybe we won't, maybe we don't, you know. And again, like I said, I don't. I'm proud of my life. I'm proud of the way that I rolled, you know, all flaws and all. I'm proud of it all. But I know, you know, there are parts in it that are, you know, that are very human. You know, I mean, there are very human portions of my life because, you know, like I said, addiction and all kinds of other issues. But that's what it means to be human, man. You know, it leads us to this point, and I like this point. I like this point right here. I like what I'm doing now. I like, you know, I'm happy with my family. I love my family. My wife, my 2 kids are the best kids ever, and I love doing this stuff, and I love all of you folks, you know? So like I said, it led us all here, so it's all good, you know? Prime Collects, thanks for the 2. Haven't heard from Tuck. My stuff is muted. I might have got up. Like with these 12-hour days, I actually get up sometimes, like at least twice a day. What I'll do is I'll get up and I'll walk outside and around the house for a minute because I got to stretch my legs because my legs fall asleep. I've been sitting here so long. That's why I like not being on the camera. You know who? Thanks for the 2. Doc before had MDMA, weed, powder, and dry mouth. Yeah. Let's see. Well, she talked about it. She got fired from Aquaman. They say there's a movie from Amazon that she supposedly was on board for that she got dismissed from, but we don't really know. Hold on a second. Who's that? Oh, I'm still live. Wait. See my kids walking down. I see the mug shot. Yeah. I put a video together with that early on. I think before the death. Okay, that's all right. Thank you. Thanks, man. Crow Whisper, thanks for 5. I want to give my wife a shout out too because she brings me food and stuff while I'm sitting here. She brings me like all that stuff. Otherwise, I would never. I'd be like, oh. She brings me like Cokes and stuff too. You know, because I need some stuff to keep me going. But yeah, I pretty much end up eating here and everything else. So props to that. Crow Whisper, thanks for 5. Schnell is fish from Barney. Mock Schnell. Excuse me, on behalf of JD. Where was that proven? Like half the stuff that I pray to baby Smoky Pooch, thanks for the 20. I pray to baby Cthulhu that the jury finds in JD's favor. Yeah. I need Nearla Hotep to get involved. If they don't, though, the court of public opinion has made its decision and AH is done. She'll try to bounce back if she wins by doing her usual victimization. Oh, she'll try to threaten everybody. If she wins, I have no doubt she'll come after everybody. She'll come after myself and everybody else. That's okay. You know, she's a public figure. Talked about her. And I think she's guilty. And I've driven that off of all of the evidence in there. And you know what? This trial isn't about whether she's guilty of abuse or not. Here's the key to all of that. This trial is not about whether she's abusive. You know, this trial is about whether or not she defamed him with those 3 statements cost him $50 million. So whether or not she wins this thing, it doesn't mean that she abused him or not. That's the whole kicker for it. So she has a problem being called an abuser. She wants to pretend like if she wins, that is some kind of vindication. She's wrong. She does not. One is not the other. It doesn't mean anything. Sergeant Snafu, thanks for the 10. When they showed JD take a deep breath, it breaks my heart. He's these people. Whew. Miss Ashcraft, thanks for the Ashcraft, thanks for the 50. AH, either worked consistently until Wallman's statement, or JD controlled and limited her career during the relationship. She said both. That's true. Yeah, was she not getting jobs because JD was manipulating and controlling her, or did Adam Waldman cost her everything because she was working so feverishly? Did Depp ever sign a pre-post note? No. They never got one. No, they never got one. He says that he discussed one. That's what sent her into the rage in Australia and cost him a finger. Because he was discussing a post-nuptial. But as far as them having one, no, they didn't have one. He didn't think he needed one. Yeah. Instead of that, he lost a finger for it. Amber for adult diapers. And Trace sticks for the 2. Some of these are not coming up. Like I said, I'm going to have to do a catch up. I'm going to have to go through these when they'll roll through because they're not rolling. They keep jumping back to the top for some reason. Let me see if I can get them to go back down one more time. Like I said, I hate that. I like to go through all the. It's the size of streams. Like I said, I have no. I've never had streams as large as we're having. This stuff is new on me, so I don't know all the tricks to make YouTube cooperate with me for everything. Like with the with that one, like we had a stream the other day with 42,000 people on it. I have no idea how to handle those. It's all new. So like I said, I'm doing like I have a window with chats, but it keeps like refreshing itself up. It's a mess. What is the reason they would call JD? They want to they think it would help their subject. They think they could impeach some of what he said. And it's also just, let's be honest, they want to bully him a little bit. Who thinks for 2? I doodle, eat candy, spectrum narcissism I have. Oh, you're a monster. You're a monster. Earlier you had 15. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like actually my thing says it topped out. Sometimes the number on that it shows is off, but it has a control thing in the back and it says 18 was its top. That's crazy. What do you see? I got a milkshake. So did you catch Dr. Spiegel belch under oath? I did catch it back. I saw 16. Yeah. And like when it's on the thing, like I said, it's got a little control panel in the back and it said it went up to 18, which is crazy. 16's, I mean, I'm good with any of them. That's crazy numbers. When God, I can't think. Greg Ellis was on. We went up to 32 at one time. Like that's nuts. But Greg Ellis is really good. I'm gonna get him on again. I'm glad to see him getting some more, love because he gets it on Twitter, but as far as YouTube, like he is ghosted. I can't even find the man from the respondent. It's because he talks about issues that deal with like men and abuse and stuff, and that kind of content gets ghosted on YouTube. Why care about actual abuse and stuff when we could be talking about like knitting. No, nothing against knitting. Actually, my wife watches like crochet channels and stuff, and I don't know. I find some of it mesmerizing. I have no idea. I would probably sew my leg to my arm, but I still find it interesting. So yesterday or the other day, I did a little live stream talking about the talking about Heard's lawyers and how judges hate them. And some people were asking me, like, if I could explain that better. So I put it into a video form. And I think I'm going to drop it at 6:30 today. That way you can tell. It's proof that like judges hate Heard lawyer. They wrecked them at one time. They yelled at them behind there, cut them off. I mean, it was astounding stuff. So I put that in a video form because I think that's important, and a lot of people have never seen it, and nobody else. Like one of the things that I like again, there are a lot of people like a Ricada, for example, can answer all your lawyer questions and stuff awesomely and do that. Like mine is, I know the case. I know the documents. I know a lot of, and again, I'm not saying I know everything better than, some people out there. Some people are like Laura B is a freaking still trap when it comes to that. She knows it all, but I do. I don't know. I watched all this trial. I watched it develop from the beginning, and it was kind of amazing to see, because everything that Depp acknowledged. See, if you want to know why I stand on the side that I do with it, it's because I watched real time. I watched her delay. I watched her try to keep this information out of the public. I watched her fight the charitable donations. I watched her try to suppress all information that was out there. And I watched slowly but surely. And I watched the ACLU, or co-conspirator organization. I watched them join in the fray, and it was crazy, because as you kept up, you could see in real time, you could see the case develop, and you could see all of the pieces. And it was just like Depp said. All of the, and I kept thinking, surely somebody's going to pick this up. Surely like somebody, like a big, not a channel, I mean, but like the media somewhere. No. Like I've seen, media's bias. Media's bias as hell. But I've never seen it didn't matter if it was, there are a few exceptions to this, mind you, but it didn't matter if it was talking heads on a conservative or a liberal side. They had a lockout on that subject, JD centric stuff, with the exception of a very few places. It was locked out, period, in the media. Like he could not, if it was positive for him. And that's because when you look at who controls all this, is what always bothers me when we talk about politics, this not being political. If you look at who controls most of the political rags out there from either side, they all fall back into the same few hands. So the same people that are dividing you between left and right, they own, some of them are owned by the same people. So, they're doing that for a reason. And when you look at why they were keeping JD out, I don't know. It was bigger than people. It's much bigger. I mean, people have gotten into the Rupert Murdoch stuff. People have gotten into the ACLU. The ACLU connection is something that people really need to explore. The insanity behind that, they really need to explore. Hey, Raquel, not Rochelle. I love that. I like it. I hope you enjoy that too. I think it's funny. It's like a little joke there. You understand? I understand. Thanks for 5. Hey, Doug, what happened is the doc. Happened is the doc that looked. Oh wait, what happened is the doc, the one that looks like the mad scientist. What happened? What do you mean? What happened to him? Is that what you mean? I don't understand the statement there. Hey, Tug, what happened is the doc, the one. Like, explain that to me. Just write out. I'm reading the chat, so tell me what that means. And if that's a question, or am I just missing the meaning? My brain is maybe not. It's not out there. Like I said, I've been keeping up with this for a while, and a lot of you have too. And if you like I said, I'm not claiming any other insight that many of you don't have. Like, a lot of you have been in this for a long time. I hope once this is over and we start talking about other stuff. Okay, what happened to? Thank you, Raquel, not Rochelle. I'm just gonna change it every time. Thanks for the fire there. Or what happened to? You know, Mad Doctor, he ended up getting tore apart is pretty much what happened, because he came in and he remote diagnosed JD. He never met with him, but he gave him a diagnosis anyway. We've always talked about how, like I've said, I can't diagnose Amber Heard. I will tell you about what, like when they talked about her having borderline personality disorder and this, that, I'll talk about it, but I can't tell you with any certainty. It's unethical for me to do. Well, he did that, and he did it to the jury, and he was called out on it, and he was called out on a bunch of other crap too. And I mean, he looked like a quack. But even more than that, so I posted a few things on my timeline. If you're on Twitter, you should go and look at, because he has some reviews that are on his website, and those things, I mean, he's accused. Again, you take this how you will, but these are not new reviews, okay? These are old reviews. It's not something that has to do with this trial. So, take that in with what I'm saying. They're 3 years old, but it accuses him of, amongst other things, causing deaths because he's such a terrible practitioner. And the stuff that I saw and I heard from him, the way, again, there's no consistency in there. I could see it. I've worked with terrible providers. I've never, the companies I've worked for will not keep a terrible provider. I would not work at a place that would endanger lives or anything like that. So they've been good, One second. I'll pull that up. 1 second. I'm putting up a video. I'm gonna stay on for about. I'm putting up a video at 6:45. I just set it up. Okay, so I'm gonna sign off right before that, but we'll talk for a few more minutes. Chronic, thanks for that. What time is 18:30 in UK time? It's currently 12:20 a.m. UK. Yeah, right now for here it is 6:24 p.m. Just to say, that's what time it is here, 6:24 p.m. But let me show you a couple of reviews from that guy, okay? Just to say. That's why I've been, okay, like on Saturday, all right, for finding out what the jury watch, we'll be doing jury watches until that stuff comes in, All right, thanks for the 9 there. Appreciate that. Great coverage, Tug. Thank you. I appreciate that for sure. But we'll do a jury watch, We'll just keep doing it because I think it'll be fun. There are a lot of quacks for witnesses. There are a lot of quacks out there, period. I'm telling you, there's a lot of bad practitioners. I had a client one time, came in with a severe mental health issue, severe. And he was with his, he'd been put into a group setting, and his sister and her daughter were, they were part of his care, little daughter, right? Well, I kept reading through his care records. One of the things that was being reported, amongst other things, was he was fixating on kids walking down the street. He was fixated. He would just watch them all the time. It was disturbing some people. So I started looking through his care things. He had care notes from other providers over a 13-year period, and he was noting sexualized dreams about kids. And he gave every warning sign. Again, you don't have to act on something to be a pedo. Okay, it's about the fixation and everything else. So this guy, he had been ignored by multiple providers, and he had these glaring signs in his past. I diagnosed him with that, which his main provider, his main care provider, which was the his custodian of care, his sister, flipped out because I diagnosed him as a pedophile. And again, he needed treatment for this because again, like he had more than just like little warning signs, fixate. I mean, there's a lot of stuff there, like volumes of it. So anyway, she pulled him from care. She refused. She was like, "Oh, well." A year later, he offended. And the doctor they went to, they threw a fit about me diagnosing him that way because again, it was the correct diagnosis. And again, that's caught before. Most people think offender, but again, like if you read through it, that's not what it means. It doesn't mean you've had to offend. But anyway, they found a doctor that would placate them, and a year after he offended, and I was like, "You fucking quacks! I told you that's what the problem was. This guy was fixating, and he had his mental faculties were not there. Like his mind just was, it was a mess. All they had to do was keep him away from kids, but they wouldn't do it. So anyway, it's disgusting too. I was so pissed off about that. I can't even tell you how pissed off I was. Chronic Cat, thanks for the 2. Love your channel. What you since start of JD versus AH. I appreciate that for sure. Appreciate it. Today, 3 frauds showed up and got killed. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people though that they misdiagnosis is a very one of the most overdiagnosed things that you see, like in our area. If you look it up, you can look up by region what's the most misdiagnosed. Our area specifically, the most common misdiagnosis is schizoaffective disorder. We see it a lot. It's because a lot of people have no idea how to diagnose, which means they have no idea how to treat. And that's really dangerous with medication providers. If a medication provider, if they misdiagnose you, they're giving you, like say they misdiagnose you with ADHD, like a kid, right? They misdiagnose and they're giving them, they're literally going to give this kid speed, to treat an issue. And if they're right, it doesn't hit the kid the same way as, someone that's not wired for ADHD. It hits people differently. And I've seen providers, like we get a lot of people that are referred to us with, I used to work with people that were, that would be in housing, that like would be in stabilized care. If somebody gets sent to the hospital and they're extremely mentally ill, they get sent to what they call like 3-stepped housing. You get sent to residential treatment, which is RTF or ARTF. It's the highest level of need. And if you stabilize, you get stepped down to what they call enhanced supportive housing, ESH. And then if you're getting closer to, now you don't have to go through all 3. You may actually qualify to be, another lower level. They do an evaluation. And then the lowest level, the one that's closest to being out on your own, is a supportive housing level. I've seen people, like when you get clients, you do an extensive look back into their medical records just to see what's there. I've always found it curious. I always liked looking at the records of people with like debilitating schizophrenia. I always liked seeing how their treatment had been, because with somebody that's unmoored from reality, it's interesting to see if you can reach them at all. When you go through people's medical records, a lot of times, man, the misdiagnosis, the problems, it's just so bad. You get a medical provider, you get a medicine provider, like a nurse practitioner that's smart. You start going through records. You get a therapist working with them. You get a care manager or case manager involved. Oh, it's so good. I know I like doing that stuff. My doctor is really conservative with meds. Yeah, you should be. Meds should be part of treatment, but you shouldn't shovel them out like candy. That shouldn't be the end all. It can be the first line, but it can't be the end all. Some people like that doctor there, his reviews were saying that he just gives medication and he forgets you. And that is typical of a lot of doctors, like bad ones. Okay, so here's that crazy looking doctor. Here's one of his reviews. All right. This was one of them. And again, you notice it's 3 years old. So it's not some brand new one. Dr. Spiegel killed my stepfather. My stepfather was suicidal. He was an alcoholic as well. He'd been a patient of Dr. Spiegel for years with medication thrown at him. After rehab, he never followed up or returned our calls. We called stating he was locked in a room, suicidal, and he never called us back. When he finally did, he said he would follow up, but he never did. My stepfather's dead. Spiegel does the bare minimum treatment to push meds, and then he doesn't care if you die or not. I've known providers like that. I've known providers that just don't give a shit. They really don't. Like, here's the thing. As a mental health provider, you can't have an off day. You can take baggage and you can have baggage with you, but you can't have an off day. Because if you have an off day, somebody might die. So you can't do that. And I know people that, take off basically. They mentally they would check out. They treat it just like a job. And it's not it's not the best paying job in the world for sure. And it's a job that you have to be there for. You have to be checked in for, because if you're not, then, like I said, some people they could definitely die from it. And that's a sad reality, but it's a reality nonetheless. Man, when all this is over and finally settles down, I'm gonna have to take my family on a vacation or something to make up for living down here for 12 to 14 hours and then making videos. For real, like, nights get so late sometimes. I fall asleep down here. I just fall asleep and then wake up. And so how was that? I thought it went pretty good. I think it was a waste of time for them, and they don't have time to waste. But anyway, all right, today, listen, I need your help. Okay, there are thousands of you here, and I definitely need your help. In 11 minutes, I will post a video. All right. If you will hit that video right away, I can't link you to it because it's not, it won't show up yet. Okay. But in 11 minutes, it will show up on the channel. If you will find it at that 11th minute and you will hit it right then. Again, what that does is it helps it propel into the algorithm. If you'll hit it and just let it play all the way through, I don't care if you watch it, just let it play, But I would rather you watch it. But if you don't, just let it play all the way through, because that will help it in the algorithm. And I want it to, I want videos to be able to reach people, because, part of that, a lot of what we do, well, that's 134. Hey, if it was 134, you got another 10 minutes, right? You'll be okay. So at 45, I always go with a 15-minute interval. So that'll be, it's at 6:45 my time, but it's in 10 minutes. All right. I mean, like I said, if people hit it today, and it also, YouTube has been really weird about videos attached to this stuff. Again, they've been ghosting a lot of people. Some people like, hey, Popcorn Planet's on. You should check him out too. Like I said, if you would just coast over there and watch the video, but go and raid to Popcorn Planet as well if you're up, because he's good. Yeah, I like Andy's stuff. But I'm gonna jump off here. Like I said, if you would just in 9 minutes and change, if you would hit that would help quite a bit. So what's it worth to? Hey, it's worth me asking. Want some sexy toast? I'm going to sexy toast us out, okay? Man, 11 hours. All right. Like I said, we'll have a video coming up in now 8 minutes and change. So if you hit that, like I said, I appreciate it. Hit it right when it comes up too. It'll push it hard. And like I said, just let that sucker play. Watch it. Anyway, so I'm going to call it today. We will start up again tomorrow. It will be exciting tomorrow. Again, they're going to decide on whether or not Johnny Depp is going to be there. So I will put that probably in the title. I don't know if that'll be true or not, but we'll find out tomorrow. And then in 2 days, we're going to see none other than Kate Moss. So this week is going to be crazy. All right, folks. Well, that umbrella guy loves you. I appreciate you. I do appreciate the heck out of you folks, too. I cannot say that enough. Thank you. See ya.